So let's begin. Let's begin. Let's go. I'm fucking pumped for this shit. It'd be great.
Hang in there, babe. We're almost inside.
Will you just relax? I'm not dying. Ow! Why would you touch me there?
I'm so sorry. I think I drove some of the needles deeper. Maybe if I just use my fingernails.
Just unlock the door, Marina.
Between gritted teeth, I tried to push the sharp pain far out of my mind to give a reassuring smile. See, I'm fine. I'm not mad, or at least I won't be forever.
Right.
With a steady, ever-present whine, Marina fumbles with the motorhome keys. She jams one into the lock and fumbles with that too. After 4 clicks, it finally unlatches. Turn up the game a slight. There we go. I kick it the rest of the way open. It bounces against the wall, but I'm already sprawled out on the couch by the time the momentum sent it swinging back.
Just stay right there. Don't move a muscle.
Consider me glue.
She lunges herself at the nearby cabinet and starts chucking bags of chips and coffee dollars onto the counter.
First aid kit. First aid kit. First aid kit.
Just over and over, as if repeating it will increase the chance of it showing up.
Forget it. Just grab the duct tape.
But why? We need the tweezers.
I squirm on the couch. My arm rubs against the fabric. Dozens of tiny razors twist just beneath the surface. Pain xylophones? Pain xylophones up my forearm. Also, is my volume okay? Just to make sure.
Just get the stupid tape.
Sorry.
Before I can tell her to do something more productive and be sorry, she's already digging through the drawer. Within seconds, Marina is just sitting by my side, shakily holding a roll of duct tape and a pair of safety scissors, like a fresh-faced recruit being tossed into battle.
I'm gonna guide you through this, okay?
She nods multiple times. After the 5th one, I place my hand on her cheek and hold her head in place.
Okay?
Okay.
She tries to give another nod, but my hand keeps her from doing it.
Tear off a strip of tape.
My composure cracking, as is my voice, but I try to keep the pain buried. Marina snaps off 3 strips worth of tape. The cut is diagonal, probably to make the next strip easier. Grimacing, I extend my forearm, an entire garden of cactus needles poking out from it.
Slap it on. Rip it off at the count of 3.
Marina winces as I say it, nails on chalkboard. I guess, but or needles and flesh. Working past it, she high-fives it onto my arm with a hard smack. It feels like the needles are biting in my muscles, all bunched together like hay bales under the tape. I let out a pained grunt. Marina stumbles back.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Do you want me to do it myself?
Fine. Just don't yell at me if it hurts.
She takes in a soothing breath, exhales, then tears the tape off my skin like wrapping paper.
What happened to 3?
I counted in my head!
My arm throbs in unison with my heartbeat. A patch of red, glowing skin stripes through like an unfortunate sunburn. It looks naked when surrounded by briar fields of cactus needles.
This is all my fault.
Marina whimpers as she gazes at my arm, stroking her fingers over the pulsing mark. A quiet guilt dims her sunshiny face that I love so much. It's like I'd like to say that it's unnatural, but something about it just doesn't suit her chipmunk cheeks, but that would be a bit of a fib. Truth is, I've gotten more used to it that I am comfortable with it than I'm comfortable with. The way she purses her lips into such a deep brown when her dimples turn inside out. The way she lets messy strands of her hair drift in front of her eyes as she stares at nothing. Yeah, I'm familiar, and I hate it. This is what that temper of yours does to her. I have to work on that. You need to be better. For her sake and yours.
Don't beat yourself up too much.
With my other hand, my good one, I caress her cheek and turn her towards me.
Not like you did it on purpose, right?
I give her another smile, one that I don't have to force.
But aren't you mad I pushed you into a cactus?
What kind of freak gets pissed at their girlfriend for trying to give them a hug? You just overshot your goal is all. Besides, I'm a dumbass for wearing short sleeves to Saguaro National Park of all places.
Maybe next time you won't roll your eyes when I tell you to wear that cute teddy bear sweatshirt I got for you.
That mistake is made of wool. We're in the desert.
It's made of cotton and is extremely breathable, smarty pants.
You're not the one that has to wear it.
But I am the one who gets to see you in it, and I think that counts for everything.
It counts for my suffering, at least.
She glares at me for a couple seconds, but in classic Marina fashion, she can't hold it for more than a count of 3 before the facade begins to break. Air puffs out from her nose, and before I know it, she's descending into a hearty giggle. The joke wasn't that funny, and the exchange really wasn't anything different from our usual banter. But seeing her laugh makes me want to copy her, claiming some of that genuine innocence and simplicity for myself. And so I do. We laugh together, while sitting on this beat-up old couch in this stuffy motorhome, the only real home I've ever known. Spending this last month with her has made me certain of that. I slide my hand to the back of her head, clutching a limp handful of hair and letting it slick through my fingers. We conk our foreheads together and snuggle like muskrats.
If it means getting more of your hugs, you can push me into 1,000, Cactus.
Ugh, you really need to work on your flirting.
She groans, but says the entire thing with a grin. The heat of her breath warms my entire face like a blanket. Her eyes drift down to my inflamed arm. The smell is still there, but the warmth is sucked out of it.
Hey, what did I say? It's fine. Just be more careful next time, kiddo.
That smell is completely gone. Her shoulders slump down as she preps the next piece of tape.
If you say so.
What an angel. Can't even talk the guilt out of her. That's just how she is.
1, 2, 3.
This time she actually counts out loud, stripping it off with all the force of a powerlifter. Gripping the armrest, I do my best to make sure my brave face isn't shattered. I'll have to pick up some candy at the next gas station to make it up for her. That always seems to help. And so, strip by strip, she still tears the needles out of my arm. Each time, my teeth shave a tiny bit off each other from all the grinding. And each time, she doesn't say a word, working with silent focus and diligence. When it's all said and done, my arm is numb and as swollen as a raisin. I can't even feel the hot air as it squeezes the sweat out of the rectangles that are engraved in my skin.
We might be rich now, but I'll take old-fashioned spit and dirt over a surprise ER bill any day.
I look at the convulsing appendage coming out of my body, only slightly certain that it's still my arm.
Even if this does really suck. Oh, Christ, this hurts.
My words seem to fly right by Marina. She's staring at her lap, but it may as well have been the deep void of space.
Sorry, Space Cadet. You should take some pain helpers. It's in the medicine cabinet, I think.
Not a bad idea. I gotta do some washing up anyway.
I plant a quick peck on her forehead and start for the bathroom. When I glance back, she's staring at her lap again. Upside down dimples, messy hair. I stop at the sliding door.
Everything good?
She perks right up and shoots me with an injection of smiles from concentrate.
Super!
I should her a smile back.
Good to hear. I love you.
Love you more.
Oh, the babies. My heart. Oh, they're so cute. With a departing wave, I slide the door shut behind me. Oh shit. Alright, important decision. Who should we view the next scene from the perspective of? I'll let you guys decide. If either of you are still here. Alright, Marina it is. Am I gonna have to... There we go. Marina it is, let's go. Everything is not good. I burned my face on one of my couch cushions and screamed. Kiddo? Is that really all I am? Still? It's only been a month, so sometimes I get insecure about what I'm allowed or not allowed to get upset over. This is one thing that definitely does the trick. It makes me feel like I'm stupid. Then when I get upset about it, I feel like that actually might be the case. I'm afraid to tell her. I'm afraid she might get angry, yell at me, leave me on the side of the road, just like she found me. She probably wouldn't do it now. Things have been getting better for her. She's not as sad about her grandpa as before. But the thought she might pick up and leave again. Yeah, the thought that she might pick up and leave again, like she did in Palm Springs, is always there. My biggest fear is that she would stay gone for good. So if it came down to feeling respected, or making sure Amber is happy, I think the second one is more important. It's a weird time for her. She's come so far and I want her to go even further, grow and become an even better Amber. Causing drama would just make everything go backwards.
I'm supportive and also cute.
I like to reaffirm positive things out loud, because when I say them, they feel more true. But as I get up and make my way over to the cupboard for a bag of Flaming Hot Cheetos that literally have my name written on them in marker, I'm sure I don't feel like either of those things. My arm is already elbow deep in the bag when I decide I'm gonna need some of that hard stuff to really tie this sad sack together. So I shuffle over to the fridge for a liter of strawberry soda. Stuck to the fridge door, thanks to help from my handy dandy A&M magnets, is the 2-week-old article from the Carlsbad Current Argus. Local girl strikes gold, miner's treasure found. It's silly, but I always wanted to wind up in this thing. Never read a newspaper in my life, but that's not important. Just the fact that it was the newspaper made it feel like a prize. They even used this totally adorable picture of me and Amber shaking hands. Even though there were plenty of cute pictures of us holding hands and her kissing, they chose the handshake one. That's fine. It's perfect, really. Except for the stupid caption beneath the picture. Marina Hale, 18, for treasure hunting partner. Amber Goalie. Oh my god, they gave him last names. Holy shit. The wording is way too specific. You could read through the entire freaking article and not even know we were dating. I guess that's the point, isn't it? People like hometown heroes, like them, and I guess I'm just not that now. Amber was so ticked when she read it that I thought she might actually pass out. It doesn't bother me that much though. Let them do or think whatever they want. I had Amber. I was the real winner. But now I just feel mean, like it's making fun of me. Because 1 month later, it still feels like Amber's my babysitter more than she's my girlfriend. I open up the fridge and grab the soda. Just gonna drink it straight from the bottle. Me and Amber drink the same soda, but out of different bottles now. She's been getting weird about backwash lately. When I shut the door, I take one last glance at the article. It's a nasty thing to think, but I hope that the author of the article can feel the bad vibes I'm sending his way.
Treasure hunting partner. Try life partner, bucko.
Over the couch, my phone vibrates. A bag of chips tucked into one arm and a bottle of bad choices tucked into the other. I run over so I can nest in my misery. I sink down as fast as I can and into the stiff couch. My stained fingers streak red dust across the screen. One message from Tess. The Cheetos clog my throat as I gasp. I pound my chest and try and choke it down. My other hand does thumb fu so I can bring up Tess's message. It's been 3 whole days since I last heard from her. Very strange. She slipped a note with her number in my pocket when we said goodbye in Palm Springs. Since then, we've been talking almost every day. I was starting to worry Mariah drove them into a building or something. Oh. Please be. Hi Marina. Hiya Tess, it's been forever. I was starting to get worried. Crying emoji. Sorry, have to be careful on Sis's phone. She almost got arrested today. Oh my god, again? Shocked emoji. For Tess. Mariah is really cool, like a pirate or a cowboy. But on a scale of Mariah's coolness to how bad I feel for Tess, I think I feel more bad for Tess. Growing up in an RV like that, not having any friends your own age, at least there's Joe to look after her. But if we aren't seriously careful, she's gonna turn out like Amber. Three little dots on the bottom of the screen pop up. A couple seconds later, I get a pic from Tess. It's a selfie of Tess. She's not smiling or frowning, just staring. Behind her is the famous Las Vegas sign. It looks gigantic. She's so tiny. There's one little thing about the pic that was worrisome though. Joe Mama. Come on! You're better than that. You're more mature than that. Come on, Joe Mama. Disappointed. Mariah. Well, not really her, but the chainsaw she's holding. The one with lots of teeth that reminds me of an alligator. She's using it on one of the poles, holding up the sign. And maybe it's just the camera, but her eyes look like they're on fire. Joe, as trusty as ever, is standing between her and a angry looking police officer. His arms are spread out like a shield. Oh dear. You guys out in Vegas. God, their little profile pictures are so cute. Try to get more money. Why are you out of money? We're in Vegas. Yeah, kinda figures. Also, Joey says we're going to an alien convention for my birthday. Huh. Huh? Huh? Tess, what the heck? You didn't tell me your birthday was coming up? You didn't ask. How was I supposed to know, huh? How old are you turning? 12. I don't think I will feel any different from 11. No, you need to be happy. You're only turning 12 once. Okay, I'll try harder to be happy. Baby. Where's it gonna be? Here. She sends me a link to the website. I tap it over and over and over and over until the web app closes. Until the web app pulls it up. The very first thing I notice is a thin, tall building, taking up most of the site's background. I'm really proud of myself too, because I remember it from the last time we were in Vegas. The tallest building there. I think Amber said it was called the Stratosphere? So it's being held there, huh? My eyes feel like they're gonna pop out my head the more I read about it. Guests, music, vendors. It sounds like the music festival me and Amber went to. When everything felt perfect, picture perfect. When it was easy to look past flaws as charm points, to kiss each other and talk about the places we were going to go. This looks like so much fun. Are you excited? Meh. That's no good. Would you be excited if I came? Eye emoji. The door to the back of the RV slides open so hard the wood rattles, and I'm afraid the whole RV might tip over. It's hard not to smile whenever I see Amber. Yawning, she steps out of the bathroom with her tangled, messy hair flopping everywhere.
Feeling any better, Gorge?
Blech. Gorge? Really? Especially come up with? What are you gonna call her next? A canyon? Also, this is really weird, because the whole main story is told from Amber's perspective. It's really weird just getting to see inside of Amber's head. Or Marina's head. More accurately.
A little worse for wear, but I think I'll live.
Like some kind of freaky Terminator robot. She sears out on my bag of flaming hot Cheetos and the bottle of soda I've been caught red-handed, literally.
And I thought I was having a rough go of it.
It's nothing like that. I just wanted to treat myself.
What if she always had to make me feel bad about even snacks? I already know it's junk, I know it tastes good, it makes me feel good, and I wish she would just leave it at that.
Better be careful with those Cheetos, though.
Eat too many and cheese will start coming out of your ears.
Eat too many, and cheese will start coming out of your ears.
Right on schedule.
Even if that happens, they still won't be as cheesy as your jokes.
She walks over and flops down next to me, fishing a single Cheeto out of the bag before dropping it in her mouth.
But you love it.
When I giggle, it sounds like I'm forcing myself to do it. I wonder if it sounds as painful as it feels. Whenever I resent a stupid joke or comment, I always feel so petty. This is Amber. It's who she is, and I'm supposed to love her for it.
Talking to Tess again?
Collapsing onto my lap, Amber looks up at me with her bright hazel eyes. Seeing them right above the bag, underlining them, makes me want to giggle. Actually giggle. She's an uncomplicated mess, and I'm totally here for it.
Yep, I was a teeny bit worried since it had been a few days, but it looks like everything is a-okay.
How okay can things be when she has Mariah as a sister?
Run my finger through her hair and comb it back. Very handsome.
Come on, don't be so harsh. She can't control who her family is.
But her crappy family can control her phone usage. Why the heck does she need one anyway? She's like 8.
It's Mariah's phone, and actually she's turning 12, in the next few days even.
Even worse if it's Mariah's phone. What kind of sites do you think that crusty sleaze goes to anyway?
Oh my god, did she actually just do that?
Amber! Didn't you hear me? Tess is turning 12.
She stops and clicks her head. Like her hearing is only catching up to her now. If I'm being truthful, I think she's only going to acknowledge it because she thinks I may be upset.
Oh, shoot. Tess, that's great! Happy birthday, Tess!
She stares at me, waiting for the conversation to continue.
Should we get her some presents?
I nod my head while she's slowly pronouncing presents. The relief is so obvious that she rushes out the rest of the words.
That would be a start.
I don't like that I'm already a little peeved. That said, if she can actually tell, then it's sorta gotta give me some leverage for what I'm going to ask next. She won't like it though. But since they're in Vegas, I think we could drive over and visit too.
They're going to a convention to celebrate, and I was wondering...
Sure, sounds like fun.
I blinked twice.
Wait, really?
Yep, just keep me away from Mariah.
She said yes!
Sure, you sure? For sure. It's pretty spur of the moment.
So was you asking for my help to look for buried treasure, you hitchhiking nerd.
For a couple seconds, maybe even longer, I just sort of stared at her. She said all the time that her looks are plain, but I don't think that's true. I think she looks kind. I don't know where I'd be without her kindness. On the side of the road still, dead, back in Carlsbad. I could have let myself get so worked up over little things when she's done so many big things for me. Sure, things might be bumpy from time to time, but it's her kindness that changed my whole life. And I think I love her for that.
Thank you! Oh my god, babe. We're gonna have such a great time looking for things for Tess. The convention is a couple days long and for, like, aliens. Spacey kind of stuff.
Oh, that's perfect for you. You'll finally be able to phone home.
Ha, very funny. It's not like you've made the same alien joke 13 times in the last 30 days, and I'm not keeping count, so don't ask. Look at the website.
I shove the phone to her face, but she waves it away, using her arm as a shield.
We'll print out everything at a library later. Ugh, looking at that thing gives me a headache.
Dude,
What?
you have to get over this phone thing.
Not happening. I've gone my entire life with just landlines and payphones, and I think I'm doing just fine.
Explain to me how being stuck in the 90s is doing just fine. A phone would be really helpful for you. You'd be able to use a GPS instead of those bulky maps we lug around everywhere.
Maps won't stop working when the grid is attacked, and there's no internet, Mare.
You are such a weirdo! Embracing the 21st century isn't gonna mess up your aesthetic. It's gonna make your life easier!
Mare.
She stares up at me. Her eyes are flat, like when we first met.
How often is it that I actually tell you no?
My heart dropped like a sad trumpet. I shouldn't force this. She already said yes to the trip. It's time to go up and pick my battles. Last time we were in Vegas, I went off to buy us phones. But then I ran to Mariah and things just spiraled from there. I think she would have actually gone for the idea a month ago. Now it just feels like she's clinging to her stubbornness and her pride.
You're right, I'll bring it up some other time.
She rolls her eyes and takes a breath. Not really happy with the answer, but not willing to start anything over it.
It's fine. Maybe I'll come around. Stranger things have happened.
It's true. I'd know, because I'm one of them.
The best one.
She claims off the couch and stretches.
Thinking we should probably camp here in the park tonight. We'll wake up earlier than the dawn of man and manage to get there in 8 hours. That sound good?
In the hood.
Under the hood. The RV needs a little bit of a tune-up, so I'm gonna drop her off at a shop for a few days. I'm sure we'll find at least one hotel that doesn't care if we're not 21.
I bounce off the couch. We almost never stay in hotels. The RV is convenient that way. The hotels are just so...
What the heck? That's so fancy.
Not like we aren't good for the cash.
She walked over to the driver's seat and I follow right behind, taking my spot at the passengers.
I can't believe you're so loose about this. You're usually so high-strung.
I figure things are just going to keep happening to me. So resisting them is stupid. Getting bent out of shape about everything will just take years off my life. I'd rather spend those with you.
Heart skipped a beat. Pretty sure it would have gone flat on the monitor. It takes me off guard that she says things like that. She always tells me that she loves me, but at times like this, I really believe it. I really do, and still...
Besides...
I'm looking at her bandaged forearm.
How often is it that I tell you no?
Holy shit! We're cutting over to our little rivals in the trio. Let's fucking go. Sin City's namesake held up particularly well on this afternoon, as Mariah's wretched head first into the RV toilets at approximately 4:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I warned you about going on one of your binges after eating shellfish.
Joe cringes at the sound of cocktails, both shrimp and mixed, plopping into the water. She held her hair in a tight ponytail. She held the brim of the toilet.
Or maybe this is just all our deeds finally catching up to us. Only so many buffets we can sneak into before the universe starts tallying up those sins.
Another wet purge, and 2 coughs later, Mariah lifted her head out of the bowl. With a smoker's wheeze, she flipped at Joe a weak, cooked bird.
Shove it. Your Carmo Mumbo Jumbo is bullshit. Just like you.
This is Mariah and Joe, by the way.
Not too sure about that, Mariah. I know you're familiar with what they say about karma, because it's the same thing they say about you.
At least I'm not a slacker like some bum I know.
With one last echoing belch, Mariah wobbled to her feet. She yanked away from Joe and used the sink as leverage.
We're all going to be bums if we don't figure out this little financial crisis we're in.
You worry too much. It's so freaking annoying.
Only half paying attention, Mariah dug through the many pockets of her jumpsuit, the number of which she'd probably get bored of counting if she tried.
Considering we don't even have enough to pay for our next tank of gas, I don't think I worry enough.
Give me a break. We're in Vegas, baby. Vegas! Land of opportunity and all that crap. A couple of games of poker and we can turn whatever pocket change we have left into millions.
A devious smirk on Mariah's face as she finally located her flask, as if it was the only real happiness she'd ever truly known. She pulled the leather-bound canteen out of her breast pocket and twisted the cap off.
Seriously? You're already completely crocked.
Mariah closed her eyes and put on her best impression of a California stoner. They were both from Missouri.
Seriously? Mind your own damn beeswax. You don't know what it's like to be me.
Unaware that Joe had watered it down the morning of, Mariah took a swig of the bottom shelf whiskey, gurgling it like mouthwash, then swallowed. Pleasantly surprised it didn't burn as much as usual. When going down, she took another sip.
No, but I do have to live with you, which is why I'm not paying you your cut tomorrow unless you promise to stay away from the table games.
Mariah choked, spitting the whiskey into the sink. It came out as a brown spray.
You have no right!
Something about this. So, Something about this Mariah sprite just fucking kills me.
Preemptive measures. I have every right.
Yawning, Joe sauntered out of the bathroom and over to the beat-down leather couch. He had laid down in it so often that it began to mold itself into the shape of his tall, lanky body. He fit in it perfectly.
I forbid it! I forbid you to have rights!
If you want to waste your money from the last job by hitting the slots, then be my guest. But we all remember the last time you tried your hand at playing a hand.
Hey, I would have won that game of blackjack if this squirt didn't double-cross her own flesh and blood and cheat for those thieves.
She pointed at the hidden cot built into the cabinets above the couch. In the shadows, a small girl was curled into a ball and tapping on the cracked screen of a phone. Tess glanced up at her sister's piercing finger, then returned to the phone. The blue artificial light glowed on her face.
Yes, Mariah, blame the literal child. Surely she's the cause of all your woes. Besides, Tess was a fair and impartial dealer. You're just a sore loser.
He raised his hand high enough to reach the cot and kept it there expectantly. Tess gave a tiny sigh and patted his hand with a limp high five. There was no decisive slap to punctuate Mariah's purr-like decisions. Just awkward silence. With the bare minimum of her expected participation met, Tess rolled over to her side and buried her knees deep in her chest. Her focus solely on the phone. In the cramped space, it was the only light that shined. It had been like this lately. Not that Tess ever was much of a talker, but whatever was left had slowed from a trickle to a drip. Gone were the inquisitive questions and follow-ups to Joe's sick burns directed towards Mariah. Even her precious license plate collection, once polished daily, was collecting dust. Joe stared up at the bottom of the cot, wondering if his gut was working itself into another ulcer, or if Tess really was putting out strange vibes.
You two don't even know how lucky you are to have me. I'm the one who keeps the show on the road.
What road? We've been camped out in the Treasure Island parking lot for 3 days.
And we'll camp out for 3 more if we gotta.
Joe couldn't help but feel tremendous pity for Mariah. The treasure she'd been searching for all of her life slipped through her fingers, and now, like with most things in life, she was compensating. Only now it was with cheaply themed casinos. He wondered if the irony was lost on her. It probably was.
You know I can just go around the city and look for folks who need handiwork done, right? Don't get me wrong, I love a good get-rich-quick scheme. There are more ways to make money.
See, that right there is your major malfunction. You're so small-minded, air can't even squeeze through your fat head.
Mariah stumbled over to the beanbag and crashed. She meditated on the dark stain sticking to the ceiling, a side effect of leaving beer cans out to soak in the desert heat for too long. How was she supposed to know they would explode?
If you're gonna keep at that blue-collared crap, then you may as well go home and work your old man's shop. Otherwise, let me keep doing the thinking for the 3 of us, okay?
There were a certain amount of points Joe could pull from every day and put towards lecturing Mariah. It'd be right about now that he'd have reached his daily maximum. Rather than go into debt, which at this rate was going to happen, literally, and pull from tomorrow's points, he slipped his bandana over his eyes and coozed deeper into the couch.
Whatever you say, Mariah, just don't forget about the alien convention tomorrow. If we're lucky, maybe you'll get abducted.
Mariah scoffed, for her mucus, though her mucus almost did most of the work.
Ugh. Why should I have to go to some crummy convention? Those tickets would be worth more if we scalped them off to some sweaty nerd.
In case you've forgotten, trust me, I know you have, it's your sister's birthday. And as much as I would like to gift her therapy after everything that went down in Texas, this option is cheaper.
For a moment, the RV felt like the inside of an icebox. The 3 of them could only shudder as they recalled the events that occurred in the Lone Star State. Some treasure hunts were busts. Others were more explodey.
If you still don't want to stick around by the time we're there, then go wander off to the swamp meet or something. Just make sure Tess knows why her big sis doesn't care enough to spend her special day with her.
Oh, give me a break. If you're gonna break my balls with a guilt trip, then at least swing a little harder.
It's not a guilt trip if it's the truth.
Mariah bent her fingers into a sharp claw, ready to strangle Joe if he kept testing his luck.
Hey, I'm a kick-ass sister. Best in the union, if you ask me.
You have some puke on your chin.
She wiped her face with her fist, then wiped her fist on her jumpsuit.
Hey, twerp! You think I'm a good sister, right?
Like a tired dog, Tess rolled back over to the other side, static boredom stuck to her face. Hey, yeah, thanks for the follow. I didn't know Cole had a Twitch account. Very cool. Good to have you, man. My guy.
You're the only one I've got.
She's right. Smart kid.
The math isn't that hard, Mariah.
She stumbled over to Tess's cot and leaned in. Somehow the whiskey in her breath was able to break through the smell of stale vomit. Tess tried not to breathe through her nose. Well, very fog. What's up, Colt? Welcome to the stream.
How come you don't get out of bed anymore, huh? You break a toe or something?
No. I just don't want to get out.
Poor baby. She tapped the phone once more. Message sent.
Hold on. Oh, don't tell me you're using my phone to text that ditz again.
She swept the phone right out of Tess's hand. Tess made a limp grasp for it, but was too slow.
You could at least remember her name.
Ain't there anybody else you could text? You not have friends or what?
Why? You don't care.
Mariah looked at her phone as another message from Mariah popped up. And her text from Marina popped up. She swiped it away. Whoever decided to name two characters in this game, Marina and Mariah, I'm going to slap them. Because I keep fucking it up every time. Tess has changed Marina's lock screen to a rendition of American Gothic, where the husband and wife's somber depression-era faces have been replaced with oversized sunflowers. Looks like something I'd make for a weird core background. For my phone. Her eyes shifted to Tess, who glanced away the microsecond there was contact. Instead, Tess just looked at the wall across the RV. His face was naked and empty. With a tired sigh, Mariah tossed her phone back to Tess.
Ugh, just don't go snooping in my journal.
Mariah flopped down on the couch and clutched her aching head. It had felt better after she chucked everything up again. But now it was just starting to throb.
I've been trying to call Mom. Hasn't picked up yet.
Big surprise there.
Don't worry, kiddo. I'm sure she won't forget about it this year.
Oh, poor baby. Mariah chose from one of the several cans spread out around her. She took the last gulp of stale beer and crushed it in her fist.
Quit lying to her. The old hag is probably too busy choking on a bottle of wine when she ain't busy choking on
Ahem.
Marina and Amber should adopt her. They should. They're so much better than these fuckers. Honestly, it's a miracle either of them put it off Mariah this long. Joe pointed up at Tess, thrusting his arms for emphasis. In her head, Tess thought all about the words she knew that started with D, but none of the ones she knew seemed to work.
What? The truth, even if it sucks. Just ask my old lady.
Fud, fud, fud. Poor Joe could even decide whether he wanted to counter the statement or not. Three heady thuds clattered against the RV door.
Las Vegas PD, we'd like to ask a few questions.
Ah, fuck.
Ugh, not these bozos again.
Nose goes.
Tess was the first to touch her nose. Joe second. Mariah hadn't even touched hers by the time she had lost.
God damn it.
Grumbling, Mariah climbed to her feet. A xylophone of cracking bones followed as she straightened out her back. She stumbled through a shallow lake of empty bottles and cans. What's this? Was this like their word of the day when they were writing this? Why is it said the word xylophone twice?
Wish me luck.
No.
She kicked the door wide open, then unleashed her bellow upon the world.
All right. Who's the one asking for an ass kicking?
Mariah, please, goddammit. Door swung shut. All that could be heard is now was muffled shouting from outside. Just a day in the life. Poor Tess, man. Left in relative silence, Joe laid on the couch, his bandana still covering his eyes, giving him plenty of focus to hear the stock sounds of sent and received messages coming from the phone. Mariah lacked any definition one might potentially have for a delicate touch. But she had a point. Tess's phone usage just spiked recently. In the past, it had seemed like she hadn't even had interest in using phones, but that seemed to suit Tess just fine. Instead preferring old things, rustic things. In moments when Joe had felt like the 11-year-old, she had called it Surrealist Americana and the aesthetics of the crumbling dream. Of course, everything that happened for the miner's treasure, crumbling dreams, which is part of the course. But when it was all said and done, Tess was still only a child, and underneath the stoicism was a child's honest soul, impacted and molded by everything that had happened to them. He toyed with the plastic dog tag dangling from his neck. Engraved in the cheap material was a name that had been almost worn away by time: Benjamin Knoll. Climbing to his knees, Joe rose up to face Tess. He sat his chin down on the edge of her cot and grinned. Tess's eyes flickered with interest. She thought he looked like a decapitated head from where she was laying.
So, you excited for the convention tomorrow, kiddo? Little green man told me it was gonna be out of this world.
That joke was lame.
That's what makes it funny, though.
Tess smelled slightly, but as soon as it was there, it was gone. Smelling was hard, maintaining it was harder.
I'm not sure if I'm excited. Maybe not.
Joe raised his eyebrow until it was hidden by his bandana.
Not even for that guy with the crazy hair from TV. Brochure says he's gonna talk about the pyramids.
Don't know. Professor Crazy Hair doesn't even have his crazy hair anymore. It's very sad.
Oh, this baby! My heart!
Ah, that's normal. As soon as we get there, you'll be so stoked, your mind will explode.
That's what I thought too.
Tess nursed her temples, sliding her own bandana down until it covered her eyes.
But the closer we get, the more I don't know. The only thing I know is that I don't know, you know?
Ah, I see.
He didn't know.
Wait, that was a lie. I know something.
Oh.
Tess popped out from beneath her bandana and unlocked the phone.
Did you know our bodies release chemicals when we feel good things?
I, may have heard a thing or two.
It's called... Hold on, I can't pronounce it.
She tapped the phone screen.
It's called dopamine. It's probably why Sis drinks.
Baby, oh my god.
Wow, that's... Huh. Where did you learn all this?
Tess looked back up, staring past Joey, staring at the wall like it was a solid wall, sturdy wall, good for an RV.
I wonder if my brain makes dopamine.
The conversation was making more twists and turns than Mariah's driving. Hardly able to keep up with it, Joe said the first adult-sounding thing that entered his head.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Joe tackled the question on the end of his sentence. Somehow he didn't know if that made it sound very comforting.
I hope so. Sometimes I think it doesn't. Other times I'm afraid it does and I just don't feel it. I hope I feel it. I hope I feel dopamine.
My heart, Jesus Christ. Just sat there and stuttered. A collage of panic shot through his head. Yeah, I think like a big part of it. I read from some of the comments on the not comments in the reviews for the DLC before I got it. Apparently, like a decent chunk of this, the DLC story is tackling Tess's depression, which poor baby, honestly. Holy crap. What the hell? Isn't she supposed to be 11? Did she get into Mariah's liquor cabinet? But one thought in particular rang with resounding clarity. Something is seriously wrong. Bzz, bzz. The phone buzzed. She stopped staring at the wall and checked the screen. Her eyes grew large like a curious cat.
Something up?
Marina and Amber are coming tomorrow.
She brought the phone close enough to his face to burn his retinas. Amber said we could come. Joe lowered down his goggles and leaned in to inspect. He pulled them back up and smiled.
No kidding? It'll be nice to catch up with those ladies again. Not that they ever seem to be very far.
Yeah, you three keep running into them.
Bound by fate.
If Joe needed proof that Tess's brain produced dopamine, then the evidence was right there. There was just something about Marina that clicked with her. Joe had a soft spot for those ladies too. Better taste of losing the treasure to them was still fresh in his mind, but he got the stinging suspicion that he deserved it more. Sarah.
How about I take that taser and shove it down your throat?
Oh god. Mariah's shrieking voice seemed to pierce the RV's through its very frame.
Let's keep this between you and me for now. That wound hasn't quite healed for your sister yet.
Self-inflicted.
Mariah tore for the door. A cop followed close behind. She slammed it in his face.
Buckle up! We're going to Circus!
Because you're a clown?
Mariah slapped him over the head as she ran to the driver's seat and cranked the engine on.
They know about the chainsaw. He's calling for backup.
What?
He slid down the cabinet door to shut her top, closing herself in like a vampire in a coffin. Joe had still wanted to talk more, but certain other issues were a tad more pressing. She rushed to the passenger seat and rolled down the windows to stick his head out.
All units report. Suspect is resisting arrest and entering their vehicle.
Oh, fuck's sake, Mariah.
You just make new friends wherever we go, huh?
Not my fault the fuzz only hires pansies.
She made sure to yell extra loud so the officers could hear her.
But being a public menace is entirely on you!
Wah, cry more. And while you're at it, grab those candles they taped together from the glove compartment. They won't do anything, but they look like TNT, so it might give them a scare.
Mariah, are you determined to get them all arrested? Droning every step of the way, Joe complied. They slid out of the parking lot, swerving through every lane of traffic.
So, do you want to tell me why we're heading to Circus of all places?
Ain't it obvious? No one goes to Circus. It's the perfect hiding place.
And we cut over from those.
Right, it's gonna be a left coming up here really soon.
Yeah, we cut from the chaotic trio to our adorable lesbians once again.
Okay, tell me when.
Marina gripped her phone so tightly I could see the concentration in her face from my peripheral vision. It looked like she's afraid the directions are going to slide right off the screen if she looks away.
How much further?
Almost there. I think it's at this light?
You think?
No, it definitely is. It's at... Oh, wait, no, it's not! Turn left now!
Her arms shoot in my face, just in case I forgot which direction was left. The only problem was I don't have enough time to react and ended up missing the turn.
You've got to give me more warning next time.
I can't keep the edge out of my voice entirely. This isn't the first turn we've missed.
Sorry.
Her face falls and so does her phone into her lap.
It's fine.
We're heading for the labyrinth of Las Vegas as Marina tries to direct us. Of course, the GPS application that she's using can't quite make up its mind, as Marina keeps complaining. Our destination, the Stratosphere, stands tantalizingly close, even among the gaudy structures that make up most of the famous Las Vegas Strip. The Stratosphere stands out because of how tall it is.
What's the next direction?
She fumbles with the phone, which had gone dark. It takes her several tries to get it to unlock.
You're gonna want to go right at this next light.
Are you?
I'm sure, Amber.
I bite my lip to hold back just checking that I desperately wanted to utter. It's nothing personal against her. I just want to actually get there, emerge into the right turn lane, and then take the turn.
Next?
Next, you wanna... Wait, crap.
What now?
It wanted us to go down a street we just passed.
Why didn't you say so?
It didn't give me enough time.
Bite my lip harder this time and exhale a deep breath.
Okay, what do we do instead?
It's redirecting.
She sounds utterly pitiful, holding up the device to show me how useless it's being. Deep breaths, Amber. It's not her fault. I coast down the road, waiting for Marina's phone to catch up.
Oh, it's coming up! Right on Sahara! It's on this street!
This time, I'm able to make it onto the correct street. Marina breathes a sigh of relief. The stratosphere looms over us, only 9 minutes away according to the GPS.
That was a close one.
See, that's why I prefer a good old-fashioned map. The directions aren't going to change on you halfway through.
Yeah.
Even as she denies it, I see the hint of a smile starting to form on her face. She was as well as I do that I could have been there in half an hour ago if not for the navigational mishaps.
Any more surprise turns coming up that I should be aware of?
None. Smarty pants make smarty pants.
Outside, the shimmering sunset makes the whole place look like a mirage. The skyline glistens like it's sweating. In the seat next to me, Marina squirms in anticipation.
You really that excited to see some aliens?
I'm excited to see Tess! And also the aliens.
Maybe they'll take you back to your home planet with them!
This time, Marina just glares at me. Well, they can't all be zingers.
Just take me with you if they do.
She can't help it, she cracks a smile. Right as she does, we reach the parking lot and I slowly swing in. Las Vegas casinos are some of the few places that are built with people in mind like me. Specifically people driving large, unwieldy RVs. There's a lot of overnight RV parking, and I follow the signs to make my way there.
How many of these people do you think are here for the con?
There's a fairly steady stream of cars going in and out, people on foot hurrying across the lot. Most of them look like the kind of folks you'd expect to be at a casino right around the early evening.
No idea. Didn't see much signage coming in. So maybe it's not a big deal.
Oh, I hope that's not true.
How come? That just means we'd have to stand in lines longer.
It's a convention. It's supposed to be busy. Imagine if we went to that concert and there were no other fans, just us and the band.
Wow, that would have made it even better.
Marina swats my arm, making her trademark noise that she does when she doesn't have any better comeback. I find us a parking space and squeeze in. Driving in these kinds of cramped spaces used to make me nervous, afraid that I'd bump into someone or scratch a car. Spending the past few months on the road has eliminated that fear entirely by now. Marina skips to the back, grabbing the duffel bag that she packed us an hour ago.
Here, let me carry that.
Ugh. Burning in my throat.
It's fine. I've got it.
She clutches the bag tightly like it's a treasured possession.
Suit yourself.
We step out of the RV and I lock the door behind us.
Which way do we go? This place is huge.
She isn't wrong. The parking garage alone is big enough to host a convention in. It offers some much needed protection from the sun, which is sure to be furiously hot by now.
Just follow the crowds of people. They'll take us to the front.
Crowds may have been an overstatement. It's more of a steady trickle. Mostly older folks, people who are retired and are now wasting their savings on the slot machines, or hoping to win their way out of a crippling debt. I feel a little bad for them. Not everyone can dig their fortune out of the ground, conveniently left behind by someone years ago.
Oh, Amber, look!
I follow her line of sight to a pair of pitiful-looking cardboard aliens, packing tape covering their necks like a noose, as well as their waists and legs, attaching them to a concrete pillar. One has a sign saying, "What happens in space?" while the other sign says, "Stays in Vegas." Very clever.
Hold the bag for a sec. I'm gonna go take a picture.
After hiding the bag from my shoulder, Mina darts over to the decoration. She uses her phone to take a couple pictures of the aliens on her own, and squeezes her face right next to theirs to take a selfie. Then she frowns.
Hey, Amber?
What is it?
I already know she's gonna ask me to join the photo with her. Just start heading over.
Can you take a picture of me? I can't get an angle I like.
Oh, sure.
I take the phone she offered and press the camera button.
Ugh, it's all blurry.
Tap me.
What?
On the screen, tap my face.
Ugh, but it's all blur.
Just do it.
I follow her instructions and the camera focuses on Marina.
Better?
Yeah, that fixed it.
Okay, cool.
I snap the picture.
Here you go.
Wait, I wasn't ready.
You look fine.
Was I even smiling?
I take the phone. It's back to camera mode.
Oh no.
Marina stomps over, pretending to be annoyed.
Let me see.
She takes the phone and taps the corner of the screen. I peek over her shoulder. Her face in the picture is a blur.
Okay, here, try again. And this time, wait until I'm ready.
How will I know?
Just wait for me to smile.
She scurries back to her spot and presses up against the concrete. I hold the phone up, tap her face, and wait for her to smile. Her face lights up with an award-winning grin. For a second, my heart skips a beat. I hope she'll keep smiling like that. As soon as I take the picture, Marina runs back to my side. I tap the icon to bring up the picture.
You look great.
In response, she kisses my cheek.
Thanks for taking this.
We keep walking and Marina stays engaged with something on her phone.
Talking to Tess?
Nah, my mom.
How is she?
Fine, just doing her mom thing.
What's that mean?
Oh, you know.
No, not really.
Marina shuts her eyes for a moment, and her hand twitches, like she's mentally berating herself. Then her eyes pop back in, then her eyes pop back in, and the moment is gone.
Right, she's just making sure I'm okay. That you're not holding me hostage against my will or anything like that.
Am I?
Marina swats my arm, looking upset.
Of course not. Don't joke about that.
Sorry.
Usually after a situation as tense as a navigational disaster, she'd be the first one to crack a joke and lighten the mood. But for some reason, she doesn't seem as interested in playing along today. Instead, she gapes in awe at the immense heights of the stratosphere as we pass under the small slice of sky between the parking lot entrance and casino entrance. Any lingering annoyance on Marina's part is quickly wiped away as the door slides open in front of us.
I'll go check in. You can wait over here.
I don't mind standing in line with you, Amber.
Nah, it's fine.
She takes a half step forward like she's going to say something, then changes her mind.
Okie dokie.
With that resolved, I make my way over to the line for the front desk. There are rope barriers showing the path, which have alien plushies tied to them, and keep. Gonna have a fucking stroke. We're reaching that part of the stream where I stop being able to read. Let's try that one again. With that resolved, I make my way over to the lane for the front desk. There are rope barriers showing the path, which have alien plushies tied to them in paper cleaner bonds. I gesture to Marina, trying to get her attention to shore, but she doesn't notice me, so I move on. Ever since she got her new phone, she spent half her life disconnected from where we are and what we're doing. So enough that she sent her family a portion of the new wealth and the treasure. Turns out she owes them her constant attention too. Them and Tess, from what snippets Marina tells me, it sounds like things haven't gotten any better for that poor kid. I've tried telling Marina that it's not her job to worry about them, that she can put her phone away and clear her head instead of doing enough worrying for free people. Not like that ever stops her. Even when she knows better, once Marina got an idea in her head, there's no way of getting her out of it. Girl, sounds to me like you need more friends. Like she's got friends, family, man. You need someone that isn't just your girlfriend. Anyway, but I guess that's the attitude that I have to thank for bringing the two of us together in the first place. So it can't be all bad. The person ahead of me in line is called, and then it's my turn. I stroll over to the concierge. Why are there so many hard words in this? Concierge. Let's go concierge. Removing my ID and credit card from my wallet.
Hi, we're here to check in for our hotel and for the convention. Should be under Amber Golly.
Miss Golly. Ah, right. Here you are.
He prints a few pages that and has me sign them, and then hands me a pair of room keys.
Enjoy your stay.
I collect Marina and we head to the elevator, tucking our luggage close to us. We crowd in with several other people. Marina squashed against my chest to make room. It's a huge area with shiny reflective walls. It whizzes upwards with breathtaking speed, and I can feel Marina lean against me for support. We reach our level, over 100 stories later, and head for the hotel room.
Whoa.
Her suitcase hits the floor as Marina hurries over to the window. She turns back towards me, excited.
It's like being in an airplane.
I join her at the window. She's right, you can see forever from up here, but only a little slice of forever, since the windows are very large.
This is definitely the tallest building I've ever been in.
Me too, probably.
Marina leaves the window to inspect the rest of the room.
Ooh, this is nice.
It's a mini fridge stocked with snacks and drinks.
Don't touch those! They'll charge you like 3 times the price for them.
Wait, they aren't free? What a ripoff.
No kidding.
I dump her bags in one corner, then flop down on the bed. It's not as comfy as mine, but it's fine.
No taking naps. We've got stuff to see.
I'm not napping. I'm just laying down. I've been driving all day.
Well, no laying down for too long.
I do love all the new sprites they've given the characters.
What stuff is it you want to see?
Everything. Since last time we saw pretty much nothing.
I could just as soon stay in bed for the rest of the day, but I know how excited Marina is. With a dramatic groan, I force myself out of bed.
Alright then, let's go.
We head back downstairs and outside. Marina stays close to me, our hands comfortably familiar with each other as we interlace fingers. It hasn't been that long since we were last in the city together. Still, there's an odd sense of nostalgia to it, because it feels like Marina and I were both completely different people then. The months since may have been years. As we take that first step into the furious Las Vegas heat, it feels like we're doing it for the first time. If there's any sentimentality to the moment for Marina, that doesn't show at all. Instead, she's already got her sights set on the horizon and is pulling me along. Hand in hand, we set off down the blazing path towards the famous Las Vegas Strip. Heat makes everything simmer, as if the whole city is just an elaborate mirage. The sidewalk is crowded with people, and the streets packed with bumper-to-bumper traffic. There are intersections and traffic lights every few dozen feet, allowing even more cars to join the crowd or escape it. Even the most mundane buildings, liquor stores, payday loan lenders, corner markets, tend to have some form of makeup to fit in. Whether it's murals or graffiti or other decorations entirely. Make no mistake, but Las Vegas is sleazy. There's a certain greasy beauty to it.
Anything in particular that you want to see? We've got plenty of time.
Not really. I just want to see the city with you this time, since last time we,
Yeah, last time they were here, I believe Amber nearly abandoned her. That was like a big last act thing.
Got cut short.
Right.
She and I both know it was a pretty diplomatic way of putting it. Last time we came here, Marina almost lost all the gold we had found in Mariah. Oh, right, yeah, no. I'm taking his way down. Marina nearly bet away all their money. Last time they were here, so.
Come to think of it, you never did tell me what it was that you wanted to buy.
The whole reason we got caught up in that mess was because there was some gift that Marina had wanted to buy for me. Well, I appreciated the sentiment, of course. Sometimes I'm afraid Marina's too nice for her own good.
Oh, it was just something silly.
And I say it like Las Vegas, which is designed to part innocent tourists from their cash. It's not hard to imagine someone like Marina getting suckered into a bad deal.
It wasn't a pyramid scheme, was it?
No. If you really want to know, it was a phone. Well, phones. One for each of us. They were running a deal where if you bought 2 of a certain model, you'd get a big discount. I knew you'd get upset if I spent money on something like that, though, so I wanted to try winning enough to pay for them. But that didn't exactly work out.
Her face reddened, the lingering embarrassment of that afternoon still in her mind, it seems.
It's fine. It's better that it didn't, you know.
Why's that?
You know why? I don't want a phone. At all.
This isn't the first time we've talked about this. Not even the second.
You're seriously the only person left alive who doesn't have a phone, you know.
Good. That means I'm off the grid.
What if there's an emergency?
I'll just use your phone.
What if we're not together?
I'll use someone else's.
What if there's no one else around?
Why wouldn't there be?
What if you're driving and the RV breaks down?
I'll hitchhike.
There's no one passing by.
Then I'll walk to the nearest town.
It's 50 miles away.
I'll walk fast.
You can't walk that long.
I'll take a break.
It's 100 degrees.
I'll find some shade.
You're gonna die, Amber.
Then I won't need a phone anymore.
I don't expect Marina to understand, but having a phone and always being at someone else's beck and call is just unappealing to me. The only person I use it to talk to is Marina, and 90% of the time she's with me anyways. It'd just be a waste of money. I've been my whole life up until now without one after all. Marina knows it too. I can practically see the gears turning in her head, trying to think of another argument, but she doesn't. I know I've won.
If you say so.
I do. Besides, that was months ago, so it doesn't matter now anyway, right?
Marina only hesitates for a moment.
Right.
We cross the baking asphalt to the shadier side of the street, and I buy us each a bottle of water from a tiny vendor.
Hey, speaking of gifts from last time,
You want to go to that candy store?
you know me so well.
It's the peach rings, right?
Is Marina going to kill Amber if she doesn't have a phone? Probably not, but I would not rule that out as a possibility.
And the gummy bears, and the chocolate almonds, and everything else. But mostly the peach rings.
Dork. Cross your fingers that I can remember the way to get there.
Marina slides her phone out of her pocket.
Want me to...
Nah. I'm pretty sure it's this way.
Luckily, my memory and sense of direction don't fail me. After a couple of minutes, I start to recognize a couple of the stores that I'd passed by last time I came through.
Should be right across here.
We turn a corner, and sure enough, there it is. It's all in lime green, architecturally challenged glory.
Here we are.
Paradise itself.
I'm inclined to agree, since the air conditioning that welcomes us in is like manna from heaven. Inside, the trademark Marina enthusiasm finally takes over as she stands there, slack-jawed.
Oh my god. Amber,
Have fun.
can you grab another bag? Make that a few extra bags.
Last time I came here, they had a deal where if you buy 10 bags, you could get one free.
She freezes in place and spins around to face me wide-eyed.
Do you think they're still doing that?
I chuckle.
You'd have to ask the clerk. She was the one who told me about it.
To my surprise, I'm able to recall that attendant's face, and even name, Cassie, even though we only spoke for less than a minute. You probably remember her, Amber, because she was one of the few background characters with a sprite. Nevertheless voiced. Being in a relationship that was still new to me. And it was right after our first kiss, right after our friendship became something more. It was when I was talking to Cassie that I called Marina my girlfriend for the first time, although she wasn't with me then. Thinking about it, I remember that day a lot more clearly than most days. None of this occurred to Marina, of course. I never even mentioned Cassie to her. No reason to, really. She snatched one of the extra bags that I grabbed for her, and dumps a scoop of assorted jelly beans into it. They make a satisfying sound as they all rattle together. I draped the extra bag over the edge of Marina's basket, and then started to wander. On one table, there's a dozen different varieties of crystalline rock candy, arranged in colourful patterns. Beside them are bundles of novelty sodas in thick glass bottles. Another countertop features something really gross. Real scorpions and other bugs encased in candy-like fossils. I remember those things! Ah shit, I don't think I ever ate one. Do you remember those existing? How would anyone want to buy one of these? Yeah, I'm a reader, they're totally just roommates, they're besties. you know? They're just really close friends. I continuously meander through the store, not finding that much that stands out. On the other side, Marina makes a racket as she fills multiple bags of candy. Seems like she's really intending to make good on that buying 10 bags deal, if they're still running it. I turn a corner past a giant display of fallen chocolate bars and come across a large window that looks into a giant kitchen. Yeah, they're just treasure hunting partners. It's the girl from the main story who showed up for 5 minutes to activate a sprite. Aside from some industrial strength candy making equipment, the kitchen is empty except for one uniformed girl bustling around like an agitated bumblebee. Even from behind, I recognize her as the girl who rang me up last time I was here. What are the odds? She grabs a tray off the counter. I can hear it clanging all the way from here. She drops something, I can't see what, onto the tray and shakes it. Then as she goes to wipe her forehead, she notices me, and quickly heads in my direction. She passes through a pair of swinging doors. She's already peeling off one glove, putting it on the... She's already peeling off her gloves and putting it on a customer service smell.
Hi, welcome to Sweet Tooth. How can I help you?
Oh, I'm just looking around.
Let me know if you need anything.
She taps a finger to her chin, clearly thinking about something. Pretty sure I know what she's already going to ask. She is, isn't she? For most of the girls in this game already.
Sorry if I'm wrong, but you were here a few months ago, right?
Yeah, surprised you remember. I was just buying some candy for a gift.
I'm good with faces. Although I don't think I ever got your name.
Amber.
Nice to meet you for real then. I'm Cassie, but you probably already knew that.
I would just assume she knew that. You met her for 5 minutes a month ago. Last time her name tag was on the counter, but today it's pinned to her chest. That's even less. I mean, I guess. Still.
I've noticed.
How'd you like the peach rings?
Pretty good. My girlfriend loved them. She's probably emptying your entire supply of them right now, in fact.
Your girlfriend's got good taste.
Marina herself comes around the corner a second later, probably because she heard us speaking. Several bags of candy dangle from both her hands, nearly scraping against the ground.
Who are you talking to?
This is Cassie. She works here. And this is Marina, my girlfriend.
Hey there. Hi there. It's nice to meet you. I'd shake your hand, but mine are covered in chocolate right now. Do you two know each other?
We do now. She helped me the last time I came here, when we passed through before.
So you're not from around here then?
Nah, I'm not really from anywhere. She's from Carlsbad.
Oh, in New Mexico? Nice place. You must have never been there. It's the most boring town on Earth. Boring? You kidding? All those caves, trails, nature? I can't get enough of that.
I know exactly what you mean. Give me some quiet in the middle of nowhere rather than the city any day.
Cassie nods approvingly, while Marina just shrugs.
If you've grown up there, I'm sure you wouldn't feel that way. Everyone's bored of their own story, I guess. What does not really from anywhere mean?
I spent a long time in Colorado with my grandpa, but we spent more time on the road than anywhere. Ever since he passed away, I've just been driving. That's how Marina and I ended up meeting.
What brings you two back to Vegas then? Besides the irresistible offerings here at Sweet Tooth, of course.
Marina heard about this alien convention thing going on at one of the casinos, so we're here for that. But it doesn't open until tomorrow, so we're killing time right now.
I love the little, like, stylized sprites they've given all the characters. It's beautiful. I love it.
Alien convention? The one at the Stratosphere?
Sure is. Is it a big deal? We don't really know what to expect.
There'll be a few hundred people at least.
She jerked her hand in the direction of the kitchen, where she had just been hard at work.
I'm doing prep work for the same thing, but don't tell my boss that, or he'll fire me. What you prepping for? I've got a booth there, selling some sweets and homemade stuff.
She gestured around the store disdainfully. She gestured around the store disdainfully.
Unlike this soulless junk. I'm hoping it'll do well enough that I can get my name out there. Start building a reputation. This place isn't gonna be around much longer. I think even my boss has given up on trying to save it.
Save it? What's going to happen?
Shutting down because it's too expensive to keep running. The writing's on the wall.
Mia's is American Candy Store.
Seriously, there's a letter hanging in the break room saying that our time is running out. It's pretty morbid, actually.
This place sounds like a joy to work at.
It's pretty terrible, but there are a few perks.
She winks and Marina crinkles one of the bags she's holding.
Anyway, sorry to talk your ears off. Candy's on the house. My treat.
Is she trying to get fired?
Seriously?
Marina looks at me wide-eyed, as if she's scored the biggest jackpot in Vegas.
Yeah, it's not like anyone will ever notice. We'd just be bagging it up and tossing it out in the bin anyway.
Okay, well, if you'll excuse me, I'll just be dying of happiness over here.
Oh, baby. I love her.
Don't get more than you can carry back to the car.
You have 2 free hands, don't you?
You've got me there. I can carry some.
It's not that far to walk anyways. Marina hurries over to fill up her stash, as Cassie starts to retreat back to the kitchen door.
I gotta get back to work. I already know I'm gonna be coming in early to finish up. You should come by my booth tomorrow, if you get a chance.
Sure, we'll swing by. Least we can do to say thanks.
With a final wave, Cassie disappears into the kitchen. I watch the door as it slowly stops swaying. Actually, maybe it's a better way to show our gratitude. I go over and find Marina, who's just tying a bag shut.
Hey, I had an idea. What if we came back tomorrow morning to help Cassie make sweets? It seems like she's pretty overwhelmed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
It's just unlike you. Really unlike you.
What is?
Offering to help someone out like that. You don't like most people, remember?
Well, Cassie seems alright. Besides, she's giving you your weight's worth in candy.
Also, Amber clearly has a sweet spot for cute girls. I believe, yes, Cassie is one of the many girls that, in her internal narration, Amber has noted as being cute.
She's giving us my weight's worth in candy. But I guess you're right. Well, what about the con?
We'll still go to that, of course. She has to be there too, you know. It'd just be the morning.
Marina looks down at the heavy bags she's carrying.
It is a lot of candy, huh?
She scuffs her shoes against the ground, looking thoughtfully. I expected an instant enthusiastic agreement from her.
I'm fine with it, I guess.
You guess?
It's fine, Amber.
Okay, I'll go let her know.
I leave Marina again and go knock on the kitchen door. 2 seconds later, Cassie opens it.
Hey, back again?
I'm still here, actually. Marina and I were thinking we could come help you out tomorrow morning, if you want. You said you had a lot to do, and we owe you for the candy anyway.
Cassie looks stunned, then shakes her head.
If you're sure, then yeah, that'd be a huge help. Just having the company would be nice on its own. Store's technically closed tomorrow, but I'll be here anyway. Just knock and I'll let you in.
Will do. See you then.
See you. And for real, thanks. You guys are lifesavers.
Cassie disappeared into the kitchen for a final time, and I joined back with Marina. She's carrying 4 full bags that look full ready to bursting. She look full to bursting, and hands me 2 of them.
So, tomorrow then?
Yep, tomorrow. She said to just knock when we get here.
Alright.
I still expect more hype from Marina than she's showing. Maybe it's just not looking forward to waking up early.
Got everything you want?
Yep. I think I should be set for candy for at least the rest of the year.
Then what do you say we drop this off at the hotel and grab dinner?
Sure. Where are we going to eat?
I've got someplace in mind. I think you'll like it.
I head back to the hotel to drop off the candy and freshen up before heading out for dinner. I use my vague knowledge of where different landmarks are relative to each other to guide us for ultimate destination, the MGM Grand Casino. It takes a little over an hour to get there, although a good chunk of it comes from Marina's multiple detours into shops that interest her. 6 months ago, all this walking would have killed me. But now, after a multitude of hikes, it doesn't really faze me. Marina read the names overhead as we stepped inside. It took her a moment, then her eyes go wide.
Amber! Is this the place with the lions?
It used to be. They shut down that exhibit a few years ago, though.
The disappointment on Marina's face is so profound that I almost regret bringing her here.
Come on. Where we're going has something almost as good.
As good as lions? I doubt it.
You'd be surprised. Besides, don't I always pull through when I promise something?
Well, I guess you have a point.
She wraps her arms around mine, nesting her head close to me. It makes it a little tough to walk, but I'm glad to take that trade-off.
I can't believe Las Vegas isn't that big to you. I'm pretty sure there's more people in this one building right now than my whole hometown.
I think that says more about New Mexico than Las Vegas.
Yeah, probably.
I guide Marina in the right direction, or sticking to me whenever I make a turn. There are occasional signs instructing us where to go, but so far Marina hasn't caught on. Finally, we start to see some signs that we're in the right place. Decorations turn from generic palace to artificial trees and wood. The sound of calling birds and chirping monkeys plays over the speakers. As the restaurant's name and logo looms over us, Marina slides off of me to gape.
Amber, you were right.
The Rainforest Cafe. The name tells you everything you need to know about it. Big trees crowd the area, covered in realistic-looking leaves. Ambient lights up high make it a decent replica of a rainforest canopy. There are even a protected sky, complete with a nice full moon, or a projected sky, complete with a nice full moon. Honestly, it's pretty hokey, but in an endearing way. Even I have to admit.
Come on, I'm starving.
I have to drag Marina away by the hand from the oversized gift shop, whose size rivals the restaurant part of the building itself. Our waitress seats us quickly, and Marina orders a cola, while I request my usual black coffee.
Coffee? Isn't it almost your bedtime?
I don't even notice the caffeine. I just like the taste. Besides, how can I sleep when I'm so excited for tomorrow?
You could at least pretend, you know.
I am pretending.
That one gets me a well-deserved but gentle kick in the shins.
Could have fooled me.
I lay my hand on top of Marina's, which has just been resting by her already half-empty drink.
I am looking forward to it. For real. I know you're excited about it, so I am too.
Marina nods, but it's clearly half-hearted. I opt to change the subject.
So, spot any lions yet?
Huh?
She blinks twice, fast, like I interrupt her from some deep thought.
Look around.
So far, Marina hasn't even noticed the best part of the restaurant theming, and the main reason I brought her here. She looked around, somewhat glazed over. She noticed an animatronic monkey scurrying along a branch. Then the lights came on. The light came back. Stroke. Give me a second. Then the light came back into her eyes as she noticed more and more.
Oh, look!
She can't help but lunge across the table to point at a robot parrot that's flapping its wings and rocking on its perch. Agreed, Cole. Monkey. Just like when she tried to give me directions, she can't help but get 100% into it.
Check out the elephant over there.
Directly behind us and several meters away, a realistic-looking elephant is trumpeting silently. It looks like it might be life-sized.
Okay, this is pretty cool.
Told ya. Give it a bit. Every so often, there's a little show.
Do you think they'd let us move tables to get a better view?
For real?
Marina shrugs.
Think we could?
I want to tell her that we probably shouldn't. There's probably some complicated system they have set up to keep track of how many people are sitting at each table. But then I think of her pulling her hand away, and I realize
Sure, why not?
I grab our drinks and scurry like the monkey on a branch, or to a different table, more in the middle of things. Our spot is right beneath some fancy flowers and equally fancy butterflies. Marina laughs to herself as we settle into our seats.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking of that time we snuck into the Mummy Cave ruins. It kind of felt the same way.
I have to wonder how boring Marina's childhood must have been for her to compare the two.
I don't think they'd arrest us for changing tables in the Rainforest Cafe.
Instead of laughing, Marina's face goes white.
Do you seriously think we could have gone to jail?
For trespassing on a protected site like that? Yeah, probably. All it takes is a single park ranger on a power trip and we'd have been toast.
You never said that!
Well, it turned out alright, didn't it?
Marina smiles.
Yeah, I'd say it did.
She looked away from me, towards the ferns and artificial jungle rocks.
I think that was the night I started to fall in love with you a little.
Oh, baby. My heart pangs. Even after months, it still feels weird to hear someone talk about me so affectionately. Like, oh yeah, she's referring to you. She thinks you're worth loving.
Really?
And yet, that's all I'm able to croak out. Fortunately, Marina doesn't seem to mind.
Yeah, it was, oh, how do I say this?
Say it however. I'll know what you mean.
It's such a you thing to say.
Before I can open my mouth to defend myself, Marina shushes me with her finger over my lips.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Anyway, before that, I had kind of felt like you were just putting up with me. Like, you didn't really like me and just felt bad for me. But that night, I knew I was wrong, and that you were someone special. And I kind of realized that you were what I had been looking for without knowing it. Someone that made me feel special too. So I didn't care about not finding the treasure. I was happy for totally different reasons.
When I think back to then, I feel like it may as well have been another life. I always thought that people saying they didn't know how they lived without their parents was melodramatic. Now I think it may be true.
Do you remember after we left? And played the tape?
Yeah, I do. I think of it almost every time I hear it now.
Me too.
Marina reaches across the table, and I take her outstretched hand.
Hey, Amber,
Yeah?
I love you.
I love...
With a roar, an animatronic gorilla nearby our table starts lunging out from the shadows, kind of recording, overpowering what I was about to say. The thundering boom overhead pumps out of the loudspeakers as the whole fake raven forest comes to life. Loud bird calls echo from one side of the restaurant to another, interrupting every conversation. God damn it, the introduction them being cute. Above us, the butterflies rustle the flowers. All of the different electronic animals come to life at once, just like I told Marina they would. Although it could have happened at a better time. Stella gets a reaction. Stella gets the reaction and hope from Marina, who looks as enchanted as if they'd rolled out an actual zoo full of live animals. The show is short, less than a minute total, but it ends with her beaming.
Okay, that was as good as lions.
Told ya.
Our meal comes out soon, and are pretty good. But it's dessert that I sneakily ordered while Marina's in the bathroom that I'm totally looking forward to. When it arrives, Marina's eyes bug out just as much when the moving animals first started. The dessert is a mountain. The dessert is a momentum to excess. Several chocolate brownies leaning against a vanilla ice cream core on top of a messy whipped cream, plus chocolate and caramel sauce. The centerpiece, though, the flickering sparkler, just like the kinds kids wave around on the 4th of July. They stabbed into the middle, poking out of the top of the flag.
Volcano!
The waitress tries to sound enthusiastic as she sets the dessert down in front of us.
With 2 spoons!
And it takes one of them and searches for a point of attack. It does, it looks so good. All the food in this game looks amazing.
It's huge! I don't even know how to eat this!
Start with one of the brownies.
She scoops up a bite. That has whipped cream. That has ice cream, whipped cream included. You practically unhinges her jaw to make it all fit, but manages.
Good.
Amazing.
We both take care to avoid the sparkler, which is more or less stopped sparkling.
Have I ever told you that I'm afraid of volcanoes? When I was a little kid, I thought they were gonna be a way bigger problem in my life. But they still kind of freak me out.
How come? They're just mountains, basically.
Yeah, mountains that breathe fire.
I'll cross them off our list of places to visit sometime.
You're a sweetheart.
Between the two of us, we managed to finish about half the mountain in front of us. The other half remained on the plate, getting progressively soggier as the creams melted.
Wanna get it to go?
I kind of do, but there's so much sugar waiting for me already that we probably shouldn't.
We make the difficult decision to leave it behind, and I'm pretty sure I catch Marina casting a few regretful looks as we leave. When we finally get back to the hotel, it's even busier than when we left. Most of the slot machines are full and the air is heavy with the smell of cigarette smoke. Marina makes a face as we hurry up to the elevator and up to our room. Inside, I kick my shoes off and collapse onto the bed, worn out from all the walking.
I'm gonna take a shower, unless you want to first.
Go for it.
While she steps into the bathroom, I just stare at the ceiling. I've either been driving or walking all day. Some folks don't understand how a long road trip can tire you out, but it's exhausting. Even I still feel it sometimes, like today. Holy shit, she's got a new outfit. Let's go. She had like 2 in the main game. In the bathroom, there's a loud thud, followed by Marina's pitiful whine.
Amber, which faucet do I use?
Do you need me?
Wait, no, I got it.
The sound of running water starts.
Yeah! That's way too hot.
You good in there?
I'm good.
After a minute without any more yelps of pain, I figure Marina's got it under control. It's adorable. When she starts singing in the shower shortly after, I know it for a fact. I just lie in bed, listening to the noises of the city. Besides Marina in the bathroom, there's a dull thump of our neighbours in the other room, as well as the honking of horns and squeals of brakes that flow up from down below. Every so often there's a sound of whoops and cheers from one of the theme park's rides as it swishes overhead. Since the room is one of the highest, is on one of the highest floors, we're some of the closest to the action. Hope it doesn't go on all night and keeps me awake. Eventually, Marina comes out of the bathroom with a puff of steam. She's carrying her day's clothes in a bundle and has changed to her pajamas. Her hair is down and wet.
How's the bed?
Holy shit, Marina with no side tail. She got no brim. I slap it a couple times to demonstrate its firmness.
It's alright. Not as comfy as the bed in the RV.
We've got totally different ideas of what comfy means, don't we?
Oh, it's so cute. My heart. God. He flops backwards into the bed beside me, causing the sheets to poof up. Then she rolls back and forward, her wet hair slapping me in the face.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. This is amazing.
I like my back support from a good firm mattress. This is like sleeping on a waterbed or something.
Marina snuggles in close to me, throwing one arm around my chest in a half hug and resting her cheek against my shoulder.
I know. Like I said, amazing.
I put my own arm around her, in turn, holding her close. She smells like the complimentary soap and shampoo in the bathroom, rather than her typical fruity scent.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be fun. I can't wait to see Tess. You?
Should be a good time.
You'd better have fun.
Or else what?
Or else I'll be sad. You don't want that, right?
Duh, of course not.
Good.
From above and outside, there's the screams and roars of amusement park rides again.
What was that?
People on the roller coaster up top, probably.
Marina pushes herself up.
Wait, there's a roller coaster up there?
Yeah, there's a few rides.
This changes everything.
God damn it! I was trying to end the stream as they go to bed, but I guess roller coaster time.
What do you mean?
Marina grabs her phone from the bedside table where she left it, proclaiming, and next to me again.
I didn't know they had had rides here? We totally have to go.
Make fun of me, Spiz. Fuck yeah.
Look at these!
She turns her phone screen towards me and I can see a small collage of the rides at the summit.
Oh, what's this one? The Big Shot.
She taps an icon and a short video plays showing a number of people strapped into a harness. And the platform they're on drops really fast. The screaming on the recording sounds similar to the ones you've been hearing outside.
Have fun with that.
Oh, we will.
We? Sorry, count me out.
Oh, Amber. Are you scared?
I'm not scared. I just don't like those kinds of rides.
Have you ever even been on one?
Sure, a long time ago.
Maybe you'll like them now.
Doubt it.
Shelly punches me on the shoulder while tossing her phone back onto the table.
Uh-huh. I guess I'll just have to change your mind then.
Why not go with Tess instead?
Because I want to go with you. Duh.
Aww.
Plus, don't you have to be a certain age or height to go on those things?
Do you? News to me.
She just sighs.
Well, I guess we'll figure it out tomorrow.
Sure.
There's nothing to figure out, but I don't want to keep arguing with Marina and spoil the mood. I said I turn on the TV, letting Marina pick the channel and we watch cartoons for a while, still cuddling close together. After a while, as the credits for another episode start to roll, I put Marina on the shoulder.
Hey, babe. It's getting late. Wanna call it a night?
No response. I contort my neck at an awkward angle to be able to look at Marina and see she's already fast asleep. I can't help but smile. Turning off the TV, I pull the covers up and over us. Marina's breathing shifts slightly, but she doesn't wake up. One of her hands clutched to my shirt, like a kid holding onto the favorite blanket.
Love you too.
I whisper the words into the quiet night before switching off the lights and drifting off to sleep as well. The air was abuzz of excitement. The frenetic music that blasted from the loudspeakers was drowned out by all the conversation. Boxes slammed, booths scraped, burgers sizzled as merriment ensues. From corner to corner, nearly every inch of free space was covered with someone selling something. The assortment of booths offered plushies, t-shirts, keychains, and all other manner of touristy crap. The large signboards used bright colours, big pictures, and small words to list locations and topics of several panels. How alien overlords and you, how to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. I'm not saying it was aliens. Live in concert, the crop circles. Hanging banners point their way to other attractions, like the swap meet and game hall. Near the front entrance, the trio had just arrived. Her hands on her hips, Mariah surveyed the area like a pirate captain scanning the seas. All around, dumb schmucks raped and swindling went about their business, completely indifferent. Beside her, Tess stared out into the ocean of faces, hoping to see Marina's familiar bright one, but no, they were more like gloomy grey clouds. She decided. Joe watched it all happen.
What do you want to see first?
I've been directing the question at Tess, but it was Mariah who answered.
What do you think? We're gonna head to the swap meet, like we decided. That's where all the suckers will be at.
Makes sense that you'd head there first then.
You're damn right it does. What? You think you've got a better idea floating in that head of yours?
I'd mostly been asking the kid who wanted to be here. You know, the one who clearly needs some cheering up.
Fine. Hey kid, you wanna go to the swap meet?
Tess shrugged. She didn't particularly feel like going to the swap meet, but she didn't feel like doing anything else either. More than anything, she felt tired. It wasn't the kind of tired where you need more sleep, you need to sleep more. It was more like the kind of tired where you just don't want to get out of bed.
See? She likes the idea!
Gripping her sister's shoulder like a rag doll, Mariah began to drag Tess towards the swap meet. Joe held out an arm to stop her.
Why don't you go handle this one on your own? I'll take Tess and go do something fun.
Fun? Fun? What's the use of fun? You can't pay for shit with fun.
You can't pay anything if you waste all your money gambling, but that's never stopped you before.
Well, if somebody would count the cards like they're supposed to, then it wouldn't be such a waste.
Tell you what, I'll give you $10. Surely that's got to be enough to get you started, right?
$10? I couldn't blow my nose with $10.
Fine, 20.
Mariah eyed him slyly, calculating just how far she could push Joey's generosity. And patience. Finally, she held out a hand.
Deal.
Joe slid a crisp $20 bill from his wallet and placed it and passed it to Mariah. She sniffed it, licked it once to be sure, and then pocketed it.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Mariah just grilled in response, not having a comeback, but not wanting Joe to have the last word. Like a cat fallen from a banister, she sauntered away with the illusion of dignity. She had a plan, but of course it wasn't one she could admit to Joe. He would think she'd be gone. He would think that she'd gone soft if he knew she was worried about Tess. But after reading the messages her sister was sending, it was Mariah's phone after all. She knew that something had to be done. That's why she agreed to come to the stupid alien convention anyway, because Tess wanted to. Even though anyone with half a brain knew that the supernatural convention down the Excalibur would be way more lucrative. The cash she had would be more than enough to find a gift for Tess, and if she was savvy, she could talk her way into a discount. There should be plenty left over for her to spend on herself too. Once Mariah left, and he was finally granted some peace, Joe knelt down so he was closer to Tess's eye level.
Alright, kiddo, let's try that again. The convention is your oyster. What do you want to do?
Tess shrugged, more interested in the gums stuck on the ground near Joe's foot than any of her surroundings. It was stretched thin and gross, ignored unless it was causing someone a problem.
Text Marina, I guess.
That doesn't count. Something that isn't on your phone?
Less of hobbies exhausted, Tess just stood and waited to be told what to do.
What about some of the games? Want to see if we can win you some sort of prize?
If you want.
Hey, it's not about what I want today. It's about you. What sounds fun to you?
Tess fought long and hard, but she just couldn't come up with an answer.
Right. Games it is. Nothing gets the old dopamine pumping like some carnival games.
This poor baby. Joe didn't know if that was true, but he desperately hoped it was. The first game they stopped at was a testing strength. A big yellow pressure plate sat invitingly at the base of an illustrated tractor beam. At the top of the beam was a UFO, complete with flashy LED lights.
Alright, this one's an old classic. Watch and learn. I'll get it warmed up for you.
With an extra pump, Joel rolled up his sleeves and flexed his arms, accepting a mallet from the bored-looking college student running the game. He glanced down to make sure Tess was watching. She was, or at least she was staring in the general direction of the game. And then Joe swung. He put his back into it and his full body weight too. The mallet crashed against the pressure plate, eliminating the first set of trail of lights that ran all the way up to the base of the UFO. All the way from the base of the UFO. First one light turned yellow, then another, and then it stopped after just 3 lights. It wasn't even a fifth of the way up the board. You're not even worth abducting. You're not even worth abducting. A scoreboard taunted.
Here's your prize, sir.
The tenant's voice couldn't have been more flat or boring. He offered a basket of aluminum badges, each bearing a small illustration of a cartoon alien. Joe picked one at random and dropped it into his pocket.
Okay, your turn. Let's see what you've got.
Tess grasped the mallet, which was almost half her weight. She lifted it until it was just barely over her shoulders, then brought it down, letting gravity do most of the work. The mallet clanked off the pressure plate as the lights began to streak upwards once again, past the first, and the second, and the third, eagerly ellipsing Joe's score. Continued to climb and climb, till it reached the apex. The UFO lit up, making a clattering chime sound in celebration. The first man of the game approached Tess, carrying an immense UFO-shaped pillow, was almost as big as one of the tires in the RV.
Here's your prize, ma'am.
He sounded just as unimpressed as when he'd been at Joe's store.
Hey, great job!
Tess struggled to wrap her arms around her new prize as Joe clapped in support.
You did it! You hit the jackpot! How's it feel? Pretty good, right?
Not really.
Her baby. Oh, I feel so bad for her.
Doesn't feel like anything.
He tried not to let it bother him.
Sounds like we just haven't found the right game for you yet. Come on, let's try the next one.
Tess followed dutifully, clinging to the pillow that Joe had been so excited for her to win. Next, the pair arrived at a decorated skee-ball machine, completed with crop circle theming around the goals.
Ever played one of these before? Do you know how it works?
Tess shook her head.
It's a real test of skill, not luck. You've got to focus for this one.
At the end of a long ramp, several slots were arranged across the backboard. The plastic corrals surrounded each hole, with point values painted on.
Don't worry about aiming for the big money. Go for the easier shots that you know you can make.
Summarizing both his game plan and life philosophy, Joe readied himself for the game to begin. 5 plastic balls were dispensed near his hand and he picked one up, getting a feel for the weight. With a bowler's dramatic flourish, he sent the first ball careering up the ramp. It bounced off the lip, nearly landing in the very prize zone, but instead bouncing back to the 10-pointer.
Dang, close one.
Back to Joe's next throw. Both of Joe's next throws missed, while the fourth one landed in the 20-point zone.
Alright, it's the last one. Need at least 20 more points to win a prize. Think you can cheer me on?
How do I do that?
Whatever feels right to you, kiddo.
She thought about it for a moment, then Tess stepped forward and awkwardly reached up to pat Joe's shoulder twice.
Good luck.
Joe stared down in the 20-point hole, channeling all his focus and concentration, pictured a crosshair in his mind, pinpointing the exact spot the ball needed to land. He stepped back, practicing the shot a couple times, then with a solemn nod, he stepped forward and threw. The ball went inside. The ball went wide, missing the target by a number of inches and instead rolling down to the 10-point zone. A series of red lights and disappointed trombone music reminded them that 40 points was not enough to qualify for a prize.
Well, you can't win them all.
Sorry. Just some bad luck.
No!
He struggled once again to think of something mature and adult-like to say. But what could he say to a kid who was having such unkid-like thoughts?
Why don't you give this one a shot? Here, I'll hold that.
After accepting the UFO plushie, he ushered Tess towards the game. She stared up at the target area. Since Joe wanted to try, she would try. Without bothering to get a feel like Joe did, Tess made her first shot. The ball whizzed up the ramp and nearly sank. The ball whizzed out over the ramp and sank neatly into the 20-point zone.
Nice going.
Shot 2 landed in the 10-pointer. Shot 3 was now 20. Even though shot 4 was a miss, Tess was guaranteed the prize. On shot 5, Joe came to stand behind her, crouching down to see the game from Tess's level.
Alright, last shot. You can go for something safe, like another 10 points, or you can aim big and try to double your score. What's it gonna be?
Tess threw the ball, not caring too much as to where it landed. The ball sailed over and cracked against the 50-point zone, but it didn't make it in. It ran down another 2 slots, then finally disappeared into the 40 hole.
Woo! Go Tess!
Once again, Joe whooped and hollered in celebration, trying to have enough enthusiasm for the two of them. But after Tess has accepted her prize, a t-shirt that was 3 sizes too big for her, she didn't look any happier.
What about now? Heart racing? Blood boiling?
Still no.
So, still not determined to give in, Joe led them to the next game.
Now this is sure to make you really feel alive.
It was a shooting range game, with a smaller laser gun attached to a tether. Several feet away was It was a shooting game range. My god. Who the fuck let me play a fucking visual novel in 4 hours of sleep? I can barely read this shit when I'm fully awake. It was a shooting range game, with a smaller laser gun attached to a tether. Several feet away, cardboard aliens that were varying degrees of the grotesque would pop up, with targets stamped across them.
Easy as pie. You aim,
Joe closed one eye and raised the gun up as he leveled it at the target.
wait for it.
One of the high-value cutouts, an especially hideous thing with purple skin and horns and tentacles, was due to pop up any second. The moment it reared its ugly head, Joe pulled the trigger. Just a second later, it disappeared again, just shot having gone wide and missed. Sighing, he placed the gun back in its holster.
Well, I was never much good at these. But I bet you can step up there and show an old geezer like me how it's done, right?
Wordlessly, Tess stepped forward and readied the toy gun. When the target... When the targets first started to move, she began firing lazily, her motions shaky and random. But as fate would have it, her shots were finding their marks. Not everyone landed, but many did. With each hit, there was an accompanying sound effect to add to the hype. Well, if there had been any hype to begin with. Tess fired with the cold indifference of a hardened criminal until the timer ran out. She didn't even bother to check the score and simply accepted the prize which was thrust upon her, ready to be forgotten. Joe extended a hand, offering to carry some of the burden. He landed the UFO plushie from the first game onto his shoulder, giving Tess an easier time. The two of them headed away from the shooting range, finding a spot to sit down near an empty stairway. Joe poked the prizes in Tess's arms to get her attention.
I reckon you've got one of the best records of anyone here at this con. If your sister were around, I'm sure she'd be chomping at the bit to find a way to make some money off of that. What about you, though? Did you have a good time?
Tess was quiet for a long moment, which Joe took as a good sign. She had to think about it, then the answer couldn't just be an easy no. Then she pulled out her cell phone, stared down at his blank screen, as if it might get better news, maybe a message from Marina. Nothing. Had Marina forgotten her after all? The girl stared back from the pristine glass. The girl staring back from the girl staring back at her from the pristine glass looked like a stranger.
Other people are having fun. You're having fun. Why can't I have fun too?
Pepe. The quiet solemnity of Tess's question took Joe off guard, even though he knew he should be used to it by now.
Well, that's because...
He racked his brain, hoping to stumble across something poignant to say.
There's something wrong with me, isn't there?
It wasn't even a question, just a statement. Joe sighed and just put what he hoped was a comforting arm around Tess's shoulder. This is going to be harder than he thought. Cutting over to our favourite couple. Mia and I showed up to Sweet Tooth bright and early. Mia as awake as ever, Marina still complaining about just how early we were. Or just how early it was. When we knocked on the glass, Cassie swiftly let us in.
Wow, I kinda didn't expect you guys to really show up.
When Amber sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her.
You two are both lifesavers, honestly. I've been here for a few hours already.
Are you running this thing solo?
Yep, just me. My recipes, my decorations, all of it's mine. I should have done some of this stuff days ago, but you know how that is.
What are we making? Candy?
Nah, the candy's all finished. We're gonna make crispy rice treats. Come on, we'll use the main kitchen.
She gathered us for the dark store. I was here to ask. Go with Marina just because I like getting to you. What's the word? It's still novelty being able to read from her perspective.
Make sure you guys wash your hands.
The kitchen we were in is super professional. It's all kind of scary looking equipment with dials and knobs and sensors. All of it made of shiny metal, like we were already on a UFO. I guess that would explain how it ended up in Bizarro Land, Bizarro Amber. As if waking up before the sun does really isn't bad enough. It's for the sake of this random girl that Amber barely knows. Okay, sure, it's not like Amber haven't helped out random girls before, but it's so rare that I can't help but feel like the alarm bells in my own head are going off. Whatever. Marina, whatever, Marina. It's just one day. You can put off Amber being insensitive for a day, right? I already know that I can, of course. I've done that for a lot of days.
Ever made these before?
Nope, never. You?
Tons of times. I'm a pro at these.
And I'm going to make the best freaking batch of my life. I add in my head. No way I'm going to let myself get shown up here.
Oh, really? Do you eat them all yourself?
If I'm with a pro at anything, it's finding ways to tease me.
I wish. They're a crowd pleaser when you've got a family full of little kids.
So, what you're saying is, I should leave it all to you.
No way. You're the one who signed us up for this.
I know she's just kidding, but it still stings. Because it's basically proof that she doesn't really want me to be doing this either. No. I know she's just kidding, but it still stings. Because it's basically proof she doesn't really want to be doing this either.
Hey, it's just helping out a friend.
Can't help but glare over at Cassie, making sure she's not listening. Cassie's not a bad person, I don't think. She probably got no idea how I'm feeling over here. Doesn't change the fact that things would be a lot easier right now if she didn't exist.
A friend. Amber, you've known her for like 2 minutes.
That's time for an entire trip to get rebuilt around her, though.
That's about how long I knew you when I let you in the RV.
Those are like totally different things.
They are, right? I was stuck on the side of the road and probably would have died of heat stroke in like an hour if Amber hadn't shown up. And then from there, it wasn't like Amber had anything else going on. She didn't have a girlfriend who was already struggling to be good enough. All I wanted to do was see Tess and spend time with Amber. Was that too much to ask?
Sorry, I thought it'd be fun for us both.
I say, at this point we're committed. Or at least I am. May as well try to make the best of it. Right?
Well, it can still be fun. Come on, Cassie's probably wondering why it's taking us so long to wash our hands.
And over to Amber again. We join Cassie, the long counter, and put on the clear plastic gloves that she hands us. We start dolling our supplies, pots and pans, utensils, ingredients. There are already a few pans. Jesus Christ, I'm probably gonna have to get this short string because I cannot breathe today. She starts doling out supplies, pots and pans, utensils, and ingredients. There are already a few pans of stuff boiling on the stove.
Thanks again for helping out. Seriously, I mean it. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make it up to you. Once we're done here, I can drive us to the con. Does that work?
I glance at Marina, who shrugs.
Sure, beats having to park the RV at a casino.
An RV, huh? And you met while driving? I'm guessing there's a good story in here somewhere, right?
It's kind of an unbelievable one, really. Like, if someone told me it happened to them, I'd think they were lying.
Okay, now I've gotta know.
A few months ago, did you ever hear about this journal?
At first we try to keep it brief, but Cassie makes it clear she wants the whole story. So we're out the first piece of treasure and go from there. Marina and I take turns talking and filling in blanks where the other starts to stumble or forget a detail. While we talk, Cassie finishes the preparations that include moving the stuff from the stove onto trays to cool. Then she starts to set up the next station for us to make treats. Other than occasionally asking for clarification on something, she doesn't ever interrupt. Finish up the story of our arrival back in Las Vegas just yesterday. When I'm done, Cassie looks at me, then at Marina. She shakes her head.
Wow. That's really all I can say. Wow.
Told you it was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, you sure did. I was expecting you to be high school sweethearts who eloped or something. Not a John Wayne movie. Everyone's been talking about the gold, the journal, the people who found it. My boss even wanted to do some promo event where we'd have gold-plated chocolate bars to capitalize on the hype. And here you are, helping me out. It's pretty surreal.
It's been one surreal moment after another for us. You get used to them eventually.
Maybe you do. The road road sounds a hell of a lot more interesting than things here.
This is Las Vegas, though. It's one of the most famous cities in the world. How's that not interesting?
I guess when you live here, you get used to it. Besides, the Las Vegas that people dream about is a scam. Fool's gold, pretty much.
That's the way all cities are. They sound nicer from the outside until you're there and have to deal with the traffic and the people.
You have to excuse Amber. Sometimes she forgets how to have fun.
I'm just saying. I'll bet even Carlsbad sounds interesting when you're not from there.
Hey, I can see it both ways. I moved out here because I thought it would be a lot different than what it is. Turns out the Las Vegas they try to sell you on TV isn't real.
Then she makes a chopping motion of her hand, starting to bustle around once more.
Right, well, famous treasure hunters or not, let's make some treats.
She ushers us over to one of the counters, where there are a few grocery bags full of supplies. At a glance, you can see marshmallows, butter, and crisps rice cereal. That's a lot. There's a lot of each. There's also a precarious stack of pans and utensils, plus a few boxes of plastic wrap. Finally, there are a few portable single-burner stoves. All in all, looks like something someone dumped off here and said, "Not my problem," about.
If you want, I can walk you through how to do it.
Before I can even respond or accept the heavy pan that Cassie offers me, Marina cuts across and snatches it from her.
It's okay, I can show her.
For a second, Cassie looks a little taken aback. Like she didn't expect to be challenged, but she shrugs.
Sure thing.
Marina's trying. Cassie scoops up a few things from the bags, then slides one of the stoves further down the counter. Marina grabs supplies as well, doubling up on everything. Marina squeezes past me and turns on the burner, setting the heavy pan on top of it. She then unwraps and drops a couple sticks of butter in.
First things first, you gotta melt these.
Right.
Here, chop it up. It'll make it go faster.
She hands me a knife, which I grip like a caveman and use to hack out the softening butter. The butter melts slowly, even though the fat underneath it is blazing brightly. While we wait, Marina starts to set up her own station a few feet from mine. As soon as there comes a thick pull, Marina hands me a bag of marshmallows.
Add these in slowly and stir them so that they'll melt.
The whole bag?
2 bags, actually.
My teeth hurt just thinking about eating one of these.
If you say so.
I do.
I pull hard, trying to tear the open in the bag, and eventually resort to using my teeth. That makes it split open and a couple of marshmallows bounce onto the counter and floor. I bound down to pick them up.
5-second rule.
Horrified, Marina bats them out of my hand again.
Ew, no, gross!
Those marshmallows are gonna come out of your paycheck.
Uh-huh, just fire me in that case.
I lightly bounce a clean marshmallow off Marina's forehead.
Dork!
She wordlessly tosses it into the trash, of the ones from the floor.
Marshmallows, pan, now.
Yes, ma'am.
I pour the marshmallows onto the pan with butter. There's almost, where they almost immediately start to dissolve and bubble. Marina starts on her butter, stirring it even though it's fully melted.
What are you waiting on? Christmas?
It's my secret technique.
Burning it?
This time she throws a marshmallow at me.
That one comes out of your paycheck.
I head back to my pan. The marshmallows have mostly morphed into a stringy paste. It clings to my spatula when I try to mix.
Are you sure we should add a second bag? This is pretty thick as it is.
Yes, I'm sure.
I do, she says, and dump the second bag of marshmallows in. The pan is getting pretty full, and I have to be careful with my movements to avoid spilling any. Meanwhile, Marina's just now adding the first bag of marshmallows to the bar. On the other side, Cassie is pouring a bag of rice cereal into her own pan. She holds it steady with one hand while she makes this concoction with the other.
So, Cassie, how'd you end up in Las Vegas?
It was a couple years ago now. Had a fight with my dad and left home. Couch surfed for a while. A day or 2 here, a month or so there. But I got sick of that and decided to settle down somewhere. I came out here because it felt fitting. In a dumb kid romantic way. Like you said, it's Las Vegas. It's all about luck and good fortune, jackpots or busts. I thought that maybe I'd find some purpose or meaning out here. Figured out pretty quickly that life doesn't work like that. At least, not that easy. But I decided that since I came all the way out here that I may as well stay. Got a job at Sweet Tooth because I figured it'd be better working around something I care about than something I don't. And now, here I am.
Cassie sets down the bowls she's been using and inspects me and Marina's progress. She nods approvingly.
Looking good. Go ahead and add in the cereal and let's move over here.
We do what we're told and regroup at one of the clean counters. Cassie is waiting with several colored jars and some plastic brushes.
You kids ready for crafts time? We've still gotta frost these suckers.
I pour mine into a large dish. Like Cassie did. Marina still a couple minutes behind, mixing in her second bag of marshmallows. I carry the dish over and set it beside Cassie. She hands me a knife.
So go ahead and try to cut these into ovals. It's okay if they're not perfect.
She carves out her own batch, like she's cutting a particularly tough steak with a constant back and forth motion. She goes slowly, trying to keep the line straight. The curve is tough, but she manages to pull it off. Half a minute later, she plucks out a piece.
It's kind of an oval, I guess.
That's stretching the truth, it's more like a triangle.
Close enough. Go ahead and shove one of these in there.
She takes a popsicle stick and rams it into the treat. She then pops open the jar of frosting. She then pops open one of the jars of frosting.
Dunk 'em.
She rams the treat in as far as it will go, until the frosting covers the whole thing, then pulls it back out, a bit of excess dripping back into the jar.
Give 'em a once-over with the knife.
Deftly, she scrapes and spreads the frosting until it's smooth. While she does that, Marina joins us with her own tray.
That smells really good.
For some reason, Marina's have a completely different, richer smell than the stuff Cassie and I made.
I know. I told you it's my secret technique.
What is it?
If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore, now would it?
I just stare at her.
Okay, fine. If you brown the butter for a long time, it turns them super good.
Before she can protest, I use the knife Cassie gave me to pry off a teeny bit of Marina's cooling mixture and pop it in my mouth.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
It's rich and caramelly, almost like toffee. It definitely puts mine to shame. I see Marina struggle between yelling at me for stealing and being happy with the praise. She settles for a smug nod.
Can I try?
Marina begrudgingly cuts off a small piece and hands it to Cassie, who handles it as gently as a lump of gold. Marina watches intently as Cassie tastes it.
Oh my god, that is amazing.
Thanks.
Despite herself, I can tell Maria's struggling not to smile and appear nonchalant.
Okay, now that me and Amber have been put to shame, last step.
She rattles a bag of chocolate pieces that are shaped like thin discs.
Take a couple of these bad boys and stick them on before the frosting dries.
2 of the discs get pressed in for eyes. She almost breaks off the corner of her third disc and attaches that to the mouth. She also breaks off the corner of her third disc and attaches that as the mouth.
And voila! It's good enough, and that's what counts.
It isn't perfect, but it's definitely a passable alien. For the last step, she mummifies it in plastic wrap and tosses it into a large plastic bin.
Now we've just got to do this like 50 more times.
For directions clear, all 3 of us get to work. It's really tough cutting through the marshmallow mess, which has already cooled and solidified a lot by a lot. I have to frequently change my angle or repeatedly stab a spot with a knife. A lot like when we were digging for treasure, Cassie also starts to melt butter for another batch of treats. I finally managed to cut out a rough alien head shape from my tray. Cassie's first was kind of triangular, mine is even farther from the target. I don't even think there's a proper name for the shape, it's just a blob. The popsicle stick step is easy. When I start dripping into the frosting, only a little bit sticks. I pull it out and try again, but can't get more than a third of it or so covered. Cassie, who watches me, shrugs.
Don't worry about it, it's close enough.
You've got a pretty generous definition of close.
It's abstract art or something. How do we know aliens don't really look like that?
Good point.
I press in the eyes and a small mouth and then sit aside to be wrapped.
How are yours going?
I hover over Marina's shoulder. This time she doesn't wave at me. She just finishes frosting hers, leaving an artistic unfrosted spot near the neck. Using her fingernails, she snaps the chocolate discs into more jagged eye shapes, then attaches those, using one of the scraps for the mouth. She holds it up for me to see.
What do you think?
It's out of this world.
Marina groans as she sets it down next to mine and Cassie's. All three of us huddle together, admiring, or in our case, pretending to admire our handiwork. Cassie whistles in admiration when she picks up Marina's, turning it this way and that to inspect.
This looks great. Good work. You get an A+.
Told you guys. I'm a pro.
Cassie pantomimes, bowing in resignation at Marina's skill.
Amber, you get
You don't have to say it.
an A for effort?
You're more generous than any teacher I've ever heard of.
It's still one that I don't have to make myself, and that's more than enough. Only 48 left to go.
We'll get back to it. With Cassie sometimes pouring new batches of cereal mix on the trays for us to work with. It takes longer than I would have expected, but we managed to get them done. Oh, they're so good. It's clearly a hierarchy in terms of skill. Marina's is nearly perfect, and would fit in well at Roswell Museum. Cassie's are nice, even though the first one looked kind of rough, and would fit right in a cooker's oven. Mine's will probably be sold at a discount. After we finish wrapping all the treats, we move them into a plastic bin. Cassie hoists them onto a small rolling cart along with a few other boxes of homemade goodies. The aftermath is impressive. The returns of dirty dishes and crumbs littering the counter. Cassie tosses most of the dishes into the sink to soak. Cassie checks the clock.
Looks like we finished just in time, too. We should get to the con right when it opens. Again, thanks a ton, you two.
It was fun.
I'm really glad to hear Marina say that.
Yeah, it was. Although, I get the feeling you could have finished faster without us.
No way, I'd have been at it the rest of the morning. Besides, having good company is just as important as having good help. Let me go dump all this in the van and then we can get going.
She wheels the car out and away, leaving Marina and me behind. Since we're alone, Marina yawns, leaning against me.
Sleepy.
Hey, don't fall asleep. We've got a convention to go to. Did you let Tess know we'll be there soon?
She jolts up straight.
Oh, shoot. I'll do that right now.
Marina pulls up her phone and frantically taps out a message.
I hope she sees it.
I'm sure she will. Isn't she pretty much always on her phone?
Yeah, most of the time.
Damn, this is really deep. These damn Gen Z and their phones. She hasn't responded by the time Cassie returns, this time without the cart.
Ready to go?
Marina grabs my hand.
Ready.
We arrive at the convention and lug our supplies in the main room, where all the booths are set up. Since Cassie's selling, she has a special badge that lets us cut past most of the lines. And, to my surprise, there were plenty of those. Apparently aliens are more popular than I thought, because there are at least a few hundred people milling around the convention area. Marina is paying more attention to her phone, to the phone in her hands.
I can't get a signal at all in here. I want to let Tess know that we're here.
She holds her phone up high in case the frequency she's looking for is right over her head. There are numbers taped to the floor every few feet, marking each vendor's space. Cassie leads us to spot number 33, towards the wall near one of the exits. There's a plain folding table with a canopy provided, and not much else.
This is us. Home, sweet home.
Marina and I set the bags and boxes we're carrying onto the floor while Cassie starts to set up a few folding chairs.
Booth budget is basically 0, which means it's just these and some decorations. Can you two sort out the goods?
On it.
Aside from the treats we made, there are also other baked goods like cookies and brownies. Plus there's a variety of homemade candy, which all looks a lot more appealing than the stuff at Sweet Tooth. Rena and I organized them all on the table, while Cassie clips the decorations she made onto the support poles. Once everything is said and done, it looks not that great, if I'm being honest. It's pretty clear that it was mostly a one-woman show. There's a charm to it, and it's not as if there's a very stiff competition here either. Most of the other booths selling foods, even the big ones, look a little plain and uninspired. Cassie checks and rechecks stuff for sale, rearranging the layout and talking under her breath.
Put these here so they're up front. Cover up these guys who didn't turn out so well.
She moves more of the cookies around so that the prettier ones are in front, and the few that have gotten crumbly around the edges are hidden.
Okay, now these here, or here.
There's a bowl of free samples that she slides, and she slides it from corner to corner, trying to find the perfect spot. I think about offering to help, but I decide against it. I'm pretty sure she just needs to. I'm pretty sure she just needs something to fuss over to distract us with. Even though Marina and I are just tagging along, I have to remind myself that this is a big deal for Cassie. Marina and I leave her to her last minute preparations while we lean against the wall behind us.
Any luck with Tess?
No, but I still can't get through. I might have to go outside to get reception.
You should just tell her where we are and have her come find us.
What if they don't get here for a while? You weren't planning to spend the whole time at Cassie's booth, were you?
Dunno. I hadn't really thought about it. I figured I'd just follow you.
Is there anything that you want to see while we're here?
Not really.
To me, this kind of hokey touristy stuff is the same no matter where you go. Stick something in a shiny enough package, and you can get people to buy anything.
You really don't care, do you?
Sure I do. That's why we're here. But I'm not gonna pretend I'm more excited for it than I am.
More than anything, I wish that Marina would stop bringing it up. She and I both know there isn't any kind of She and I both know this isn't the kind of thing I enjoy, but I came anyway. Why isn't that enough for her? Every time I try to do something for her, it seems to go badly, or maybe it's just never enough. Marina checks her phone again, scowls, and sighs.
Sorry, maybe I'm just stressed about Tess. I don't want her to think that I'm ignoring her on her birthday.
I'm sure she'll know. Besides, won't her signal be just as bad as yours?
I guess.
Just then, the PA boomed and a voice announces through the speakers that the convention is officially open for business. Immediately, people start to trickle into the vendors area. Not a flood by any means, but a consistent crowd. Cassie finally joins us, drumming her fingers against her leg.
Well, here goes everything.
I'm sure it'll go fine. Everything looks really good.
I just hope it's enough.
First couple customers walk right past our booth for stopping or even looking over. Cassie watches them go. More people pass right by without even stopping. A couple folks browse, but no one buys anything. Our first sale is to a kid who's buys a single lollipop for $1. Cassie very carefully tucks the bill away into a portable cash box that she brought with her.
Hopefully most people use a credit card because I only have 50 bucks in change.
I'd loan you some of ours, but most of it's still in nugget form.
She laughs.
Hey, not that I'm trying to get rid of you, but you guys don't have to stick around. I don't want to keep you from having fun.
Since Marina's listening, I keep myself from saying anything snarky.
Mare, do you want to go try to find somewhere with better service?
Sure.
Marina just slightly enlarges. I don't want her to miss out on seeing Tess just because she's too stubborn to go alone.
Marina can't text her friend because there's no signal here. So we'll go message her and then maybe walk around a bit. We'll come back though.
Sure, I'll be here. Have fun.
Marina and I leave the booth hand in hand. For once, she puts her phone away.
Let's go out front. You'll probably have better luck there.
We should look around some, too.
Fine by me.
There's a steady stream of people filtering into the convention area now. Of course, it's hard to say if they'd be here even without it. Lots of them look lost or confused by the decorations. Occasionally, we pass by small exhibits featuring photographs of real UFOs. The artist recreations of what aliens may look like. Some of the photos are of plain-looking people, along with their written testimonials about being abducted and taken aboard spaceships. In other words, a bunch of crap.
Ooh, Amber, check this one out! She says that she got abducted and she fell in love with one of the aliens who captured her. And now he sends her letters from space. Isn't that romantic?
Then again, I guess there's plenty of people who buy into this schmuck. Once Marina's done looking around, we finally make it back outside and lean against the wall where it's nice and shady.
Any better?
Barely. I've only got one bar. I guess that's good enough.
She types out a message, then glares at her phone. After a moment, she angrily taps it.
Ugh, it doesn't want to send.
I thought you had a bar.
Sometimes a bar isn't enough. Like now.
If it's useless, then why is it there? Why not just make it 0 bars?
Not now, Amber.
I'm just asking.
After a long moment, she finally sighs with relief.
Okay, it finally went through.
Now what?
Now we wait for her to text me back.
Wish we could wait inside.
Miss Marina has her phone to keep her occupied while the time passes. I just watch the people going in and out of the casino, thinking about how I'd rather be somewhere else. After a few minutes of silence, my patience is running out.
Still nothing?
No, doesn't even look like she's read my message.
Maybe her phone's dead or not with her.
Yeah, maybe.
Wanna head back to the booth?
Wow, that didn't take long.
We can stand around some more if you want, I guess.
I'm gonna sigh and say it again.
You know what, Amber? Just go back to the booth.
Oh shit. Drama. It's a harsh bait to her words. It takes me off guard. She immediately notices the chef's fears, her expression softening as she looks everywhere but my eyes.
I'd still need to find Tess a gift.
Hey, I can help you look.
It's fine. You'll have a better time with Cassie anyway. See you later. I'll come back to the booth when I'm done.
Oh, my heart. Come on, my heart. Before I can even let her know that I worry about her going off on her own, she's already walking away. She glances back once, then heads back into the building. Now it's my turn to sigh. It had to have been something I said, but what could it have been that wasn't so much different from what I usually say? I like to brush it off as her just being in a bad mood, but that's what like her. She's Marina. She doesn't have bad moods, at least none that I've ever seen. The sun beats down on me and my shoes feel like they're melting into concrete. I can feel the sweat start to seep down my cheek. When did things get so hard? Back to the trio, let's go!
Just get on out of here! Take yourself and scoot on out! Just shoot! Go on!
Not like my sister would want any of your junk anyway.
Could take a moment to appreciate those interesting alien sculptures just above me. True masterpieces.
Good! Your patronage is not appreciated! It's no good! And neither is your money!
Well, your inventory ain't appreciated either. Where'd you dig it all out of, a dumpster?
I do love the new facial expressions all the characters got in the DLC.
That's right! Same one you crawled out from!
I'll kick your ass!
Security!
No! I'll leave!
I'm gonna cough the words under her breath.
Junk peddler.
The vendor hurled a neon green Buddha statue at her, elongated snail antennas replacing his eyes, and as usual peace sign instead that of the Vulcan variety. It whooshed past her head, cracking into a pillar behind her.
Jesus!
That was enough to convince Mariah to retreat. Seriously, whoever named two of these characters, Marina and Mariah, I'm going to slap them. It's like 5 characters. Like 5 main characters in this game, and 2 of them have 1 letter difference. Makes my job a fucking nightmare. This was enough to convince Mariah to retreat, at least for now. He turned tail and sprinted down a tight alleyway, packed with vendors and booths.
Wrong deity! And don't come back!
As Mariah was dodging in and out of congested crowds and shoving strollers out of her way, she considered, only for a moment, this was the karma Joe had tried warning her about. Of course, admitting that would be admitting that Flacker was right, and she wasn't above giving him the nickname. There was one thing he'd been right about though, something that even Mariah, still stumbling around in the fog of her morning hangover, could see. The script was sad. Yeah, all kids get sad and pretty. Fact of life and all that jazz. Gives little turds of soda and some Skittles and they'll bounce back just fine. But the way Mariah saw it, there were different types of sadness. Some that were different enough to transcend the three-letter word that represented it. She had never figured out a word to describe the transcendence, and if there was one, it was far too long for her to care to learn it. Because she had seen it in action before. She had seen it down by the river, where Joe would mope and stare at the water for hours before holding himself up in his room for days. She'd seen it belching out of steam out of steel chimneys on the horizon during the days she'd at school, enveloping the whole town in grey clouds and making the flat plains of Missouri feel like a snow globe. And she'd felt it when watching the neighbour's cable, the blue glow from the garage sale CRT lighting up her face as she cranked up the volume to drown out the noise of her old lady and whatever uncle she'd brought home that week for making. Whatever this was, that feeling that would poke at Mariah whenever she was forced to stare down the spout of an empty bottle, and that now seemed to be stabbing her sister. She hated it. It was like a virus, spreading, cynical, now trying to sink its teeth into Tess. Trying. Mariah Pastorius. My god, they gave her a second name. Mariah Pastorius, the terror of the Southwest, badass treasure hunter and the true winner of the race to find the miner's gold. I'm not about to let this thing take a bite out of her sister, not yet.
There's gotta be something around here.
In a way, Tess's birthday felt like a deadline, but she could just find one thing to give her, something that could make the twerp smile. Well, she might be able to beat this thing off just for a little while longer. She could gander at the rainbow of tarps on both sides of that. She could gander at the rainbow of tarps on both sides of her, the trapped her in the aisle. Turns out the swap meet was only a quarter of the story, and she was being sandwiched between overly expensive food stalls and the new age soccer mums trying to sell their craft jewelry. There hadn't been a single good find all day. How could there be? A cheapskate Joe only gave her $20 to work with. He was giving her his cut. She would have made better use of it. Past the popcorn vendor and nabbed a handful of kernel corn out of a little boy's bag. Her mouth wide open, she chewed. She pointed at every booth that looked like a waste of time.
Trash, garbage, crap, hot garbage, junk.
The steak doesn't look that bad, but the rest of them are. None of these were good enough for her sister. Well, none of it was even very good. She swallowed as she made eye contact with a thin vendor that had a pencil-y mustache, who was selling a rose-themed decor. Mariah stopped at his table.
I've seen better hauls at estate sales after old-timers croak on the toilet.
Mariah went on her way. She was just about ready to answer the call of the casino, who were taking advantage of those complimentary drinks those chicks in the tight slacks were serving. It's what a high-rolling Vegas fat cat like her would deserve after all. But then she saw it. The only thing special enough to make her snap her head back and stop. A license plate, nailed to the top of a wooden display. Never particularly special to Mariah. She saw them on the road every day and often used them fraudulently depending on which country they were in, and if they had a warrant out for her. To Tess, these rectangular wonders were treasures. What would make this license plate special to Tess was the sunflower slapped in the middle of it, shedding through the black text like a sunbeam. It was perfect for her. Her flat eyes always got slightly less flat when you pass fields of them growing on the side of the road. Sunflower wallpapers, sunflower seats at gas stations. It was only thing the kids seemed to identify with in the red, white, and blue The only thing the kids seem to identify with more than the red, white, and blue itself. The state in question, the faraway land of Kansas, a place so forgotten to Maria, so foreign to Mariah, that she often doubted the legitimacy of its existence. Now, Mariah wasn't an expert on the geographical makeup of the United States, or most things really. She had bonked her head on enough of tested wind chimes to know that which one she did and didn't own, and Kansas was one of several missing. Mariah marched over the booth until she was close enough to smell the sticks of burning incense wafting from it.
Hey,
She called into the booth. It was bigger than the others, the tarp bleeding into the row behind it. The inside was an assortment of rugs and tapestries draped around the knickknacks on display. It was like a shop that had been standing on the same bazaar for generations. It would be there even longer.
I said hey!
What a wonderful kind of day!
Standing up from behind a stack of boxes, a man with a vape pen dangling from his mouth coughed out a greeting to Mariah.
Sorry for the delay in service, sister. Still unpacking some artifacts it would seem.
Mariah's nose wrinkled. She squinted into the man's retro sunglasses and couldn't make out anything past the frames.
I freak. How much for the license plate?
I'm selling a license plate?
The man cranked his head from the booth and looked up. His curly hairs bobbed to the slightest movement.
Oh, guess I am.
Mariah dug her $20, ready to cough it over and then get her change but eventually shoot it away.
I'm afraid that's not how things roll here, sister.
Who doesn't like cash? You some kind of commie?
She folded her hands and pointed both her index fingers up.
Read the signs from above.
She looked up and did her best to sound out the words carved into the wooden sign in floppy bubble letters.
Silent auction. Silent auction? What the hell is that?
Signs. Plural.
She looked up again, this time with the other sign, tagged onto the bottom of the first.
Oh, I don't get it.
Sis, you know how to hold a pen, right?
Haven't done that in a while, but I probably still do.
And you know how to use it?
Skating on thin ice, buddy.
Lake ain't that deep, 'cause that's all you need.
He slid out a sheet of paper from beneath the table and plopped the pen taped to a hawk feather right alongside it.
Just write down how much you think it's worth. Get it?
The cogwheels in Marina's head turned and rattled. She looked at the rows of paper, a column for bids and column for notes. It took several more seconds before she got it.
So some leech could swing by once I leave and outbid me?
But ain't that how auctions work?
Mariah was immediately suspicious. Anything that couldn't be claimed as her own Mariah was immediately suspicious. Anything that couldn't be claimed as her own through will or skill was a scam, as far as she was concerned. With only $20 to her name, the quiet tug of restraint called to her. What was restraint except the excuse of useless boundaries too afraid to act? Nothing. It didn't exist, not to Mariah. Especially not when there was a kid. There was the rest of Tess turning into a slug.
Fine, but if this is a farce, you're roadkill.
She held the pen in her fist like a knife and carved the starting price into the first row.
Oh, only $1? You're killing me here, sis.
She thrust the tip of the pen at him.
If this thing is a hoax, you're gonna wish I actually did.
I hear ya.
Really, he didn't. He grabbed an egg timer from the end of the table and wound it, and the ticking began.
Auction time is 60 minutes. Best of luck to ya.
Keep your luck and give it to any sap who tries to get in on this. They're the ones who'll need it.
Mariah gave him one last scowl and then slithered away, pushing her hand deep inside the pockets of her jumpsuit. She'd be back soon. 59 minutes remained. Over to Death Girl Marina. I look back at Amber once again. I look back at Amber once, then head inside. She looks so confused and helpless out there all by herself. Of course she does. I just got angry and stormed off. It's mean, but there's a bigger part of me that actually happy that she is. How gross is that? Well, at least now she can feel it too. What it's like to have no idea what the person you love is thinking. Maybe it's a little too harsh though. Yeah, whatever. Can't focus on nasty stuff right now. Gotta find some kind of gift for Tess. No matter what happens, this is her birthday, and we need to be here for her. How sad she's been lately. I need to find something that will perk her right up. I slip into the crowd and follow the pretty girls in costumes until I'm deep inside the vendor hall. The further I get, the more it feels like the booths and parks are multiplying. People too. There's enough sweat in here that I feel like I actually drown in it. This may be harder than I thought, Tess, but I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Fortunately, after treasure hunts and festivals, navigating crowds is easy peasy for me now. Amber would probably disagree if she was here, but I think I'm quite the expert at it now, thank you very much. I'm afraid of getting distracted by chatting, so I try to avoid looking at the vendors and instead just focus on their merch. There sure is a lot of it. From adorable wooden coyote carvings to really out there art that my mum would close my eyes from when she saw it. But now that screams Tess. There are toy vendors and stuff, but Tess isn't into stuff like that. No kid is a regular kid, but she's definitely more unique. I want to make sure we give her something that's unique. Thankfully, I don't have to zoom up and down the aisles for very long. To spot something that doesn't just catch my eye, officially yelling at me to stop. It's nailed to the tippy top of the booth. If I weren't looking, I may not have even noticed it. All I need to do is take one look at it to know it's made for Tess. It's the license plate. Kansas license plate with a sunflower. I must have it. Brewing off course, I swing over to the booth.
How much for the license plate?
I didn't mean to, but my hands slam on the table. An itty bitty timer on it falls over.
Ah, so I guess this thing really is a hot commodity.
So you have a lot in stock then. Thank goodness.
What a relief, this will make Tess positively positive.
Afraid not, Bubbles. Read the sign.
I look up at this plate again. The license plate spells out JC Saves.
From God?
You're my second customer of the day, not the second coming. The other signs. Plural.
This time I look at the wooden signs. Signs.
Silent auction. Oh, I know those! My school did them for fundraisers.
He put a finger to his lips and smells. Even under his thick, round sunglasses, I can tell it's a real smell. I whisper.
I know those.
This'll make it easy then.
He unfolds a sheet of paper and smooths it out on the table. I stare down and look at the first row.
Someone's already bid on it?
Just a few minutes ago. Don't mean you can't, though.
Wow, talk about good timing. It must be fate.
I'll do it.
$1 isn't a lot. I can outbid that no sweat.
But, how will we tell who's who? There's no name on it, just their bid.
Don't you worry your pretty little ponytail, or whatever it is. They used a black pin, so you'll just use a purple one.
He slides a purple ballpoint pen out of his sleeve, like some kind of crazy magic trick, and tosses it over. Whoa, Mr. Vendor is really slick.
I get it. An extra silent auction.
That's right.
I put the tip of the pen to the paper and write down my bid. Free United States dollars.
Sorry, whoever you are, but there's a sad little girl who needs this a lot more than you.
Hey, all is fair in love and bidding wars. Battle ain't over yet, though.
Says the timer right side up.
There's a little under an hour left in the auction. When this thing rings, it's all over.
I read the timer and give him a quick nod.
Okie dokie. I'll make sure to check in before that. See you soon.
Hard to smell too much as I walk away. Tess is gonna love this. I ain't too excited just yet though. It's still an auction after all. You never know what could happen in 50 minutes. Back to the trio. call him Mariah.
Hey, freak! What the hell is this?
Mariah glared at the second roll on the paper.
Shh.
Mariah slapped his fingers away from his hushed lips.
Give it a rest! I asked you a question!
Don't know what to tell ya. Answer's right there on the page.
Yeah, but there can actually be other weirdos on this rock who collect these things. They're scrap!
One man's trash.
Is another's pain in the ass. God, what a pain in the ass.
It's just $3. Not hard to beat, right?
Do I look like I fell off the money tree to you, pal?
She brought herself to look at the new bid again. It was written in purple. What a stupid color. An ugly color, in fact. It was the worst color, Mariah decided. Handwriting too, she wanted to spit on it. It was so nice and pretty and neat and disgusting. The kind of handwriting you'd only see from a teacher's pet, a real slouch. But the thing above the slouches but the things about the slouches of the world, you can't stand straight. They're closer to the ground, easier to knock down. Someone with handwriting this compact, with twirls of freeze in the middle, you must be meek. It's overcompensation, something Mariah was quite familiar with. It wouldn't be hard to intimidate them. To get them to back down here and now. She drew the black pen and began to smash it into the paper. 40 minutes remained. Back to Marina.
Oh, jeez. This is, a little intense.
I can only wince. Every row from the third to the fifth has been overtaken by violent, scratchy lettering, all for just one number. 10. Betting prices jumped from $5 to 10. Escalation.
Seems you developed a bit of a rivalry, huh?
I didn't mean to.
It's true, I didn't.
I have a feeling this person would have been angry at anyone's bid.
It's hard to be a judgmental person. Everyone has their own lives and issues to go alongside them. But I don't know the exact type of person who would try to scare someone else when something doesn't go their way. A bully. There's a lot of ways to deal with bullies. Not all of them are helpful, some of them make matters even worse. So the best thing to do is stand my ground. Let them know that no matter what, they won't have any control over me. 30 minutes left.
Bastard! Oh, they're mocking me!
Seems like they're just playing by the rules of the auction to me.
You must be as blind as you are sleazy!
He snatched the paper off the table and shoved it in his face.
What's that look like to you?
The written form of $11.
Ugh, that's part of it, but look closer. That is a smiley face! A smiley face! Can you believe that crap? Whoever did this didn't just bid one more dollar to flex. They wanted to teach me a lesson.
So what are you gonna do?
Mariah thought about it. This is a direct attack on her pride, purposeful too, but to fight for what little remained of her dignity and her sister. Then so be it. She would go for the jugular.
What I always do. Win.
20 minutes remained. Marina.
Excuse me, is it okay if I ask you something?
Mr. Vander takes a deep breath on his vape. The steam streams out of his mouth like a fog. I've never actually seen someone do it in real life before, but I guess it smells like rotten bubblegum. I don't think I like it.
Ask away, Bubbles!
What's this crossed out word right here?
Picked up the paper and pointed to it. Altogether it says... Go for it to encrypt it. Rolled out.
Well, it's a message from the other bidder. Bit too profane if you catch my drift, so I scratched it.
Gee.
Profane?
Wait. I got so loaded that Mr. Vander jumped.
They didn't! That's so mean! Mean!
I only used that word a few times my whole life, and I never used it like that.
All I want to do is make my friend happy. She's been so sad lately, but when you're little like that, no one ever really cares if you are. But this person is just being a giant jerk about it, Mr. Vendor.
Now that I cannot deny. But they did raise the bet.
By 1 cent? Is that even allowed?
Only if it makes things interesting. and this seems like that.
It's not, though. It's just stressful.
We're not even betting that much money. So why is this person taking it so seriously? Unless they don't have a lot of money. I mean, they did start the bet at $1. It's not a lot. If they were an elector, they'd probably bet a much higher price and make sure no one else took it. It's like they're almost scared to go over $20. If Amber were here, we'd probably try to end this by throwing down $100. It would be extreme, but we have the money for it. If I did, it'd probably just tell me it was irresponsible. It's so easy for her to nitpick me, but not herself. Actually, you know what? This isn't about Amber, it's about Tess. Grab the purple pen and smooth out the creases on the paper.
Gonna keep going?
Until the end.
Finish writing my new bed and look at the timer. You're a big girl, Marina. You can handle this. You can get Tess a present. You can show Amber you're more than capable.
I'll be right back, Mr. Vendor. Just gonna take one last stroll around.
If I make sure not to go very far, I can catch the bully in the act. There's like 10 minutes left. Marina can no longer contain the seething rage within her. I felt like she felt it from the soles of her feet to the tips of her split ends.
Oh, so they want to die.
Sister, if you're gonna commit murder, could you possibly do it in front of one of the other booths? Thank you.
She ignored him. Possibly didn't even hear him. Instead, she just muttered to herself.
$19. That's all their life was worth, huh?
The bet was too precise. Her opponent, this villainy, this terror, this scourge, this dick. They had to have known she had a 20 on her. This new bet was a geometrically calculated criminal.
Listen, I don't want to throw off the vibe, but if there's gonna be trouble, then I'll need to ask you to leave.
I'm not going anywhere! Not until I win this thing or bust up their face.
5 minutes remained. Come on, Marina.
I'm so mad.
I stomped around the corner, heading straight back to the silent auction booth. Maybe it's not the truest thing in the world, but I like to believe that every stranger is good at heart. But this person, I'm not so sure. It made someone else's day, everyone else's bad day even worse.
I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind.
I'll make this quick.
I stood in front of the booth, cracking her knuckles. Could have gotten upset over this any other day, but the fact this was supposed to be for Tess made it extra personal. Even if the other person had no way of knowing. Well, they would have known. They would know after this. She should make sure of it.
Oh, I'm gonna kick their ass!
I marched to the soldier.
And after that's taken care of,
Marina waited impatiently.
And once that's over with,
I'm gonna win!
I'm gonna win!
I spot the booth and there's just like a split second where I feel like a muscles up superhero pro wrestling. Then I see it. A chili pepper red bandana, attached to long blonde hair, and a jumpsuit. Oh my god, that's Marina.
Mariah! It's been forever!
Happy tears start rolling, and I start strolling directly to her. It's not every day that you see a friend that you don't see every day. It's like I was not even angry to begin with. She must be happy too, because the second she sees her expression, her expression changes from sour to well, she's sort of hard to read, but I can't be anything but happy. There's a teeny pause after I run up to her. She just kind of looks at it, but I'm so excited that I can't do anything but jog in place.
Hug?
Oof, she must have been drinking. I can smell all of her breath. She definitely needs this hug. I dive in and give her a big, long hug. Her clothes are stiff and a little smelly, so I try not to breathe. But I hope it does her some good. She's always arguing with Joe, and I know when I argue with Amber, all I want is a hug. She doesn't hug me back, but that really expected her to. Just kind of stands there like a tree.
Hey, other one?
It's Marina.
Yeah, whatever you just said.
Same old Mariah. I have no idea why her and Amber don't get along. They're so similar. I'll break away from her, then just stare at her and smile. She wrinkles her nose.
I'd ask what you're doing here, but I guess it's not really that surprising, huh?
The only thing that's surprising is that you and your worst half are crazy enough to drive all the way out here because of the brat.
Oh no, anything for Tess. You guys could be in Timbuktu, and if it meant we could meet up, we'd make our motorhome float.
Gross, but thanks, I guess. The kid'll appreciate it. Things have kinda been on the rocks lately.
She looks up at the Jesus Christ Saves license plate, like she may be able to break into her hands. When she's not paying attention, Mr. Fender's jaw pretty much drops to the table. She points back and forth. He points back and forth. But why? Why is he... Oh, crap. Marina is the other better? Oh, this makes way too much sense. Scary numbers, the escalation, the harsh words.
Got a problem?
What? No, of course not. Stop being so silly, Mariah.
Well, I got a problem.
Oh no. Does she know I was the other better? If she finds out, she would totally kill me. She used my bones as toothbrush. Who used my bones as toothpicks, my scrunchie for floss.
Really?
All I can do is smell. If I smell, she won't catch on, but Mariah's sharp, like a rusty nail, and she'll absolutely see right through me. Just like when we played poker.
Sure do.
I'm not even sure those were words. They just came out like a growl.
And it's with the no good,
Here it comes.
lousy,
Please don't eat me, Mariah.
yellow-bellied,
If Amber finds my remains one day.
slouch who's trying to outbid me for that crusty old license plate I'm nabbing for my sister.
She thrusts her arms out and points a single claw at the license plate. Her cheeks puff out in frustration. For the first time, Mariah doesn't seem so scary. Does she really not know it was me? Amber always said that Mariah was as dumb as the sludge she was birthed from, but I don't think that's true. Maybe she's just not that perceptive, that's all. Well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, shall we?
It's a good gift for her.
Both turn and look up at it
Do you
together.
think it'll make her happy?
Sure, it's her birthday, and she would deserve a gift regardless, but I think it's more important than usual that she gets something that makes her happy. That's the whole reason I've been so intense about getting her something.
Nope,
Huh? Then why are you...
because there's a difference between being happy and getting someone to smile, you ditz. Ah, crap, I said the quiet part out loud again.
Quiet part doesn't even bother me. Every single one of my brothers and sisters would call me something worse, even the 5-year-old.
So, are you going for the smile then?
Hey, look at you with the brain cells and junk.
She sighs, then hates it with a yawn, then sighs again. Aw, she really is like Amber. Just trouble expressing herself and everything. Though it's cuter when you don't have to date the person.
But yeah, I am. I don't got what it takes to make her happy, and if I'm being real, I don't think anyone does. The kid's destined to be miserable, just like the rest of us.
Oh, I don't think that's true at all. Everyone has the chance to be happy. Sometimes it just takes some work. Maybe some support from people you know love you?
I'm not sure if my elbow. A little hint from one big sister to another. Her face crunches up like she just smelled something funny. I snap my elbow back into place.
You really believe that crap?
Sure.
I guess that makes you special then, huh? You've got a perfect little life and you're always happy.
Well, no. Not always.
Something inside me tenses up.
Is it even most of the time?
That's the kind of feeling I get late at night when Amber's asleep, and I just turn over to look at her. My emotions always get all jumpy during those times.
Not lately.
I want to look at her and be in love, but recently I've only been able to think about how she may be better off without me. She would be happier, less annoyed.
That's what I thought.
Why does Mariah always end up with like a couples therapist?
Eventually, everyone's like that. Soon enough, it'll be Tessa's turn.
I really wish I didn't have to hear this. It's a terrible way to look at the world. I just want to plug my ears until she's done. The worst thing that could happen is if I actually start to believe her.
But if I can stave that off a little longer, so she doesn't have to deal with it yet, then I guess I'll have done something kind of useful.
My heart dances and I feel my mood perk up. So she's not a Debbie Downer after all.
I don't think you actually believe that, Mariah.
Huh? How about you get a little closer and tell me what it is I believe?
Oopsie daisies, Tendercore's correct.
Well, it's just that even if you say all that stuff, you obviously care about her. I'm always worried about my brothers and sisters. About whether they're safe, staying out of trouble, and helping each other when they need it. When you share blood, it's just something that happens.
Blood is bullshit. Whole stupid notion of it. I know. Me and the squirt only share half of it. It doesn't matter if we share the same spit. It doesn't matter that she's my sister. All that matters is that she's Tess, and that's all the reason I need to want to help.
No.
So get out of my face with that family bond garbage, will ya?
Yeesh, so intense. But I think I might get what she's saying, even if I don't agree with all of it. You can't see DNA, so whether you're family or not doesn't really factor in whether you actually like the person. Like for me, I like all my family. And Amber. And Tess. And I think I might even like Mariah too.
1 minute left in the auction!
As a vendor calls out from his booth, trying not to look at me while also trying to speak to me. He must have seen how scared Mariah was.
Guess that other guy was too chicken shit to show their dumb face after all.
Mariah rushes over to the booth and grabs the black pen.
I would still like to tear them a new one, though. Oh, I'm gonna be dead broke because of their ass.
I'm gonna let Mariah have this one. It seems like it's more important for Tess to get it from her than me. Me and Amber will just figure out something else to give her. While Mariah scribbles on the paper, I take the chance to step away. It's time for me to get back to the booth. I'm pretty sure I'm about to reach my limit, but we'll see how much. How much more of it I can take. Well, I could be a little braver and speak my mind to Amber, like Mariah. Her voice echoes from behind me, breaking through the thick crowd.
Yeah! I win! In your dumb face, sucker! Come at the queen and you better not miss!
Okay, I didn't really like her character in the main game. And she's cool and she gives Amber her much needed wake up call when she gets way too in her own head near the end, but let's say to her in the only really see in the DLC it's really cute. I really enjoy her character in this one. Well, maybe not too much like Mariah. Go see what Amber's been up to. Hours later, there was a huge crowd around our table. When Marina came back empty-handed from shopping for Tess, she was met with dozens of hungry customers. It was more people than I'd ever expected. God, brains melting along with the heat. Apparently, she was met with dozens of hungry customers. It's more people than I'd ever expected to attend this convention in total, waiting with cash in hand and demanding to be fed. The line is so long that it seems to stretch most of the way for the already tightly packed halls. Unfortunately, they're all in line for the Alien Burger stand. That's set up a couple booths away from us. The line is so long that it dwarfs the number of the smaller vendors' queues.
How about a snack while you wait in line? We've got homemade marshmallow treats!
Oh, no thanks. I'm trying to eat healthier.
Future burger eater? I love that.
There's more to life than burgers! Like dessert! Who doesn't love sweets?
Right, adorable. Marina's adorable.
I don't.
Come on, Turkit. Bless her heart. Marina doesn't give up. She's been at it for a while. After failing to get a hold of Tess, I told her that she should just enjoy the corners herself. I even offered to go with her again, but she's chosen to stick around here. I've had a handful of customers, but the total sales so far wouldn't even buy the three of us lunch. None of us really acknowledge it, but I'm sure we're all aware. Cassie at least doesn't seem too upset. That or she's doing a good job of hiding it. Feeling like it's tired of just standing around, and the excuse to stretch my legs a bit. Marina. Amber taps me on the shoulder.
I'm gonna go get some water. You want anything?
Like a million different things come to mind. A million different snarky answers. I want a lot of things, Amber. Is what I want to say.
I'm good, thanks.
She leaves. Everything sucks. Our stupid booth sucks. These customers suck. This convention sucks. Why? My brain screams at itself the 1000th time. Did you agree to this? As I answer, it's not like Amber will listen. Because I answer, it's like Amber will listen. I guess it's not like I could have known that Amber would remember the super hot girl that she ran into exactly one time in her life. And even less that she'd be the only person in the whole world who Amber actually likes. But of course, against all odds, that's what happened. Congratulations, Mia. You finally got your big Vegas jackpot. I think I've done a good job. I think I've done an okay job keeping my cool. I'm pretty sure Amber doesn't even realize I'm upset. That's part of the problem too. The one time there's something I want to do, and of course Amber can remind me. Can't help but remind me at every turn that she doesn't want to be here.
Hey.
Oh no. Please don't try to talk to me. Not alone. I should have gone to Amber. I look back, hoping she's talking to a customer or something else. But no, she's staring straight at me.
Do you want to sit down? Chair's open.
Oh, sure.
Sitting down. Comfort. Sitting down. Comfort. Right, those things exist. There come up for good reason to say no, even as I'm nodding and walking behind the booth. I sit down. I smooth my skirt. Crack my knuckles. I look at the floor. Look at my shoes. Look at everything except Cassie, because I know she's looking at me and I don't want to make eye contact.
So, thanks for all your help.
Don't mention it.
Literally, please don't.
Those were legitimately the best marshmallow treats I've ever had, too. If I ever make them again, I'm going to use your trick.
Thanks.
That actually makes me pretty happy to hear. Not that I'm gonna tell her that.
Yours were pretty good, too.
Not lying, they were fine. Just weren't as good as mine, and they were both better than Amber's.
Thanks. I've had a bit of practice. Not as much as you, though, it sounds like.
You an only child?
Nah, I've got a little brother back home. Just the one, though. He's 14.
What's he like?
He's a real shithead. I love him, though. Apparently, he's really good at football, so that's what he's focusing on.
One of my brothers plays football, too. Although between us all, I think we have, like, every major sport covered.
You play any?
Nope, I'm not really.
Good at stuff?
Athletic, I guess.
Yeah, me neither. So, what is your thing, then?
Huh? What thing?
Like, what are you into? Not sports, apparently.
Oh, I like traveling and camping. Outdoorsy stuff.
That's how you and Amber ended up together, then?
Yeah, something like that.
It bothers me, but the answer that I gave doesn't really feel right. I don't really love those things, do I? They're fun, sure, but they're still Amber's hobbies. I'm just along for the ride. When I think that, I get a funny feeling in my stomach, like a pit just opened up and I'm falling inside of it. This is pretty much the worst place in the world to have a panic attack to like distract myself with the first thing that comes to mind.
What about you? I have no idea what it's like living in a city where stuff like happens.
It's not all it's cracked up to be out here, that's for sure. I moved out here a couple years ago because I thought the same thing, but turns out that the idea of living in Las Vegas is way different than the real thing.
I think that goes for like everything. Especially the beach. The idea of going to the beach is fun, but I went to the beach the other day and I'm still, every time I put those shoes on I can feel the sand. I've knocked them like 5 times. I saw fucking sand in my shoes.
Where'd you move from?
Cassie smirks.
New Mexico. Albuquerque, specifically.
Ugh, so you can relate then.
Totally. I didn't really have anything going for me here, but I didn't have anything going for me there either. So I figured, what the hell? I may as well make a change and do something with my life.
So you came out here?
Yeah. Dumb, right? Nothing really changed, though. Guess I brought my problems with me.
I don't think that's dumb. I'm here for practically the same reason. Just took the first chance to get the heck out of where I was.
And that was Amber?
I wanted to say no. I just happened to meet Amber along the way, but
Pretty much. I didn't get very far. If my dad had come to get me or something, then I'd probably still be there right now.
Seems like you two take good care of each other.
Me and my dad?
No, you and Amber.
duh, of course you meant Amber, you dummy.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Whenever we're here, I'm sure she'd say something about how she's the one who takes care of me. Which, I mean, isn't entirely wrong, but it's not entirely the truth either. But if Amber was here, I'm sure she wouldn't understand why.
So, where are you two heading after you leave Vegas?
This girl never stops talking, does she? The moment I feel annoyed by that, I feel bad too. She's just trying to be friendly. It's not her fault that things are weird for me and Amber. And besides, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just in my head and I'm the weird one. I should be happy that Amber made a friend for once. It doesn't change how I feel though. I get so wrapped up in thinking that I almost forget to respond.
Oh, I'm not sure yet. We don't ever really plan anything. We just sort of figure it out as we go along.
Anywhere that you really want to see someday?
A couple of places, I guess. Like New York and those big cities. I've never been to the other side of the country. Ooh, or San Francisco, just because it always looks so nice in movies. Or maybe Portland.
What's in Portland?
It just looks pretty.
Can't argue with you there.
I sit back down and I check my phone. This has something to do with my hands. No new messages, I just keep hoping Tess will text me back. Does it say something about me that the person I text most is an 11-year-old? Maybe, but I don't want to know what.
I've always wanted to see New York too. I feel like that's what real cities are supposed to be like. Skyscrapers and subways and millions of people.
Right? Honestly, that's what I thought Las Vegas would be like.
Disappointed with the reality?
Only a little.
Well, that makes two of us again. Why not ask Amber to go check out one of those places? If you two don't ever have a destination in mind.
Maybe.
She sure does bring up Amber a lot.
Speaking of, I wonder where she is. The vending machine isn't that far away.
Who knows?
I don't mean to be snappy with her, but it comes out that way. I hope that maybe my tone went unnoticed, but I can tell by the way Cassie raises her eyebrows that it didn't. Nice going, Marina. You're on a roll today. Still, seconds after her saying her name, Amber appears from around a different corner than the one she went down. Why does that make me so nervous? Amber's perspective. Marina and Cassie are both right there where I left them, as are every single item we have to sell. No surprises there. Shift my way through some shambling burger customers and slide back behind our booth.
You get lost on the way?
Actually, yeah. Couldn't find the vending machine, so I let myself get ripped off and bought one of these.
Held out a bottle for them to see. It's a souvenir plastic bottle with the convention's logo covering most of it.
Filled with the finest tap water from a water fountain.
Take a sip and try to ignore the plasticky aftertaste.
Did I miss anything?
Not at all.
Mare didn't talk your ear off, did she?
Put my hand on Marina's shoulder, but she shrugs it off with a cold look.
Nope. I think I might have talked hers off, though.
Wow, I'm shocked. I would have figured you got her whole life story while I was gone.
Marina rolls her eyes and stands up, stalking past me to go pointlessly rearrange the items on display once again.
Nah, just talked about where we're from and how we ended up here. Turns out the two of us have a lot in common.
Seriously?
Yeah, we've both got the same kind of wanderlust, I think. Only difference is I never got to burn mine off on an epic road trip with my girlfriend.
I take a seat on the now empty chair.
Hey, the RV's always got room for one more if you ever get sick of this place.
Oh god, the jealousy. I can feel it coming.
I'm sure Marina would be cool with it too. Right, Mare?
It's a loud rattle as Marina spells a basket of candy on the ground. One of the packs explodes open, spreading shrapnel of chocolate and peanut brittle scattering.
Mare?
I stand upright as Marina's hand tights into a fist. When I place my hand on her shoulders, this time she doesn't shrug it off, but I can feel her body shaking. When she finally turns around, there are tears in her eyes. Oh crap.
So,
Cut away
do
from
you
that?
feel anything?
Really? God damn it. Just continue to squeeze the man in the grey's alien costume suit. Counting the seconds of the head does reach 20. Because 20 was the amount of seconds an article really said it would take until a hug would release endorphins.
I did for a couple seconds, but it's gone now.
Oh, poor baby. She backed away, her arms leaving an imprint in the chubby suit. Tess looked up at the alien's lifeless black eyes and bowed.
Sorry, mister.
Joe and Tess wander off. The next child in line tackled the alien with a sprinting hug, weighing the immobile suit to the ground. Children swarm him as the line devolves, chaos reigns.
It's all good, kiddo. At least you felt something, right?
Feelings are fleeting.
But memories last a lifetime.
With a click of his tongue and a finger gun for good measure, he hands her back his disposable camera. He hands her back her disposable camera. Tess stared at her reflection on the polished floor. Joe patted her head, and each time it landed, she felt like a nail being hammered back into place.
If I'm not mistaken, we each have 4 or so tickets left. How's my math?
Pretty good. We have 8 altogether.
Jeez, $40 really doesn't take you far here, huh? I thought the carnies back home were bad.
We're all just marks waiting to be worked, brother.
Joe scanned the halls, searching for anything other than carnival games. Joe scanned the hall, searching for anything other than another carnival game. Tess was too good at this, and after a few minutes of holding her giant stuffed prizes, her arms would get tired. Each and every time she would hand them off to people she thought needed them more. Toddlers, fighting couples, and those weirdos with costumes. Nothing impressed her. It was as if she saw the whole world in muted monochrome. And she was at least 10 years too early for that. Kids should be able to look around and view everything with hopeful vibrancy, like it's all being seen for the first time. It was a precious point of view that had been taken away from Joe too early. Tess had a birthright to it, just as much as any other kid. Yet it was something she was beginning to feel had been taken away from her too, and that maybe he had something to do with it. Maybe all the treasure hunts and scrambling and general insanity he had zapped her kid's spurs before it could even really take off. Mariah couldn't be held responsible for it. She could barely be held responsible for herself. So whenever Joe looked down and saw Tess's quiet, pale face staring into the distance, into a Missouri summer that neither he nor Mariah could bear to let her, into a Missouri summer that he nor Mariah could bear to let her experience, he felt the burden way heavier and heavier, and it was his burden. As they wrapped her in the corner, Joe looked into the biggest thing in sight. Bouncy Castle. It was a saucer-shaped spectacle, chrome silver with a green bulb at the very top. Every few moments was an unmistakable jumping rhythm. The shell silhouette would leap up before being pulled back down.
Hey, how about that bouncy UFO over there?
Tess took one look at the UFO, then stepped 2 steps so she could hide behind Joe.
Let's not.
And why not?
Sign says it costs 8 tickets. Only one of us could go in.
She glanced over at it. The kid tumbled out the entrance with a somersault, stood up and shook it off, then dove back in.
It should be you.
Call it a hunch, but somehow I get the feeling they wouldn't be very accommodating to a 6'3", 200-pound man. But tell you what, you can have my leftover tickets and spend some time in there yourself.
Her shoulders stiffened. She wished she were one of those desert tortoises she saw sometimes. At least they could hide in their shells.
Do I have to, Joey?
He floated his hand behind her back and ushered her along.
Yeah, sure. When's the last time you played with kids your own age?
Never.
It'll do you some good then. Come on.
He guided her to the entrance of the UFO and handed her his 4 tickets. She limply held up the 8 tickets. A bored teenager with the word staff written on his shirt and tape snatched them from her before he could take a single breath. He tossed them into the trash can next to his folding chair.
No shoes or outside toys.
The teen pointed at the Corval latched onto his back. Tess looked to Joey with pleading eyes, hoping that if she looked uncomfortable enough, he would change his mind.
I'll keep watch. You don't have to worry about anyone stealing it.
It seems all but inevitable now. Tess bent down and unlaced her hiking boots. She sat them side by side, aligning them with the Velcro strapped sneakers that had been tossed aside. Next up was the corbel. She slid it from her sheath. The whole thing was about as tall as her. She killed it in both arms, then laid it on top of a row of shoes, its weight flattening all of them at the toes. This looks horrible. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. Where's boots when I need them? They always seem to be. They always seem to be the person who looks stuff up. Grovel. Oh, it's like a fancy. Yeah, it's like a fancy shovel with a hammer on the end of it. Tess stood up in front of the inflatable horror looming over her. Piercing shrieks rang out like the screams of the damned crawling through the earth's crust. What were they doing to each other in there? What would they do to her?
Come on, kid, there's a line.
The teen shoved her into the entrance, curtain swallowing her entire body. In her last act of despair, she reached out her hand towards the light.
Joey!
Joe swelled with pride as he watched Tess get whisked away to adventure. What a little trooper. Outside the bouncy castle, Tess rolled like a tumbleweed blown off the street. Screams from before were all around her now. Boys and girls leapt and bounced, some high enough to touch the bulb at the top, maybe even higher enough to touch the top of the stratosphere. The balls tended to everything in a swampish green. In a far off corner, there was a boy jumping alone. He had been jumping for so long his face had turned purple, swelling to the point he looked like a selfish squirrel. When he saw Tess, he grinned. The gaps in his teeth looked like tiny black holes. He had never stopped bouncing. Tess made the jiggly, unbalanced journey to her feet. As soon as she stopped, a girl swooped in next to her, screaming in her ear. Hedge was high enough to induce tinnitus. If Tess's eardrums had been made of glass, they would have shattered. Tess fell back down to her knees. Her heart throbbed. The girl looked over her, giggling. Tess loosely raised a finger in protest. The girl ignored her, bouncing away with her pigtails blowing in anger.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Baby. Gradually, Tess's hearing faded back to her, a buzz now ringing in the depths of her ears. All she could do to keep herself from dwelling on it was to focus on the electric column of the air being pumped into the UFO. Close and close enough she could sit it sounded like chanting. Tess trembled to her feet, her head swinging back and forth to make sure she wasn't stuck up on again. The place stunk of sweat and socks, a pungent smell that didn't so much attack you, but seep into you, just as seeping into the rubber walls. She tried to put on a brave face, tried to be courageous. Joe had told her to play with kids her own age. If it had been her sister, she would have already pieced out. But this was Joey. He actually cared. He wanted her to be okay. And if that's what being okay meant, then she needed to try. Because if she didn't, maybe he wouldn't be okay. It's probably already the reason why Marina hadn't texted her once the entire time, because they finally realized the test was a freak. A freckled ginger boy bounced past her. She raised her hand.
Excuse.
Tilly gone past her. Another girl. This one had a tight ponytail and a sweatshirt with a horse on it. She was doing cartwheels.
Pardon.
Ignored. Across the castle, a tank of a boy stomped over. With every step he took, one of the children sprawled out on the floor. Would be launched several inches into the air. It was as if the rules of gravity bent themselves to this child's whim. He stopped in front of Tess. His breathing was heavy and fierce. Like a our boy in the winter tundra. He glared at her. He scrunched up his eyes, looking like they might sink into his wrinkled nose. The longer he stared, the smaller Tess felt. The smaller Tess felt, the larger he looked. This wasn't a time to feel small, this was a time to feel brave. She sent her hand, poised for the heartiest handshake her thin fingers would be able to squeeze out.
Ray?
His gaze shifted down to her hand, then shifted back to her. his mouth opened like a drawbridge to a castle. He unleashed a mighty roar from the depths of his chest. It wasn't enough to send Tess flying back, but a piece of breath might have.
I am King Jeremy! Duel me!
King Jeremy stomped both feet and took his battle stance. Same one he'd seen in the sumo wrestling view on TV. It wouldn't be Tess who took up the challenge. About a fire frame. God, he isn't keep melting in my head. They wouldn't be Tess who took up the challenge. A boy with wire-framed glasses head forward.
No, I am Liberty Man, and I will defeat you with my Holy Grail powers. You're cheating! Liberty Man doesn't have Holy Grail powers. Nuh-uh, cause I'm also a knight.
Another boy shouted.
I wanted to be a knight.
And another.
Ninja.
And another.
Pirate.
And another.
Astronaut.
From there, it descended to a debate of professions ranging from mundane to magical. Tess could only watch in stunted horror as the battle lines were drawn around her, so finally, safety had been taken and she was left in the middle.
So, what are you? She looks like a hobo. Wait, no.
But it was too late. It was like a plague. Every child picked up on it. The very essence of hobo had been carved into the bouncy castle lore.
I want to be a hobo. Please, don't. She's already the hobo. I'm not a hobo. I'm not.
It occurred to Tess just how hot the inside of the bouncy castle was. The air was stale and hovered over her like a humid day at the river. Her breathing was short, shallow, and impossible to control. Her chest heaved in and out, taking in oxygen by the shovelful.
I knight you as Sir Hobo!
No longer children, the shadows circled around her, the murdering of hobo forming into an amorphous suggestion of the crowd. An amorphous suggestion of the world. Even though they weren't saying hobo, they were saying hobo. Why was she a hobo? Did she smell? Or maybe they just didn't like her. Was this rejection? If it was, would they push her? Scream in her ear? Scream in her other ear? Yell at her? Would Sis yell at her later because of this? Would that make her sad? Would that cause Joy to not be okay? Would Marina stop talking to her altogether? Would it be all her fault? Would it? It would. It would have to be. And then she would lay awake at night when it was dark, when bad things happened, when bad thoughts happened. Would her life always be that? Just one big bad thought?
Hobo! 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 Hobo!
There's a church choir now. The entire congestion except her. Their congestion except her was singing. The girl with the pigtails screamed. Chest shoved for the crowd of regular giggling children who were not singing or chanting or even choir. She ran for the exit. Back outside, Joe swallowed back a yawn. Tess bounced out of the UFO. The teen working at the entrance looked at his phone as she darted off. Her head swung back and forth. Her head swung back and forth. A silent promise that she would never go back.
Tess, hold up! Where are you headed? Tess!
He watched as the top of Tess's bandana disappeared into a sea of attendants. Some made space for her, most didn't.
Crap.
He rushed over to grab Tess's belongings.
Wait, you can't just leave your things here! Tess!
He sprinted out of the play area. Her shoes and grovel. Oh, it's a crowbar shovel. Grovel. Swinging from his hands.
Tess! Where are you? Just say something so I know you're okay!
A flood of worst-case scenarios spiraled through his thoughts. Running away? Kidnapped? Hurt? The usual suspects. There's one image that haunts him, and despite him never having witnessed it, it carved itself into his memories for years. It remained there for his entire life. This vivid painting, where the water flowed, toad croaked and brushed, and dripped the humidity of summer. It was a small body that floated down the stream, face down, bobbing with the current. Except now, the body had platinum hair, a red bandana that was sopping wet. They were pale and still. He tried to push it out of his mind. Thinking about it made it harder to run. harder to breathe, but it wouldn't go away. Not really. A burden to bear. Finally, there was some respite. Assurance that it was okay. The test was okay. Far from the activities, where the crowd had fanned and decorations were sparse, Tess sat against the wall. There was one drinking fountain on the wall, that she sat directly under it, curled into a ball with her knees drawn to her chest. She rocked back and forth, her bandana shadowing her face. Jo breathed a sigh of relief. On the off chance there was something up there looking out for her. On the off chance there was someone up there looking out for her, he had looked up and tipped his bandana. He strolled up to Tess and shot her a smile.
How's it going, kiddo?
No response.
I think you forgot these.
He leaned her grovel against the wall. His adrenaline told him to just drop the shoes, but he made sure to put them gently at her feet instead. Her shoulders huffed twice. She looked up at him. Two tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Otherwise, there was no sore eyes or a puffy face. Jo dropped to his knees.
Hey, is everything okay?
She shook her head. Once left, once right.
I don't know if I'm happy or not.
His mouth hung open as he tried to formulate a response. The truth was as obvious as two tears sliding down her cheek. No happy person would ask that question.
Do you feel unhappy?
She nodded.
I think so.
Jo frowned and looked away, but guilt made it too hard to look at her. Tess wiped away her tears and sniffed up everything else.
Are you afraid to cry?
Not really. I just don't feel like doing it now.
So you feel better?
No. Just don't feel like crying now.
Ah.
Other kids cry a lot. They scream too. I don't know how they do it so much. It seems hard
She brought her knees further into her chest.
and scary.
Emotions are pretty scary.
Yes. I want them to go away.
You feel them a lot, huh?
Yes and no. Sometimes I feel a little. Sometimes I feel a lot. It feels like...
Tess ruffled her bandana and tried to think of the words. Words were hard. Finding words for herself was harder.
It feels like... people want me to feel a lot when I feel a little. Or want me to feel a little when I feel a lot.
Did you feel a lot back there?
Jo motioned down the hall where the bouncy castle was, while the hectic things were.
Too much. Like, I shouldn't be there. And they made me not want to be there. It's always like this when I try to play.
Jo tilted his head.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
Jo's shoulders slumped. Kid really had a way of taking calcium out of your milk.
A lot when a little, huh?
Yeah, but it's okay, Joey. It's just how it is.
It isn't, though.
Clenched the fabric of his jumpsuit, cursing the person who made an 11-year-old think the world worked this way, and cursed himself for his role in it.
You're wrong. It is. Sis yells at me because I feel a little. You run after me because I feel a lot. It's okay. It's what I do. And it's what grown-ups do.
A single dimple formed on Tess's cheek.
Except Marina. I like her. She's nice and talks to me about fun things. Sis says it's because she's special. I think she's right. Marina is very special.
Jo decided he'd swap Marina over the head later for that one. Jo decided he'd swap Mariah over the head for that one later.
But I think I scared her away. Too freaky. Because I'm me.
That one was the hardest for Tess to say. She wished she hadn't, because the second she said it, it felt hurt. Her bottom lip quivered.
I just wish I wasn't me. And that not me was like everyone else. And I wish I was okay.
The heartbreak had been collapsing in on Jo. Fell down then and there. The heartbreak that had been collapsing in on Jo fell down there and then. No one looked at Tess like a person, let alone a child. Not even Tess, not even him. She was just an enigma, an icy set piece that exists to make everything everything else feel full, but not herself. He'd enabled that. The narrative that small people only felt simple things. It had all come full circle. Joe clutched the plastic dog tag strung around his neck. Either for inspiration or determination, a small fire sparked inside of him. She had to try to explain herself to him as well as she could. It was only fair to do the same. Alright, let's give this a shot.
You know, I used to not be okay.
Tess's eyes grew wide in disbelief, then small in suspicion.
This is a ploy.
No, honest. I was pretty messed up as a kid.
That doesn't sound right. You're too normal.
Pretty confident for someone who wasn't even alive to see it.
Before I was born?
The allure of the before times was too great to ignore. It seemed mystical to her. The era of the ancients.
I was a lot different back then. Everything was different, I guess.
Did she dare to ask?
Different how?
She dared.
Well, I had a brother, for one.
Explanation points went up in Tess's head. She had at least a dozen questions to ask. But before she could bring any of them up, the truth made itself known to her. The exclamation points became ellipses.
Oh, sorry.
It was a long time ago.
She stayed silent.
You aren't going to ask?
Wouldn't it be rude?
Joe shrugged.
His name was Benjamin, but I just called him Benji. Yeesh, my mom would always throw a fit when she heard me call him that. Benjamin is a perfectly lovely name, and all that jazz.
It's biblical.
Most things are, kid.
Tess recalled the handful of times she'd been dragged to Sunday school. Her blood ran cold with Old Testament fear. Her voice went quiet.
Was it a plague?
No, nothing like that. He drowned.
Tess shifted around to find a more comfortable position, but remained thoroughly uncomfortable. It wasn't scary, just sad. Joey sounded sad when he said it.
I was younger than you when it all went down, and he was even younger than that, so he...
Losing track, Joe scratched his head. Half of them felt like he travelled back in time to that sweltering day, where stepping outside felt like stepping out of the shower. The other half of him felt like it didn't exist.
Yeah, couldn't swim. I told him I would teach him how, but there was an auto show at the pharmacy. The Pops shop was sponsoring. You've met my Pops, right?
Very big. Very scary.
Nah, he just doesn't talk much. Kinda like you. I wish he did, though.
Why are you trying to delay this? He thought. Saying it changes nothing.
Anyway, I said that he should go to the river and that I'd catch up. They found him a few days later.
But saying out loud changed everything. Tess thought about how many times she had swam in that river, and how she might never want to again. Thought about how Joey looked like a new Joey. Tess reached over to touch his leg, not knowing anything else to do except placing her hand on it.
Are you okay now?
Oh, usually. It comes and goes. Comes when I worry about folks, goes when I know they're okay. But back then, well, I guess no one would be okay after that. And I wasn't.
Did you feel a lot?
He stared down at her and grinned, but Tess knew it was just for pretend.
Too much. Too sad, too guilty, too angry. Mom was hysterical through all of it, and I can't really blame her. Pops never talked about it throughout most of Benji's things within a week. Can't really blame him either.
A lot and a little.
Yep, and I must be their kid, because I got both of those things.
Joey toyed with the dog tag, twirling his fingers through the chain. It weighed more than the plastic it was supporting.
Some days I skipped school and would just sunbathe on the riverbank. Looking back, that was probably weird. But being so close to where it happened made it feel like it hadn't. But then, when I would go out, everything was just a reminder. People would look at me and I'd get heated. They'd whisper and I'd lash out. I thought maybe they were talking about how it was my fault. Or maybe they just felt bad. Didn't matter. Both scenarios really ticked me off.
You sound paranoid, like Sis.
Probably was. It was pretty lonely. Picking fights with people doesn't make you a lot of friends. Mariah being the exception.
Tess considered this, imagining Joey saying as he is now, except now in the middle of a wheat field. a plane soared far above him in the distance.
I hope you're not lonely anymore.
Of course not. I got you, don't I?
And sis.
Especially your sister. And remind me to wash my mouth out with soap later for saying that. She was as mouthy back then as she is now, and I didn't exactly practice the art of pacifism. So us getting to know each other may or may not have involved a fist fight on the playground.
Sounds about right.
Couldn't have happened any other way. But as crazy as it sounds, she was the only one who would let my emotions play out.
Did not compute. Tess wrinkled her nose, unable to imagine any scenario where Sis would show any weakness, would show as much weak of a display as empathy.
That's impossible. She would never do that. Also, she would probably call you a crybaby.
Don't get me wrong, she absolutely did. But she would always stick around. Didn't matter how many times I told her to go away. It was always, shape up, slacker! That lemonade stand ain't gonna build itself!
Oh, that sounds more like her. Does that count?
Not sure. I like to think she was trying to help in her own way. It might be the only way, and I'm better off for it.
And then the conversation petered into fumes. They both stared ahead, watching the spatter of people occasionally walking by. A lot had been said, even more had been thought. Much of what Joey had told her was sad, but for some reason she felt warm. Conversation felt like a hug. She had been right. He was a new Joey. Perhaps this one was better. He looked at Tess straight in the eye. He looked Tess straight in the eyes, as much as he could under the fountain. Joey had no illusion that he understood everything, or that any of the things he had said would make her feel better. But doing this was at least something.
Things are different for each of us, Tess. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's not always going to be okay. You won't always be okay. And there are going to be times you might not even know why.
Hollow space drilled itself into Tessa's chest. It dug its way around, down to her gut.
But I'll be here, even if you never feel okay ever again.
Oh god, my heart. Jesus Christ, game, chill. However, the thing about hollow space is there's always room for them to be filled.
That said, not feeling okay sucks though. So let's try to boost your chances.
He filled the dog tag over his head. First, Tess wasn't sure what to do. She watched the tag sway from the chain as he held it out. Cautiously, she opened her palm and reached out. It dropped into her hand, with the chain rattling behind it. Tess squinted and read the faded name carved into it.
What? This is...
A good luck charm. Might not seem like a real dog tag, but the engraver who gave it to my brother said it works twice as well.
A lump formed in Tess's chest. It staked its way up to her throat, and she could feel it clenching.
I'm not a very lucky guy though, so try to give it back once you don't need anymore, okay?
She couldn't see it now. Everything looked like a blur of watercolors. She clutched the charms in her fist and brought it to her chest.
Joey, I think I feel like crying now.
She choked out the first two sobs before Joey pulled her in. Tess clenched his jumpsuit and cried into it. No one seemed to pay them any mind. Oh, poor baby. And we're back to the
Babe.
girlfriends.
Hey, what's wrong?
I duck and swoop and try to talk to her face to face, but Marina keeps moving away so that her back is to me. I can feel my throat tightening as the reality sets in. I screwed up bad, didn't I?
Hey, Marina.
I lower my voice and put my hand on her arm, so doesn't throw it off.
Are you okay?
The answer is obvious, but something compels me to ask anyway. Some vague hope that she's actually laughing and not crying, or that it's for other reasons that have nothing to do with me. Marina shakes her head. Of course she's not okay, you moron. I berate myself. Slowly I turned around, hoping that Cassie hadn't noticed anything was going on. Naturally, she's staring right at us, but when I look back, she would probably look somewhere else and pretend she wasn't.
I think we're gonna take a break. If that's cool.
She peeks past me at Marina. I was just slouched like a decrepit puppet.
You got it. I think I can handle the wave of traffic here by myself for a bit.
It's for the atmosphere, I can't help but chuckle.
Like I said, you two have already done a ton to help out. More than I had any right to ask. And also, I get the idea that I'm part of the problem here too.
I open my mouth to disagree and tell her that she's wrong, but I don't. Since I don't know if that's true or not.
We'll come back in a bit.
Cassie nods, but I don't know if that's true either. Then I turn and slink back to where Marina's waiting.
Hey, can we talk?
Marina doesn't react. Out of my skin, I can feel myself wanting to get annoyed. How am I supposed to make this better if she won't communicate with me? But I don't let myself dwell on that. She's the one who's hurting right now and not me. I don't need to make this about myself.
Can we walk at least?
Jelly puts a hand on her side and guides her away from the booth. She comes with me but never looks up, and nearly bumps into a dozen different people. Once we're a few feet away from Cassie, I start to talk again, keeping my voice low.
Okay, hey, talk to me, please? I'm sorry, I was just making a joke. I didn't know it was going to hurt you.
I might as well be talking to a brick wall for the response I get out of Marina. Actually, strike that, as the brick wall wouldn't look as miserable as she does. My stomach starts to turn tighter and tighter, into tighter and tighter knots, as the reality sinks in. Marina's really upset and it's my fault. Given the timing of it all, it's hard to pretend that this could be for any other reason besides the obvious one.
It's about Cassie, right? And how I said she could come with us?
Marina steps slow.
I wasn't seriously inviting her. I was just kidding. I'm sure she knew that too.
Stop, Amber! Just stop!
She comes to an abrupt halt, even though we're in the middle of a throng of people. The crowd parts around us like a river around a dam, but with more angry looks. Hands on her hips, she glares at me. The gaze in her eyes are more cutting than the expression itself.
You can't just say you're sorry like that magically fixes things! You can't just say or do whatever you want, then expect me to get over it because I always do!
She glares and I feel myself writhing under her look. It's rare to see her look this upset. The only time I've ever seen it have been my fault. Her heart pounds in my chest as I remember the last fight we had on the road near Palm Springs. After that, I swore to myself I'd treat Marina better. Now here she is, her eyes still watering. I brought my brain to find the words to say that I could make it better, but I draw a blank.
Marina.
She starts walking away from the booths into a mess of people. I stay at her side. Part of me thinks I should leave her alone to cool off rather than following at her heels like a disobedient dog. But even as I think, I remember myself running off last time, wandering the city and eventually ending up in Mariah's wrecked place. I don't want to run away again unless Marina tells me to go. I'll stay with her. We walk in silence a few inches apart, close enough that I could reach out and grab her hand if I wanted to. She wanted me to, but I don't. I wonder if has some destination in mind or if she's just wandering. I don't ask. With each step, it feels like we're missing an opportunity to say something to remedy the situation. The right words never come to mind. Instead, my own thoughts taunt me with their uselessness. At this point, I think Marina is going to lead us out of the convention entirely, but then she makes a left and we continue in a different part of the casino. She's going somewhere in particular, I have no clue where. Finally, after a few minutes of silent walking, we stop outside one of the elevators.
Can we go up?
It takes me a second to realize where she's taking me to.
To the top?
Duh. Amber, where else would she mean? Marina nods. Force myself to smile despite how I'm feeling.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I can hear her wanting to say something, but not. She presses the button and the elevator almost instantly opens for us. A few other people climb out alongside us, and the right at the top is once again silent. Marina and I end up separated by a few people, and I keep an eye on her. She still just stares at the ground, but at least she's not crying anymore. I try to ignore the whooshing feeling in my stomach caused by our quick ascent. It doesn't help the feeling of worry that's already boiling in there. When the door finally opens, Marina's the first one out of the elevator. Even I, knowing cynic and killjoy, can't help but gasp in awe. Beneath us, the entirety of Las Vegas stretches out like a appended toy box, spelling details all across the dusty desert. We're flanked by other immense casinos and luxury buildings, but the dense urban sprawl expands all the way till a few tiny residences meet the empty sand. Thousands of people mill around below, accompanied by what seems to be an equal number of cars that wind their way through and around the city. Up here, there's dozens of other people, all crowded around the banister, admiring the same view we are, and taking lots of pictures. A few rides also adorn the summit here, with roller coasters, tracks circling part of the spire, and several other attractions being advertised nearby. Marina and I stand beside one of the railings, which we somehow have to ourselves. She takes in the sights in quiet awe, which is totally un-Marina-like, but at least I can see her eyes that she's enjoying it. I can see in her eyes that she's enjoying it.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't mind heights, but something about being up here makes me feel very small, even though it should be the other way around, with everything beneath us appearing so tiny in comparison. I grasp the cold metal bar in front of us, holding onto it the same way I hold onto a bike's handlebars. A second later, Marina does the same thing. Her hands are close to mine, but don't touch. Yet again, I feel like I should say something, anything, but I don't know the words.
Amber.
Marina beats me to it.
Yeah?
The wind, the sounds of the people, and the rides, all the ambient noise in the city fades away from my notice as I focus solely on Marina.
It's not about Cassie. It's about you. Everything's always about you. What you want to do, what you want to see. Even this dumb convention that I wanted to go to. We ended up staying with Cassie the whole time.
You didn't have to stick around. She and I could have.
But I want to spend time with you, Amber.
My heart. I hear her voice crack and I feel my throat getting tight too.
I want to do fun things with you and make memories with you. Not just wander around some stupid casino on my own. I really love you, Amber. Like a lot. A lot. But sometimes it's really hard to like you. And I know that most of the time you don't mean it. I try to just ignore it when you tease me or get annoyed or don't care about the same things I do. I know that's just how you are, and so I try not to let it bother me.
Her hand slid off the metal. For the first time, she faces me.
But it's hard, Amber. It's so hard when you treat me like your stupid sidekick instead of your girlfriend. You don't ever have any faith in me. It's like you think I don't know anything. Like I'm a little kid. And it's hard for me to speak up because I worry that you're gonna get sick of me and want to go back to being alone. And I don't want that. So I just keep it all inside, but this isn't even the first time we've had a fight like this. So when we meet some stranger who's like the first person we've ever met who you actually like, and she's pretty and funny and has a lot in common with you, and you even volunteer to do all this stuff with her that if I had asked, I know you'd tease me for it. Maybe you'd do it, but you'd still tease me for it. And so I try not to let it get to me because I'm also happy that you're making a friend, but it still does. It still gets to me that you can't just treat me the same way, like an equal. So it's not about Cassie. Not really. I knew you weren't actually inviting her, but hearing you say it just felt like what we have is nothing special to you. Like anyone can just come join us. Like anyone could replace me. So I just don't want that anymore. I don't want you to keep thinking I'm childish or immature. Just because I want to take cute pictures together, or watch cheesy movies and eat ice cream, or cuddle on the couch instead of going out and doing stuff. Just because I don't hate the world like you and Cassie do, or act like a tough guy and like I don't care about anything. And I don't want you to stop being that way either. I don't want you to stop being Amber. I love all those things about you because they're what make you, you. I guess I just want to feel like you love me for who I am too. You're always just passing through places, Amber. I don't want you to just pass through my life. And so...
Whatever it is she's about to say never makes it out of her throat. So she hiccups, her breath comes out as a sob, and then she's crying again.
Mare.
I stumble forward and put my arms around her, feeling like I'm in a daze. Every single word she says plunges like a dagger into my heart. Not because I think she's got it wrong, but because I know she's right. It isn't hard to think of a time where I've done the thing she says, where I've done the thing she's upset about, even earlier today. It isn't hard to think of lots of other times either. God, I'm an idiot sometimes. I hug Marina tightly. She doesn't hug back, but she doesn't push me away either.
I'm so sorry.
I mean it too. I know it's not adequate on its own, but I mean it. It's not hard to remember the last time we fought, where she yelled at me to stop treating her like a child. I now managed to do it again. Keep doing it, really. I can feel tears pushing their way to my eyes, tears of regret and of anger with myself. How could I let this happen again, and again and again and again?
I'm sorry.
I say the words over and over. I say the words over her shoulder, speaking them to the emptiness below us.
I know that doesn't fix anything, and that I have a lot of fixing I need to do. But I'm sorry for hurting you. There's one thing you got wrong, though. Or at least misunderstood.
Take a step back, disentangling ourselves, but still holding on to Marina's hand.
I'm not really good at this. Being heartfelt, I guess. That's why I tease you so much. But Mare, I really do love you too. For who you are. You're like my sunshine.
You feel my face turning redder with every word that I soldier on.
You make my life brighter. And I don't try to coddle you. I just don't want to see you feel sad. But I screwed that up.
Sniffling, Marina wipes her eyes and nose.
A little.
The tiniest, smallest trace of a smile flickers to the edge of Marina's lips. That alone sends a wave of relief rushing through me. There's still more I need to say, though.
I'll try to stop doing that so much. I can't promise it'll never happen again, but I'll be more thoughtful about it. Making you sad is literally the last thing I ever want to do. So I'm sorry for doing it so often. And if eating ice cream and taking pictures and snuggling is what you want to do, then I want to do those things too. I want to do whatever makes you happy.
I mean it. From the bottom of my heart, I mean it. The words seem to hang in the air between us, fighting the gust of winds not to be ripped away. Marina's bangs hit her eyes and face. The silence stretches on, the pulsing anxiety returns with her. But she doesn't accept my apology. After all, this was clearly something she'd been holding on to for a long time. I know that apology is just the beginning of making things better, not the end of it. What matters is how I act from here on out. But what if she's not willing to take that chance? Could I really say that I don't deserve it?
Marina?
I'm afraid of what she might say. But then she laughs.
I was waiting to see if you had any other embarrassing stuff to say.
I laugh, sigh, and if I'm honest, sob all at once.
You're such a dork.
She pokes me on the nose.
But you love me.
Oh. I poke her back and then put my arms around her again.
Yeah, I do. A lot. And hey, I really meant everything that I said. Sorry. And I'll do better. For real this time.
Good. 'Cause I love you too.
For the first time all day, Marina leans forward and kisses me. Then she pulls back and smirks.
Seeing you cry too made it a little better.
She nuzzles into me, and for a moment, it may as well be the only thing. It may as well be only us up here. It's starting to get late, and the sun is setting behind the Black Mountains.
You know, there's not that long until the convention closes. Is there anything else you want to do?
Distant, excited screams reach us as a roller coaster nearby plunges around a corner.
Maybe there's one thing.
She points to one of the rides close by that isn't the coaster. A sign advertises it as the Big Shot. It's where you get strapped into a seat, then free fall really fast.
Let's go on the big shot.
Are you serious?
After all that, the first thing she could think about is a theme park ride. Catch myself before I go down that rabbit hole. It makes her happy, then it makes her happy. That's all that matters.
I've always wanted to ride one, but no one will ever go with me. And there's no way I'm doing it alone. But I'm sure my girlfriend, who loves me a lot, would want to join me, right?
I'm sure she would.
I let Marina pull me over to the short line to get on. There's a few people ahead of us, but the ride is short. We move at a pretty fast pace. Watch the current batch of riders get dropped, their screams being quickly sucked away by the wind as they fall. It's a good thing I haven't eaten much today.
Are you sure about this?
Was you mad or Amber? Scared?
I'm not scared. I just don't get what's so exciting about these things.
I might be a little scared.
Well, you're gonna find out.
They cut off the line just before we get on, so we'll be the first to ride in the next batch. Marina watches eagerly as the attendant straps everyone in and makes sure they're secure.
When it drops, you gotta cheer with me.
Why?
Haven't you ever been to an amusement park before? Because it's way more fun that way. Besides, it doesn't count if you don't.
Doesn't count for what?
For you making it up to me like you promised.
Oh, so that's how this works, huh?
That's right.
She says it so sweetly that she knows I can't resist.
Guess I have no choice then.
We come back to the starting point and the woozy passengers start to stumble off. Once it's empty, the attendants lift the gates and let us onto the ride. The harness fits over us like a giant belt buckle, and I tighten mine until it digs into my chest. Then I hold onto the reins for dear life. Next to me, Marina wiggles with anticipation. Take a deep breath and look down at the city below. I instantly wish I hadn't. It's dizzyingly far away. The platform beneath our feet suddenly feels a whole lot smaller. The people far beneath us are like individual pixels on the screen, too small to really notice. Nearby, the guy running the ride is arguing with a mum and her small child, so we're left sitting for longer than most. Wish we could just get this over with. Look at Marina, just to avoid staring at the ground, and I'm shocked to see tears rolling down her face.
Mare.
Alarm bells ringing in my head again. Once again, I have no idea what's wrong. But Marina sniffles and shakes her head, wiping her face with the back of her hand.
Sorry, I'm fine.
She says, even though she's half sobbing.
Did you change your mind? Do you want to get off?
She shakes her head again.
Really, I'm fine. I think it's gonna take a bit, but I'm okay.
I stay quiet, not really sure what to say.
It's just after keeping all that inside for so long, you know?
Yeah, I can't really fix everything in just a couple minutes. But I'm glad we talked about it. I want to keep working at this.
She nods.
I'm glad to.
Thinking about how much I have to make it up. I was thinking about how much I have to make up to Marina. It's like the drop far below me now. A little scary when I think about it. But it's literally the least I can do. It's what I already should have done. Probably should have taken me 2 tries to get the same lesson. It probably shouldn't have taken me 2 tries to get the same lesson. When I think about how close we came to breaking up before back in Palm Springs. We didn't though, and we're still here together. That's what's important. Finally, the guy running the ride gets the annoyed lady settled in, and he heads back to the control panel. Marina manages to smile.
Ready?
As I'll ever be.
Remember, you've got to cheer.
I'll try.
Marina reaches over and grabs one of my hands. I remember as I lose grip of the harness, but Marina squeezes my hand reassuringly.
I thought you said you weren't scared.
I wasn't.
It'll be okay. I'm sure that...
The rest of Marina's sentence falls away as we plummet downwards. The sight below us shakes as we shoot down the needle of the stratosphere, coming to a slow stop far below. Just as I catch my breath, the ride starts to climb back up again.
Wait, was that it?
Suddenly the ride drops again.
Amber!
She seizes my hand as she yells out my name, barely audible as the wind rushes past.
3, 2, 1!
It feels weird to scream my lungs out. I can't remember the last time I did. Maybe never. But it's kind of cathartic to try to put all the stress and worry from the past few days into my voice and get it out of me. And it cheers along with me. Seconds later, the ride slows down and then starts to ascend again. And I look over and Marina's laughing.
That was so much fun!
Yeah, it was.
More than I expected, even. As the ride comes to a final stop, I wish it could keep going.
Thanks for coming with me.
I'm glad you made me do it.
Does this mean you'll try out new things with me more often?
Yeah, I like that.
As we exit the ride, my legs still shaking. We take one last look at the view. I try to see how Marina does, full of fun and potential. I remember feeling that way before when I was younger. It's how I knew Marina. It's how I knew Marina would like the lights the first time we came for the city. So when did I stop feeling that? I don't know the answer, but being up here with Marina now makes me feel like that's okay. Things can change for the better if I let them. I can change them for the better too. It's the least that Marina deserves, really. Wrap my arm around her, appreciating for the first time in a while just how much she likes to cuddle.
Ready to keep going?
Always.
I head back down and return to the booth. This is the time for Benders to start packing up. Cassie already halfway through Cassie already halfway through pulling down the decorations. Looks like she sold a few things, but most of the goods are still on the table. Despite that, she smells and sees us approaching.
Hey, everything okay?
Yeah, we're better now.
How's it been here?
Not great, if I'm being honest.
That sucks. People don't know what they're missing. Everything you made was so good.
Thanks. Can't say I'm too surprised. It was always a pipe dream at best.
She says.
I can clean this stuff up myself. I don't want to take up the rest of your day, too.
It's fine. We don't mind.
But she shakes her head.
Nah, I kinda need some time to think anyway.
Oh, sure. Makes sense.
Not really sure what to say. Today's results are disappointing. No matter. Yeah, it's probably the first typo I noticed. Today's results are disappointing no matter how you look at it.
You guys should come by the shop tomorrow, though, before you leave. I'll see you off properly.
I guess I'll voice Amber for this line. Yeah, sounds good. We'll see you then. Marina's POV. I squeeze Amber's hand tighter and scoot in close. For some reason, she's always keen to touch, even a place as hot as Vegas. We stroll down the sidewalk, matching her steps so they line up perfectly.
Whoa, careful. I'm gonna lose my balance.
I lay my head into her shoulder just to push her buttons a little more, only a tiny bit.
Are you saying you're gonna fall for me?
Amber wrinkles her nose and grumbles.
Jeez. And you say my jokes are bad.
Well, I did learn from the best.
Or the worst, depending on your perspective.
No.
I play with her fingers, stroking her hangnails and rough calluses on her fingertips.
The best.
She looks away and tries to hide her blush. I wonder if she knows she gets as red as a strawberry when she's embarrassed.
Glad I'm good for something at least.
There's a bounce in her step as she swings the gift Cassie gave us back and forth. You could try and act as virtuous as you want, Amber, but I know you're just as gushy and hopeless as I am. We turn the corner and we're back on the strip. This is my second time here and it's still totally overwhelming. New York on one side of the street, Paris on the other. It's enough to make anyone's head explode. When I first met Amber, I felt like my head was always exploding. Because of the treasure hunt, there was always so many people around it. It was intimidating. It still is, honestly, but only a little. Part of me likes it, because every single person brings a spark of life to wherever they're at. Even the tipsy people going in and out of the casinos. It doesn't just make them special, it makes wherever they are, it makes wherever they're at special too. They're special, that's, yeah. I have a fucking heat stroke apparently. Manos mug's empty. Okay, this is near the end of the game, so I'll keep going till the end. Even if we visit 1,000 times, just like me, she's always changing, and every time she does, I find more reasons to love her. In front of us, a dad carrying his young daughter. Her chin is resting on his shoulder as her springy alien Tada headbang wiggles back and forth. It's so adorable.
Hello.
I twinkle my fingers and give her a tiny wave. After a yawn, she smiles.
A lot more kids at the convention than I would have thought.
Well, duh. Kids love aliens. I love aliens.
You sure it's not just the weird kids?
Sounds like something a former weird kid would say.
Hey! Aside from the obvious, I wasn't that weird. Nowhere near the weirdness levels of a kid like Tess.
Take that back. Tess is a sweetheart!
It hits me. Like how my brother used to hit me in the face during pillow fights. All I can do is scream, I messed up so bad.
You good, or should I just ignore this?
I turn to Amber, then grab her, then shake her.
I forgot about Tess!
Amber wobbles with my shaking. I can't stop. Shaking her is all I can do.
There was a bad signal earlier, and then it just slipped my mind. Oh, I can't believe I did this to her. After we came all this way, too. She must be so sad.
Thinking about how Tess might be just makes me sad. Even if it was busy with drama, I can't believe I just abandoned her like that.
Will you just relax?
No!
Okay, but just so you know, they're probably still in town. As long as you text her, it's not the end of the world.
Text!
I let go of Amber and stick my hands in her pocket. After digging through wadded up dollar bills, I slide out my phone and bring up the messages with Tess. I wait and wait. Eventually, a little check mark show up as she's read it pop up. I wait and wait. Eventually, a little check mark showing she's read it pop up. With the ellipsis, the 3 dots, nowhere to be seen.
Tess put me on red.
Found a message telling me that it's okay. All I can do is focus on how much I screwed up, how much anxiety I must have given Tess. When bunnies died, they scream. When friendship died, they're left on red.
She hates me!
She doesn't hate you. You're impossible to hate.
No!
She sniffs back tears. I sniff back tears before they can come out. Because dang it, I don't want to let myself cry for the second time today.
I couldn't even find her a good gift earlier. Even if I had texted her, she would still hate me for that.
Tess isn't the type of kid to get bratty because she didn't get a present.
For a girl who hoards old cassette tapes, she should know exactly why some objects are important.
Babe, it's not about the present. It's about showing that we care. And think about how sad her life must be. Do you think she's ever had a good birthday? With cakes and candles and friends?
I don't like assuming the worst about Joe and Mariah, but I don't. They do the best they can. That's why Mariah was after the license plate. But I think this is important for Amber to grasp. Things really are going to change with us. She needs to feel things without me telling her why she should. Amber's eyebrows wrinkle. She looks down, pursing her lips.
No, I don't. It's...
She scratches her head and her boy's looking at me all flustered.
not really something I have experience with, you know? Growing up with Gramps, birthdays were always just another excuse to go to some place we would have gone to anyway.
Oh, I didn't know.
I just feel awkward. Amber would have been in a situation like Tess is growing up too. So if you go for a life like that, I guess it's just something that didn't matter as much to you.
Do we know what Tess likes? Besides license plates from stolen vehicles?
Sunflowers.
She looks surprised at how fast I answered.
Like the plant?
She ends all of her texts with an emoji of them. I think they make her happy.
No one can possibly hate sunflowers. They're so big and bright. Just looking at them makes you want to smile. Tess notices details like that, so I think she must feel like extra hard.
Well, I don't know what an emoji is or whatever, but sunflowers are pretty easy to grow. They're like succulents. Just about anyone with a brain can do it.
She has a look in her face, the same look she would always get when we were strategizing about the next piece of the treasure we needed.
Well, you've got a plan.
I have an idea.
Tomato potato. I'm just happy you care enough to think about it.
I waddled over and wrapped my arms around her neck to bring her in for a hug. She doesn't push me back, but she also doesn't look thrilled.
Give me some credit, Mare. I'm not heartless.
And you're not brainless either.
I bring her in closer and nuzzle against her cheek. Bring her in closer and nuzzle against her cheek. Probably hates it, and it's probably goofy. But hey, I'm allowed to be goofy.
Come on, tell Mare Bear what's going on in your head.
We probably need to go back to the motorhome.
My arms slide off her.
Isn't it in the shop though?
Not anymore. Got the call a couple hours ago. It's all good to go.
Maybe I'm sidekick, or maybe I'm just suspicious of my own girlfriend. But I hope she's not going to take advantage of this the way I think she might.
Hey, don't use this as an excuse for an early checkout.
I'm not. Jeez. We already spent the money. It'd be a waste. Even if the bed is too soft.
Why do we need an RV then?
Because I need to dust off my power tools.
Oh shit. What's she doing? I unlatch the motorhome's door and keep it open so Marina can enter first. She climbs up the steps and immediately starts wiping away sweat.
It's so stuffy in here.
It's because those jokers parked it in 100-degree weather.
With a limp throw, I toss her the keys. She snatched them out of the air like a pro basketball player. Or a pro baseball player.
Go turn on the engine so we can get some air circulating in here. I'll go dig out my toolbox.
Okie dokie.
She flies off to the driver's seat and begins the process of pulling everything out of various drawers and cupboards. My cherry red toolbox is more of a faded apple at this point. I suck in a quick gust of air and blow off a layer of dust. I disperse it into the air as a cloud of floating particles. I brush the rest off with my hand, my palm stained with the blood of dust bunnies. From there, I now have a pencil off the counter and open a drawer I haven't visited in a while. It used to be the junk drawer, but now it exists to store all the boxes that damn miners scattered around the desert. We snatched the gold out of them almost as soon as they were opened, but the boxes still remained. I take one out at random, then balance everything in my arms and drop them all. God. Oh yeah, I'm having a stroke. I take one out at random, then balance everything in my arms and drop them all at the table. Marina hops onto the booth, staring at her knees and hands resting on her chin.
Can you tell me now? You can't keep me in the dark forever.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure the miners' treasure boxes were sturdy enough before I embarrassed myself. They are almost 200 years old.
Okay, so what are we gonna do with the box?
First things first, you're gonna draw on it.
I twirl the pencil in my fingers, then point it at her, ready to set up. She takes it, but with how she's inspecting it, she may as well be an alien seeing a spoon for the first time.
I don't get it.
You said tastes like sunflowers, right?
Loves them.
She's really gonna make me get all sappy and say it, huh?
Well, I was thinking, what if we did up the box all nice like? You can draw some pretty sunflower designs on it, then I can carve them out and sand it off. I was taking woodshop up until last year, so it's whatever.
She stares at me, blank-faced. The AC kicks into gear and the fan starts circulating air for the motorhome. Ugh. She must think it's a stupid idea, but it's the only thing I've got.
We can go to a nursery later and get her some sunflower seeds. For growing, not eating. There might be a book on how to take care of them, too.
Marina continues to stare.
She can use the box as a pot to grow it in. Or not. It'd be up to her. I just thought it might mean more to her, since they were after the treasure, too. And stuff.
I can feel the blood starting to reach my ears, while the rest of her face lights up. The rest of my face heats up. She's still staring, still hasn't said anything. It's making me extra anxious.
Can you just say something? I'm going out on a really embarrassing limb here.
Sorry. I'm just surprised, I guess.
gaze drifts down to the box and frowns.
That's really thoughtful.
She can say that, but after everything that's happened today, I have a hard time believing there's no underlying meaning. It is a thoughtful gift. Maybe that's where the shock comes from.
Did you not think I had it in me?
I know you do, but sometimes I just need reminders.
The little pang of guilt scrapes the inside of my chest. It hurts, it really does. I don't even know if I had hurt her enough to wound her trust in me so severely. Part of me was frustrated, maybe a little resentful. I know I mess up here and there, but I didn't know I was actively doing it. I wish we would have talked earlier. The universe could have given me some sort of sign that I wasn't being the best girlfriend I could. But crying and running into each other's arms is all just talk. I'm going to take action to set things right. A lot of it.
I'll be better. I promise.
She rests her hands on the top of my dirty one. Her smell isn't bright or cheerful, or the manifestation of sunshine I always thought it was a month ago. But it's real. It has room to grow bigger.
You already are.
When Marina makes plans for tomorrow with Tess and texting frenzy, I'm grateful for another second chance. The next day, before going to see Tess, we have another friend to say goodbye to. When we get to Sweet Tooth, Cassie's waiting for us already, and we exchange greetings to Schlitz.
Hey, thanks for coming by. Sorry I wasn't really in the mood to talk last night.
It's fine.
Yeah, sorry for being weird too, by the way. Yesterday was kind of crazy.
I thought something might be up. Sorry if I ever made things uncomfortable, you know?
Marina waves it off.
It's okay, everything's cool now.
Cassie leads us back to the kitchen again, where we made the treats.
I don't have too long because I actually have to work today, but I did want to say thank you one more time. Although, technically, it cost me my job.
What?
Just kidding. Except, not really. I decided I'm gonna quit.
What? Isn't that kind of sudden?
You mean after totally bombing out at the convention yesterday? Yeah, kinda. I spent a lot of money on ingredients and materials. I'm gonna be eating nothing but ramen for the foreseeable future. But I decided I can't give up. Just because it didn't work out the first time. That's what I've always done. If I'm not good at something right away, I just quit. That lifestyle hasn't exactly worked out for me so far, though. So I'm gonna keep giving it my all for as long as I can. I might start traveling more, too. You two will make it look pretty fun.
It's been a good time so far. That's cool. I'm glad to hear you're gonna make a change. They're gonna miss you around here, though. For sure.
Oh, totally. Honestly, they'll probably be out of business in a week without me. But staying here would only prolong the inevitable. No sense staying on a sinking ship when there's a lifeboat, you know? I'll give them my 2 weeks, but then after that...
Traces some emotion of her arm.
I'm out of here. Maybe I'll run into you two on the road out there.
I hope so. We can meet up and swap road stories and share pictures.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Clear my throat.
Speaking of the road...
Marina's just behind me, standing up a little straighter.
About time to be getting back on it?
Yeah, I think so. Hope that's not too sudden.
Nah, not at all. I figured you were on your way out the door soon. I still need to get ready for my shift, too.
Cool. Although... Hey...
I glance at Marina, who peers back at me curiously.
You should let us have your number. I've been thinking about maybe getting a phone.
With explosive speed, Marina goes from leaning against me into a full hug. With that trademark intensity that I love her so much, that I love so much better. Cassie smirks, but to her credit, it doesn't make the obvious joke about asking her for her number.
Sure thing. I'd love to stay in touch.
She and Marina quickly trade numbers, and I promise to send a message once I have a phone of my own set up. The three of us are heading for the front door when Cassie jolts to a halt.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Forgot what?
Give me like 2 seconds.
Hurries back to the kitchen, leaving Marina and I alone. A few seconds of silence pass before we both look at each other and laugh.
Well,
Okay then.
Marina browses through the shelves while we wait. Same. Oh. Sorry, I'm a bit of fucking... I've been streaming too long. All the characters in this game are adorable. I didn't even realize you were still here. Alright. She snoops for the mixed chocolates and inspects the jelly bean flavors. She spots the basket that has the scorpion embedded candies in them and peers over the edge curiously, using her phone as a flashlight. Its beams hit the contents. Seconds later, she scrambles away like one of them's going to sting her.
Oh my god, gross.
I start to laugh. But then she stands up, my breath is stolen. The overhead light is off, although a decent amount of light still streams through the candy painted windows. It's really well, but this game is so cute. Aww. I really do appreciate it, you know. It does get kind of hard to keep streaming sometimes, but I really appreciate it, Lily. And really everyone who watches me. Anyway, enough about me being sappy, it's time for the game to be sappy. The overhead lights are off, although there's a decent amount of light still streaming in through the candy-painted windows. Sunlight hits Marina's hair at just the right angle and makes it sparkle when she catches me looking. She just smiles, her whole face lighting up to... Last time we left Vegas, it was the light from the city illuminating Marina's face that I remember. But now, but I know that this time in the future, it'll be the other way around.
What are you looking at, punk?
You, cutie.
Amber!
She swats at me, but I grab her hand and lace her fingers together.
what? It's true.
Tug her towards me for a quick kiss, then she skips away a couple steps.
Who's the dork now?
I guess we both are.
I can live with that.
Kitchen door suddenly crashes open.
Okay, I'm back.
She's carrying 2 large items.
Here, a token of my sincere gratitude and thanks.
She sets down one bag, then hands me a heavy package that's completely wrapped in pink tissue paper and secured rubber bands.
Actually, it might end up being more like a curse or torment. Go ahead and open it.
I hand the gift to Marina, who greedily grabs it with claw-like hands. She shreds through the paper, leaving confetti-like scraps on the ground, nearly drops the whole thing in the process. In seconds, she's fully unwrapped the present and holds it so we can both see. It's a glass bottle with red and white stripes like a candy cane running up and down it. The liquid inside is a muddled colour that I can't decide if it wants to be pink or not. Off the vine, peppermint wine reads the label. I'm horrified. But to Marina, it looks like Cass may as well have offered her another piece of gold.
This is for us?
Yep, a farewell gift. Fair warning, it's been sitting in the back for God knows how long. Boss brought it in for some promo event forever ago. But anyway, it's wine, so isn't it supposed to get better with age? Or something like that?
Something like that.
I'm dubious of wine to begin with, and the idea of adding peppermint just makes it sound even worse. But Marina is clearly dying to try it, so I'm sure I'll end up drinking some later tonight.
Here, this will make it a bit less obvious.
She hands Marina a Sweet Tooth branded shopping bag, made of heavy paper with a handle.
Also this.
The second bag she passes to Marina is a plastic sack of absolutely full of gummy peach rings.
You're a saint, Cassie.
I don't know about that, but you're welcome.
Marina places both her new treasures in the bag that Cassie gave her.
Thanks for everything.
Pleasure's all mine, believe me. You two have given me a lot to think about.
We step out of the front door into the sunlight. Cassie follows behind Marina and I. She locks the door behind us. Finally, we've reached the hardest part. The part where the three of us stand there, nobody knowing who should say goodbye first. I take charge and clear my throat.
So...
Yeah, so... It was good to see you again. And it was really nice to meet you, Marina.
It was nice meeting you too. Sorry, I was such a downer at first.
It's fine. No hard feelings, right?
Definitely not.
Cool.
second passes and Marina darts forward to give Cassie a quick hug. Cassie's momentarily stunned, but then she smiles and hugs Marina back.
Sorry, I should have asked if you're the hugging type first.
It's cool. I am.
We separate then, because Cassie faces me.
I'm not the hugging type.
Instead, I offer my hand, which Cassie shakes with a grin.
I figured.
It was good to see you too. I hope we'll run into each other again sometime.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that we will. A road trip does sound kind of nice.
Well, until then.
Take care.
See you guys later.
Damn, Cassie is fine. God damn. Cassie waves as we start to walk away. She keeps waving. When we cross the road and look back, she's still waving. She waves until she's out of sight. A moment later, I double back just to check, but she's already gone. Intense knocking.
Tess! I'm so sorry! Tess!
Amber shuffles around me. Her voice is like a whisper. I think she's trying to make up for all my crying.
Babe, you're making a scene. Didn't Tess message you last night and say it was okay to drop by?
Yeah, but that doesn't make forgetting about her right.
Same bag Cassie gave us the wine and swings in my hand. So now it's stuffed with confetti paper and has Tessa's present in it.
I think she'll understand. Now, can you lower the volume? You're gonna wake up the other weirdos who sleep in casino parking lots.
Tap, tap, tap. I soften my knots a little. Their RV is just as big as the monster that was a month ago. Being surrounded by other big RVs and an even bigger parking lot makes it look not as scary. The only thing that's scary now is how I must disappoint her. If I click, the door unlocks. The stepping stool slides with a hum. Amber steps away, way away. Tess cracks open the door, poking half her big old head out.
Marina?
I swing the door open the rest of the way, climbing up the steps and lock her into a hug.
Happy birthday, Tess!
I squeeze her, I lift her off the ground and twirl her around. She can't weigh more than a cat, so I could do this for hours, it's great. While spinning, I catch a glimpse of Joe, raising an eyebrow. By the time I spin around again, he's grinning.
I'm so sorry I forgot to meet up with you. Can you forgive me?
You mean you really didn't forget on purpose?
Huh? Why would I ever do that? That'd be such a mean thing to do on your birthday.
I plop her back down onto the ground. She looks away as she comes up, as she comes out with words to say.
I'm freaky. Maybe I scared you.
What? Who made you think that? I will kick their butt up and down the strip. You're way too nice, sweetie. But I wanted to make sure I saw you at least once.
Tess has never really been expressive, but that's okay. Because we're all different. But her eyes look like they're shining as she stares up at me. Trusses back in for another hug.
No one. Thanks for coming.
Usually she's pale, but right now her face looks pink, a little puffy. It's nude, just like the dog tags Nicholas was wearing. Kids really do grow up fast.
What's that?
She breaks away and points to the bag in my hand.
Oh, you interested?
I dangle it over her and tease. No kid can resist presents, not even Tess.
It might be a little something for you. Might.
That's okay. You don't have to lie.
Wait, no, they're actually your presents. I mean it.
Her eyes get huge. She notices, I think she notices she was staring. Because after a couple seconds she looks away and her pink cheeks get even pinker.
You don't have to lie.
Come on now, tell the kid the truth. You really brought those presents here for me.
Ah, Joe, you're great. But I barely even know you.
Oh, that's gonna leave a mark.
I smile at him, just a little teasing. Sometimes you can tell someone is a good person just by looking at them. Like with Amber. And I think Joe's the same way. He gets brownie points for looking after Tess, at least. They both lean in for a quick hug. I can tell he's trying not to squeeze me too tight. But his muscles still somehow squeeze through his baggy jumpsuit.
It's good to see you, Joe.
Nice to see you too, Marina. It's been a minute. Amber not with you?
I point my thumb at the door.
Oh, she's just outside.
I whisper, don't want her here. Don't want her here. I whisper, don't want her hearing me.
Just a little nervous, you know?
Am not.
Amber yells from outside. Oops, guess I wasn't quiet enough.
Ah, I think I understand the situation.
Joey walks over and sticks his head out the door.
Relax, it's safe. Mariah's AWOL right now. She never came back last night.
Oh, thank God.
Aren't you worried about her, Joe?
She's like a cat. She'll come back when she's hungry.
Amber stomps up the steps and gives a relieved sigh.
Hey, you guys. I hope we aren't interrupting anything.
She drops my heels. She drops my heels at my feet and puts her arm around me. Dang, she's smooth.
Nah, you're fine. We're just winding down after the convention. You ladies win, right?
Sure did. Got to smell every type of nerd under the sun.
Amber's hand drops down to wrap around mine.
It was a good experience, though.
We both smile. And if it wasn't for the fact I'd be really awkward for the other. If it wasn't for the fact that it'd be really awkward for the other two, I just keep staring into her eyes. Speaking of the other two, Tess is just standing here now. She always gets left behind in these conversations, so she doesn't feel left out. Nudging Amber, I glance at her, then Tess. Her, Tess, her, Tess. Get the picture, Amber. She finally gets the idea and looks down at her. Amber isn't even that much taller than me, but when Tess looks up at her, it reminds me of Jack and the Beanstalk. Sounds is almost as awkward as they are.
So,
Yes?
what did you do?
Where?
At the convention?
I cried.
Oh.
Oh. Happy birthday.
Oh my god, I have to stop this.
Cried? Does that mean you didn't have a good time?
I crouch down to meet Tess again, but this time I'll boop Amber out of the way of my butt. Seriously, she has no idea how to talk to kids.
I felt a lot about a little.
I looked at Joe for answers, but Amber has already beat me to it. If anything happened out of this precious anymore, it would be heck to pay. Heck.
Translate.
We both did a little growing up. That's all.
That doesn't sound like a good time to me.
Alrighty!
All three of them jump back a little. Maybe I should have used my inside voice.
That settles it. Me and you are gonna go do something fun while we open your gifts.
Just a moment, I gotta kick my door shut. Kick. Thought I'd just kick over. Okay, it's for my fan. Look, my left neck is back in place. Tess tilts her head.
Just us? Uh-huh. Only as long as you want to.
She nods her head so fast I'm scared I might roll off.
Is that okay, Joe? We won't go very far, just along the strip.
That's all fine and dandy to me. Treat her to a better time than I could, will ya?
It's a deal.
If Amber had more than 2 eyebrows, she would be raising all of them. What a worry were.
Please.
She grumbles, or grunts. A gruntle.
Please.
Another gruntle. Closes her eyes, her forehead is pulsing with a heart that had too much coffee. And that might just be because she drinks too much coffee.
Pretty please. With your favorite bribe on top?
She gives a defiant sigh, then smirks.
Just don't get roped into any poker games.
It's a deal. Or, it's a deal that I won't make a deal, but okay.
Amber cringes, but there are no take-backsies in love, so she doesn't do any complaining. She pats Tess's head once again, makes a thud sound.
Keep her out of trouble, kid.
Tess gives a salute, but I just poke her tongue out. I just poke my tongue out at Amber.
In the meantime, how about you and me get into trouble?
If that's your attempt at flirting with me, I'm kicking your ass.
I'll let you think whatever you want. But I was talking about Mariah's beer stash. Since she's not here, we have it all to ourselves.
Oh, hell yeah! Let's drink all our imports.
I knew we had a connection.
Hope she doesn't have too much fun. I want to try Cass's peppermint wine.
Those two get along well.
Tess watches them as they scramble for the fridge. God, even when she's just looking at something, she's good. I need my Tess fix. So I bring her in close for another squeeze.
Not as well as us, though. You ready to see the sights?
She reaches her arm out of my cobra hug and comes her fist in the air.
Oh.
Oh my heart. Oh my heart, this baby.
Oh!
As an unrelated note, I left to get this flurry out of the fridge, and the spoon is still stuck in it. I think it's frozen solid. There we go. That's not a eatable steak. Anyway, nothing going to eat. Me and Tess stop underneath one advertising sushi place. The window is lit up. It's so pretty, like Christmas in the desert.
Ooh.
We walk a little further and stop under a green sign. This one's for move here.
Ah.
A group of friends around my age stare at us and snicker under the dress while walking into a theater. What do they know?
Vegas sure is pretty, huh, Tess?
Mm-hmm. And everything is always open. Back home, all the stores closed at 5.
Same. Not that there was anything to do except go to youth group and pretend to have fun.
Youth group? Is that a game?
It's just not it's just not possible. No one can be this adorable. What I'm pretty sure is the millionth second time today I dragged Tess into a hug. She's nothing but skin and bone, but she's somehow soft. She's such a mystery.
Nah, you're impossibly cute. How do you exist?
I don't know. No one knows. It's a very existential question.
But an honest one. Oh, you're so cute I could just eat you up.
That's cannibalism.
Even if it is, she keeps letting me hold on to her. Every blink, only blinking, while I continue to squeeze, twirl, and hug.
So, Tess,
So, Marina.
where do you want to eat?
Why?
Because it's your birthday, duh! You need to be treated.
I see.
Tess puts a finger to her chin like a wise sage.
Sis showed me some buffets we can sneak into.
How about we get food through not scary legal ways, okay?
What are you teaching this child, Mariah? Why do you corrupt your fragile mind like this?
No money.
Girl, I got you my treat.
Thank you for your pity.
It's not pity, silly. I'm doing this for the same reason we got you a gift. You're my friend, and I care about you.
Friends.
She says it like the word is new to her. For her sake, I hope it's not.
That's right. There are tons of places to eat around here. Do you see anything you might like?
Tess spins around in a circle, stopping right where she began.
Option. Paralysis.
Want me to choose?
She nods.
Okie dokie. Let's see.
I scan the perimeter, like a spy or just a very hungry girl. Tess is right though, there are so many places to eat. You could be here for a whole year and not get through everything. There's only one way to handle this.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger bite. Ooh, that one.
I grab Tess by the hand and pull her behind me. Her feet drag on the concrete as I rush down the sidewalk.
Here.
Tess looks up at the purple and baby blue neon sign. So the abominable snowman with her teeth, and his teeth are waffle cones instead of fangs.
Yeti face.
Yep, I forced Amber to take me to one of these in Tucson. You can only have so many diner shakes before craving something new, you know?
She stares up at the post. She stares at the poster in the window. A fluffy pink block sits in a paper bowl. A green spoon sticking out of it.
Ice cream.
Kinda, sorta, not really.
Snow cone?
It's like the cousin of the snow cone.
I don't get it.
Neither do I, but once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever lived without it.
Tess gets quiet. Really quiet. She looks at the ground and picks an old wrapper drifting by.
Do you think they have mint?
On your mark.
She's on the edge of the bench.
Get set.
Tess grips her spoon. I bring the bowl closer to me. It gives me a speed advantage.
Go!
We plunge our spoons into the flaky snow. Tess digs out a spoonful, but mine looks like it's holding as much as a shovel could. With my mouth so wide, I try and get run through it, then chomp down on the spoon. Tess slips her between her lips. A creamy strawberry flavour takes over my entire mouth. All I want to do is savour it. But there's a contest to win. Tess is already driving in for another spoonful. Drat. Time to use my trump card. I pick up my pace before she's even done chewing. I have my own spoonful in my mouth. It's a special skipping technique. Come on, come on, come on. How long is it gonna take? It happens.
Yeah!
My head feels like it just hit with a snowball. This cold would even be too much for a polar bear. Tess winches and clutches her head. It was close, almost like a photo finish.
I win.
It's hard to celebrate when there's a blizzard in your skull, but I still pump my fist in victory. She's hindered her, but I can't tell if it's because of the pain in her head or the pain in her heart.
That's okay. Just means you have more brain to freeze than me. The size of Antarctica? Think bigger. Like Alaska.
Baby.
Whoa.
Everyone's being so cute, my god. Only half joking too. Jess is pretty smart. I'm happy she's still silly enough to do brain freeze contests with me. Amber always seems like a turtle.
So, how is it?
Tess's treat is an aqua green. Honestly, it sort of looks like toothpaste.
It's more like snow than ice cream. Uh-huh. It's flaky but still melts. Uh-huh. I like it.
Oh.
Yay! I knew you would. How's yours? Delicious. Wanna try?
She eyes my bowl. Her face bunches up like she's fainting.
It's strawberry. That's a problem. I've never had strawberry flavor anything before. What?
She flinches. I almost rock out of my seat and into outer space.
That's crazy. You have to try it now. It's almost as good as chocolate or s'mores.
Tess looks at the bowl like it's something strange. Something unnatural. Like I might eat her instead.
Will you try mine too? Sure, it'll be like a trade.
She takes off her spoon. She takes off her spoons and takes turns getting a scoop out of each other's bowls. For Tess, I'm not trying to trick her or anything. I think this way. It's a little overpowered by the leftover taste of strawberry. Actually, it's really overpowered by the taste of strawberry. As strong as Amber's mouthwash. Weird, weird, weird.
Self-voicing disabled.
Yeah, please. I don't know what I just pressed, but turn off. Unless I'm not trying to poison her. Tess eats it. Eats hers. Her face puckers.
It's very sweet.
She'll realize how these would mix. Oops.
Not a great flavor combo, huh? Like Sis and Amber.
It's so true. I can't help but laugh. Sorry, babe. Tess doesn't laugh. She just smells a little. I don't think she realizes how funny she is.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the mint right now either. Still glad I tried it though. Even if you didn't like it? Well, yeah. Because maybe I'll try it again sometime and change my mind. And even if I don't, I still have the experience. That's what makes new things so exciting.
I give her a smile, but she doesn't seem very assured. She grabs her necklace and doesn't let go.
New things make me nervous. I can't blame you there. When I left home to go treasure hunting, I was crazy nervous. Anxious? I can't tell.
I give her a wink.
That's because I'm really good at hiding it. But every day there's at least one thing that makes me a teeny bit nervous. Heck, I was nervous all of yesterday. Your life sounds terrifying. I don't know about that. Maybe a little uncertain, and that can be scary. but I think that's all the more reason to face them head on.
Even if all this gold is a lot of uncertainty. Things like, what am I going to do for the rest of my life, or whether me or Amber are going to be okay a month from now, are always going to follow me. But I'd rather be certainly unsure than unsure if I'm certain.
I love my family a whole lot. But back in New Mexico, I felt cramped, squeezed, suffocated. Yes, that one. So even though I love them, just being there made me nervous. It felt like things would never change. Like I would never change.
As patiently nomped under snow cream while listening. My own bowl is starting to get a bit too liquidy for my taste, so I take a few more bites.
On the other hand, my mind would get all foggy when I thought about leaving. I knew my life at home wasn't bad, but there was always a part of me thinking... Thinking what? That I could make it better. Is it? Don't know yet, but like with your mint thingy, I'm glad I did it. Because it's better than doing nothing. Even if my dad says it's irresponsible.
A bit of a bunny ear quotes. And already feel like I was in times more like Amber. Tess looks down at her bowl. It's almost empty.
Change.
In the street, a man in a sparkly tuxedo is climbing a ladder in front of the movie theater. There's a box of letters with him as replacing the title on the marquee with the new one.
I wish I could change. But I like you just the way you are.
Her eyes get wide as the balls. She just goes closer to me.
Some parts of me are okay. Maybe. Others aren't.
Breaks my heart that she can feel this way about herself, but I think I get it.
Well, you don't have to leave home and start dating a stranger you met on the side of the road. Actually, you probably shouldn't. Noted. But instead, it can be like a gradual thing. The little differences are the biggest ones. Aren't the biggest differences the biggest ones? Isn't that what makes them big? You're too young to be this lateral. Literal. That too.
Amber might not know how to talk to her. But Tess really does act like a tiny version of her sometimes.
Anyway, just take it one day at a time. Neither of us are gonna change overnight.
No one does. Not me, or even Amber. It's an effort, always and forever, and that's fine.
Very frustrating. Only if you think of it that way. But to me, it just means that we're always becoming better versions of ourselves.
Tess goes quiet, and I hope that means my rambling makes sense and I didn't just bore her. I think personal experience is the best way to grow, but looking back, I really wish people would have told me these things too. Still, I take that as a sign that it's time for us to move this conversation along. I hoist up the bags with her gifts in it and set it on my lap.
So, you ready to open presents?
Her head perks up like a dog that just saw a squirrel.
I am prepared. That's what I like to hear.
I hand off the bag to her. She grabs it by the handles and lets it dangle awkwardly in front of her.
Hope you're okay with tissue paper this time. I'll try wrapping it next year.
She doesn't seem bothered by it. Instead, Tess peers into the bag, looking for any small glimpse of it might offer.
Go on. Open it.
I spell to reassure her that she's not going to get in trouble, and there's no wrong way to open a present. Great caution, she takes one sheet out at a time and sets them on the bench. A couple end up blowing down the sidewalk. She finally gives me what I've been waiting for since we finished this last night, and reached her short arms all the way in, then lifts the box out. Now look at that, that's actually really cool. Etched into the lid inside are the sunflowers I drew and Amber carved out. The wood, once splintering and rough, was now smooth and glossy. Amber really went all out on it. She sanded it, painted it to look like Sidar? Kedar? Then she gave it to her, gave it a fresh coat of primer. Amber, who knew?
Where did you get this?
Tess brushes her fingers over the sunflowers. then moved them to her name. We carved it in on one carved it in one of the corners. She wanted it to be bigger, but Amber said it would be too gaudy. Looking at it now, I think I agree.
Me and Amber made it last night. We used one of the boxes we found the miner's treasure in. It looks real. Like it's professional. Would it be fake if it didn't look professional? Yes. It wouldn't exist.
It's not I will laugh. It reminds me of something my older brother, Devin, said when he got his wisdom teeth pulled. Stuff about how people stop existing when they aren't for now.
Amber's to thank for that. I only drew the design. She did all the hard stuff. It was all her idea, too. So, she's secretly nice? The nicest. She's just always nervous and it makes her crabby.
It's more complicated than that, but I don't want to bore Tess for drama.
Look inside!
Tess fiddles with a latch. We added and flips open the lid. She looks inside. She takes out a little pocket game packed with seeds.
This will let me grow sunflowers? Figured since you're getting older, you might want something that can grow with you.
She sets them back down in the box, then sadly shuts the lid as if it were a coffin.
What's wrong? Do you not like it? I love. This is my first birthday getting gifts. It feels good, but it also feels bad.
First birthday with gifts. Tess, you're actually going to make me cry.
How can presents make you feel bad? 'Cause I've been lying to you.
She bows her head and takes a breath.
My real birthday is actually tomorrow.
It's peaceful within the trio's RV. Not a creature was stirring, not even a louse. Joe rested in his favourite spot on the couch. The cushions arranged just how he likes them. Not far away, Tess started with a small smile as she read through Maria's most recent texts. Serenity and quiet were rarely found in a place like this. That silence was about to be shattered.
Wake up, you slackers! You've got work to do!
Joe hadn't even finished being kicked open before Marina began shouting. She strode in with the self-confidence that only alcohol can bring. From one hand dangled two thirds of a six-pack, from the other a big bag of junk. Both rattled, she slammed them onto the table.
Where have you been?
It's been an entire day.
The goggles were put down over his eyes, blocking sunlight. The rest of the world to his vision. As long as he didn't remove them, he could pretend that Marina was just a disembodied voice and not really there.
Tracking down all the spots in Vegas that give out free booze?
Where the heck did you sleep?
Dunno. Woke up in a bathroom at the Bellagio.
Ugh, you're a real Renaissance woman, Mariah. I didn't know they sold beer at the swap meet.
Don't gotta tell me twice. Here, I found this junk for the squirt.
Sounds really sentimental.
Put her raised his goggles all the same, and leaned in to see what Marina had brought. Tess also watched her curiosity peaked. Marina tossed the junk unceremoniously. Tess barely caught it. She sat it down on her lap. Took a moment for her to register what she was looking at. Glistening strip of metal with its letters fresh and legible. The word Kansas was stamped on the top of a pattern of sunflowers.
Did you have that one yet?
Nope. I've been looking.
You got 'em all now?
Not yet.
But this one's got a sunflower on it. That makes it better, right?
Oh, she's trying. Tess looked at the license plate, then looked at her, despite her desperate sister.
It does.
It was true. Other than the red bandana on her head, this was the only gift her sister had ever given her. It could have been a license plate she already had, and it would have still been precious.
It's too bad, Mariah. The first nice gesture you've ever done, and you were beat to the punch by Amber and Marina. Again.
What do you mean by that? Hey, Squirt, what does he mean by that?
They made me a gift.
She pointed at the counter across the room. The personalized box was open, already filled with damp soil.
I grow sunflowers now.
This baby is fucking baby.
You're kidding. You actually took it? So thieves probably stole it.
They made it for me special.
Tess purposely avoided mentioning it had been crafted from one of the boxes the mayor's treasure had been found in. It would make things more complicated and louder.
Don't break it.
Why the hell would I want to break your crummy little...
Promise. Don't break it.
Mariah looked down at Tess, and Mariah looked down at Tess, as she did with most people. Her sister's usual blank eyes were firm and fixed on her. Heaving a heavy sigh, Mariah placed her hands over her chest.
I, Mariah Pastorius, swear on my old hag mother's grave that I won't break your dumb box that's subjectively less cool than the license plate I got you.
Even when you're drunk?
Mariah resisted the urge to cross her fingers, her toes to.
Even when I'm drunk. There! You happy?
Tess nodded.
Anyway, enough of that garbage. What I've got here in this bag is gonna change the course of our lives forever. The scum sucker I bought this garbage off of had no idea what they had.
Mariah cackled. The sound like your kind of rotting in the trash. She untied the bag and poured everything in it onto the coffee table. His collection of necklaces and jewellery, earrings and false teeth. If it was shiny, Mariah wanted it. Sunlight struck her through the RV's tinted windows, bouncing off the assorted trash Mariah collected. The spell was broken by Joe's words. He ignored Mariah's flurry of insults as he crawled forward to inspect the treasure more closely.
You watch your filthy hands! Every second your finger touches that thing drives its value down.
I don't think that's gonna be much of a loss. Stuff isn't worth squat to begin with.
What?
Mariah's squawk would put a pirate to shame.
The only thing here that ain't worth squat is you! Maybe you should put those goggles back on because there's clearly something wrong with your vision.
What do you think, kid?
Tess climbed out of her cot like a monkey swinging up a tree. She began sorting for the pile of bad choices.
Alright, this is worthless. And this. Oh. This is pretty. But it's trash too.
Talons returned to the RV once more, and this time wasn't peaceful. Instead, it was the calm before the storm, which Tess thought would surely take the form of smoke from her sister's ears. Mariah's reply began as a primal scream that shifted into something more.
What do you mean by trash? This is a genuine treasure, and it's worth at least...
At least what? Just how much did you pay for all this?
Mariah mumbled her response.
What?
She said $300.
What? Where did you get that kind of money?
I had about 99 cents left over, so I hit the slots. And guess what?
No.
My legendary good luck kicked in, and I won the small jackpot.
For real? Mariah, that's amazing! Our money issues are solved!
Then, I spent it on the treasure.
Joe just sighed.
You just destroyed every piece of good karma you got from getting your sister a gift.
Well, if someone had given me my fair share, then I wouldn't have had to settle for something like this!
No, you would have ended up wasting even more money.
It's not a waste if it makes more money, and you know that if you...
A world of peace returned to the RV, even if it was far from silent. It was loud and it was noisy, but it was a familiar chaos. That alone counted for a lot to Tess. She watched as they bickered, Mariah's voice rising and falling like a siren while Joe maintained his token composure. Even if they didn't always feel like a family, Tess knew they were. Even now, Mariah was planning their next heist, spelling out just how to turn their losses into another gain. It rarely worked, in fact, almost never. But maybe that was okay. Tess thought. Life had its ups and downs. It was mostly downs. It was mostly down times. Sometimes things were up. There was Mariah to text. There was Marina to text and license plates. There was Marina to text and license plates to collect. There was plenty to look forward to. She hugged her new license plate tightly, breathing in the smell of time and experience. There's a remainder of a bigger world out there, and many more sights to see. It wasn't much, but for now it was enough. Baby.
I still can't get over the fact that this thing has a keyboard on it. It's like a tiny computer. Wild.
Babe, please. Phones haven't had keyboards since I was in middle school.
Huh? Why'd they stop? This is cutting edge stuff.
I thought the clamshell phone open and shut. A number pad on the front and a keyboard on each on the side. Each of a corresponding screen. 2 screens.
Well, if you've been listening to cassette tapes all your life, I guess it would seem like it.
She gives me a smell that's brighter than any of the lights outside the hotel window. Combined with the rare sight of her hair completely down, it was seeing a whole new Marina.
I'm happy you like it.
I sink back into my chair and pray that my face is only getting red because of how much of Cassie's terrible peppermint wine I've had. Between that and the depleting Mariah beer stock, I must be a bigger heavyweight than I thought.
Yeah, well, it was about time I got one. Stubbornness for the sake of stubbornness just makes you lose track of the important things.
Oh, so you admit you were being stubborn.
Marina's eyebrows bounce up and down. She wriggles closer to my chair, her glass of wine sloshing right in her hand.
Don't give me that. I confess up to my mistakes when I feel like it.
She giggles. It's genuine, and it's a relief.
Speaking of mistakes,
That genuine smell dissolves into genuine distress.
can we talk about how your phone looks like it was bedazzled by a homeschooled 12-year-old?
That's a mean thing to say about Tess.
Oops, sorry, Tess. I meant homeschooled 10-year-old.
It's true though. Craft jewellery and plastic gemstones have been glued to it with a paste mixture. Therefore, I can only assume it's pixie dust and glitter. But calling it that is a bit harsh. It's barely noticeable.
It's not that bad. Has character. Besides, your phone is all girly too.
My phone is cute. This one just
A grimace casts her face in a shadow.
disturbs me.
Be as disturbed as you want. I'm as much of a bargain hunter as I am a treasure hunter, and this thing was a steal.
I know her phone would have cost way too much. We already had to buy a new one for Marina a couple weeks ago. So I get the vibe the staff at the store was sad to see it go. They brought it out on a throw pillar. Like they had a shrine in the back for
I
it.
guess I'll just have to count my blessings and take this as a victory for now.
Oh, whose victory is it?
Press the big circular button on the front and the flash goes off. When my vision settles, Marina's pupils are as big as her head.
What?
New wallpaper.
In celebration, I give the phone a little shake. A shade of pink sizzles across her face. She lunges at my phone and stops herself when she realizes her wine is starting to spill.
No fair! You can't just do that, Amber. I'm in my jammies, not wallpaper material at all.
That's funny, because I seem to recall you doing the same thing.
Don't you even.
Multiple times.
Delete it!
Her voice is hoarse and husky. A futile intimidation tactic. She has no power here.
How about I send it to you instead?
Amber, no! If you do, I'll have to send you a bunch of texts until I can't see it anymore.
Dang. Sucks that I'll have to put you through that.
Amber!
Flip open the phone and stare at the screen.
Oh, it's a selfie. Do I really have a double chin?
Marina leans in and plants a kiss on my cheek. She snatches the phone and tosses it on the bed behind us.
No. And even if you did, it would just mean there's more of you to love.
Adorable. Finishes her little gambit by sliding onto my lap. Don't tell me this was her plan all along. The chair is only for one person, but it's big and cushy enough to fit the two of us. Most of the furniture in this room is. Mina's always heavier than I remember, but her thigh alone is big enough to cut off the blood flow in my upper body. But I like it. She's like a warm pearl that I just want to squeeze, practically melt whenever she's close like this. Using a class, she smells an expectant smirk. Oh, what the hell, this stuff is liquid trash fire, but I'm enjoying myself too much to kill the mood. Where's my glass too? We clank them both together.
Cheers.
Cheers!
She chuckles and takes a sip. I cringe and say a prayer for my health. Unlike Marina, I take a couple big gulps, not because I like it, but because I want to finish it and end my suffering. Seriously, this crap tastes like cleaning solution that was fermented with rotting candy cane.
Ooh, makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Is all alcohol like this?
Varying degrees of terrible? Pretty much. Some of it is better than others.
Actually, I kind of like it.
You're kidding.
I mean, sure, the first few sips are blah. Really blah. But then you're all relaxed and it starts tasting like Christmas.
I'd say just let her enjoy it, not tease her about it. The fact she can actually enjoy it probably makes her more grown up than me anyway. In fact, Marina might be the more mature of us, period. Every day she surprises me more and more. In a way, it's kind of sad she's never going to be that same sheltered Marina from when we first met. And when I look at her now, with her hair down and draped over her shoulders, and holding that glass, well, I start to think that maybe she never really was. Maybe I'm finally starting to see the real Marina. Maybe I'm finally loving the real one too.
When we're both a few years older, maybe we can start expanding our palettes. But for now, this is still a crime, and you're still a criminal.
You know what that makes you then, right?
What's that?
My partner in crime.
You make us sound cooler than we actually are.
I can pretend to be the cynic, but that's not going to keep my heart from fluttering when she says stuff like that.
Forget about Bonnie and Clyde. We're Bonnie and Bunny. Two star-crossed outlaws on the run.
On the run, huh?
Words slip out of me as I echo them back to her. We both stare out the window into the glittering streets of Vegas. Neon floods the streets from every corner, but if you look beyond that into the darkness, you can make out the glowing silhouette of the desert and its jagged mountains.
Where are we running to next, then?
Marina looks down, considering this. I mull it over. It's strange, not having anything to run from, only towards. Finally, Marina looks up.
I don't think it matters.
She nudges herself closer to me. She smiles, turning from the window to gaze at me instead.
As long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I want to be.
Oh, my heart. Oh. God. Oh, it's... Oh, my heart. God, this heart. Damn, it does not work. Ah. Oh, God. Oh. Sappy lesbian romance is just too much for me. I'm even sure how to feel now. I absolutely adore this game. And I finally finished it. And finished the DLC. Maybe they're gonna spend the next little while in my room being sad. Or I'm gonna immediately go buy a new Fury visual novel to play. You'll find out in the next few days. You look much better, I'm sure you'll find out. And just not that many people playing. There's not that many people in the credits. I just eat my cake and watch the credits go. A moment of silence, if you will, after for dear viewers. patrons. Oh shit, look at that.
Can I say I missed you, baby? Picnics underneath that bone tree.
Has a lot of names.
Little did I know I was in the palace of the
I mean, hey, they all made this game possible.
Just
For that, I thank them.
couldn't keep us in that prison.
God, this game fucking melts my heart. Getting kind of emotional now. Last time I'm ever gonna... I don't know, it's probably not the last time I'm ever gonna look at this. It's the last time we'll do it on stream anyway. Well shit, it's me finish the game. Kinda sad now. Anyway, for those who kind of popped in during the streams, they're just coming on this little adventure with me. I'm gonna play some Teardown next. I've been getting like into the campaign recently, so I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but I'm definitely streaming Tuesday. So that's Tuesday's streaming plan. And yeah, thanks for stopping along. If not, I might find another Yuri Dating Sim to play. You know, I'm totally not biased or anything. Anyway, I've already been streaming for 2 hours longer than I thought I would. But thanks, I guess. Bye.